The Isle of Blood by Rick Yancey, narrated by Stephen Boyer, and directed by Angel Morality Dotson.
A quote from L'Astronomie, 1888. There was red rain in the Mediterranean region, March 6, 1888. 12 days later it fell again. Whatever this substance may have been, when burned, the odor of animal matter was strong and persistent. A quote from Professor Rufus Graves, The American Journal of Science, 1819. The object that fell from the sky was a circular form, resembling a sauce or salad dish bottom upward, about 8 inches in diameter and 1 inch in thickness, of a bright buff color, with a fine nap upon it similar to that of milled cloth. Upon removing the villous coat, a buff-colored pulpy substance of the consistency of good soft soap, an offensive suffocating smell appeared, and on near approach to it, the smell became almost insupportable, producing nausea and dizziness. A few minutes' exposure to the atmosphere changed the buff into a livid color, resembling venous blood. A quote from Sir Walter Scott, The Talisman, 1825. Seek a fallen star, said the hermit, and thou shalt only light on some foul jelly, which, in shooting through the horizon, has assumed for a moment an appearance of splendor. An article from the New York Times, March 10, 1876. Flesh descending in a shower, an astounding phenomenon in Kentucky. Fresh meat like mutton or venison falling from a clear sky. Louisville, March 9th, the Bath County, Kentucky. News of this date says, on last Friday a shower of meat fell near the house of Alan Crouch, who lives some 2 or 3 miles from the Olympian Springs in the southern portion of the county, covering a strip of ground about 100 yards in length and 50 wide. Mrs. Crouch was out in the yard at the time, engaged in making soap, when meat which looked like beef began to fall around her. The sky was perfectly clear at the time, and she said it fell like large snowflakes, the pieces, as a general thing, not being much larger. One piece fell near her which was 3 or 4 inches square. Mr. Harrison Gill, whose veracity is unquestionable, and from whom we obtained the above facts, hearing of the occurrence, visited the locality the next day, and says he saw particles of meat sticking to the fences and scattered over the ground. The meat, when it first fell, appeared to be perfectly fresh. The correspondent of the Louisville Commercial, writing from Mount Sterling, corroborates the above, and says the pieces of flesh were of various sizes and shapes, some of them being 2 inches square. 2 gentlemen, who tasted the meat, expressed the opinion that it was either mutton or venison. Prologue, September 2010. Contact. Everyone has someone. More than 3 years had gone by since the director of the nursing home had handed over to me the 13 leather-bound notebooks belonging to the deceased indigent calling himself William James Henry. The director did not know what to make of the journals, and frankly, after reading the first 3 volumes, I didn't either. Headless humanoid killing machines running amok in late 19th century New England. The philosopher of aberrant biology who studies and, when necessary, hunts down such creatures. Microscopic parasites that somehow give their hosts unnaturally long lives, if they don't choose to kill them instead. Midnight autopsies, madmen, human sacrifice, monsters in underground lairs, and a monster hunter who may or may not have been the most famous serial killer in history. There was no question that Will Henry's strange and disturbing diary had to be a work of fiction, or the carefully executed, highly organized delusions of a man whose reason had clearly come undone. Monsters are not real. But the man who wrote about them certainly was real. I had spoken to the people who had known him, the paramedics who had taken him to the hospital after a jogger discovered him unconscious in a drainage ditch, the social workers and policemen who worked his case, the staff and volunteers at the assisted living facility who had bathed and fed him, who had read to him and eased his passing at the ripe old age, according to Will Henry, of 131. And of course, I had in my possession the journals themselves, which someone had written. The question was, has always been, one of identity, not veracity. Who was William James Henry? Where did he come from? And what unfortunate circumstance brought him to that drainage ditch, half-starved, those handwritten notebooks, besides the clothes on his back, his sole possession? Everyone has someone, the director of the facility had told me. Someone knew the answer to those questions, and I took it upon myself to find that person, publishing the first 3 volumes of the journal under the title The Monstrumologist in the fall of 2009. The second set, called The Curse of the Wendigo, was published the following year. Though the subject matter was just this side of outlandish, I hoped the author had incorporated at least some of the truth about himself and his past. A reader might recognize something in the tale about a relative, a co-worker, a long-lost friend, and contact me. I was convinced someone, somewhere, knew this poor man calling himself Will Henry. My motivation went beyond mere curiosity. He had died alone, with nothing and no one, and had been laid to rest in a pauper's grave with the poorest of the poor, forgotten. My heart went out to him, and I wanted, for reasons I still do not entirely understand, to bring him home. Soon after The Monstrumologist was published, I began receiving emails and letters from readers. The vast majority were cranks claiming to know who Will Henry was. More than one offered to tell me, for a price. A few offered well-meaning suggestions for further research. Some, predictably, accused me of being the author. A year went by, then 2, and I was no closer to the truth. My own research had resulted in no significant progress. In fact, at the end of 2 years, I had even more questions than when I'd begun. Then, in late summer of last year, I received the following email from a reader in upstate New York. Dear Mr. Yancey, I hope you don't think I'm some kind of nut or con artist or something. My daughter was assigned your book to read for her language arts class, and she came to me last night very excited because we happened to have a relative whose name really was Will Henry. He was the husband of my father's great-aunt. It's probably just a crazy coincidence, but I think you might be interested, if you really didn't just make up the stuff about finding the journals. Sincerely, Elizabeth Reed. A few emails and a phone call later, I was on a flight to New York to meet Elizabeth in her hometown of Auburn. After some pleasant conversation and several cups of coffee at a local diner, she took me to Fort Hill Cemetery. My guide was a vivacious, outgoing, middle-aged woman who had come to share my fascination with the mystery of Will Henry. She agreed with me, as would any reasonable person, that his story had to be more fiction than fact, but her very real family connection to a man by that name was no fabrication. It was that connection that brought me to New York and to that cemetery. She had emailed me a picture of the tombstone, but I wanted to see it with my own eyes. It was a beautiful afternoon, the trees decked out in all their autumnal glory, the sky a cloudless, brilliant blue. And 3 years and 3 months after first reading those haunting opening lines, these are the secrets I have kept. This is the trust I never betrayed. I was standing at the foot of a grave, before a granite marker that read, Lillian Bates Henry, 1874 to 1950, beloved wife, parting is all we know of heaven, and all we need of hell. I never knew her, Elizabeth said, but my father said she was quite a character. I could not take my eyes off the name. Until that moment, I had had nothing tangible except the diaries and a few old newspaper clippings and other questionable artifacts tucked within the yellowing pages. But here was a name etched in stone. No, more than that. Here was a person, literally right at my feet, whom Will had written about. Did you know him? I asked hoarsely. Will Henry? She shook her head. I didn't know either of them. He disappeared a couple of years after her death, before I was born. There was a fire. A fire. Their house, Will and Lily's, a total loss. The police suspected arson, and so did the family. They thought Will Henry said it, didn't they? My family didn't like him very much. Why? She shrugged. Dad said he was kind of odd, but that isn't the main reason. She dug into her purse. I brought a picture of her. My heart quickened. Is Will in it? She pulled out a faded Polaroid photograph and tipped it slightly to reduce the glare from the bright sun overhead. It's the only one I could find in Dad's things. I'm still looking, though. Maybe I'll find some more. It's from her 75th birthday. I did the math quickly. That would be in 49, her next to last. No, it was her last. She died before her next birthday. Is that Will sitting on her left? He looked to be about the right age. Oh, no, that's her brother Reggie, my great-grandfather. Will is sitting on her other side. The photograph was more than 60 years old and was slightly out of focus, but the man on Lily's right struck me as being at least 20 years younger than her. Elizabeth agreed. That's the main reason the family didn't like him, according to Dad. Lily told everyone he was 10 years younger, but he looks twice that in this picture. Everyone thought he married Aunt Lily for her money. I could not tear my eyes away from the blurry image. A lean face, dark, deep-set eyes, and a stiff, somewhat enigmatic smile. These are the secrets I have kept. Children? I asked. She shook her head. They never had any, and Dad said they'd never met any of Will's relatives. He was a total mystery man. No one was even sure what he did for a living. I guess you know what I'm going to ask next. She laughed brightly. It sounded oddly tinny in the setting. Did he ever talk about working for a monster hunter when he was younger? He didn't, at least in none of the stories I've heard. The problem is, anyone who might have heard a story like that is dead now. We were silent for a moment. I had 1,000 questions and couldn't get a grip on a single one of them. So their house burns down and Will disappears, never to be heard from again, I finally said. That would be, when, 2 years after she died, so 1952? She was nodding. Around that time, yes. And 55 years later, he turns up again in a drainage ditch 1,000 miles away. Well, she said with a smile, I never said I had all the answers. I looked at the gravestone. She was all he had, I said. And maybe when she died, he went a little crazy and burned down the house and lived on the streets for the next 5 decades. I laughed ruefully and shook my head. It's weird. I'm closer to the truth now than I've ever been, and it feels like I'm farther away. At least you know he was telling the truth about her. She tried to comfort me. There really was a Lily Bates. He was around 13 years old in 1888. And there really was a man named William James Henry. Right, and everything else he writes about could still be a product of his imagination. You sound disappointed. Do you want monsters to be real? I don't know what I want anymore, I confessed. What else can you tell me about Lily? Besides Reggie, were there any other brothers or sisters? Not that I know of. I know she grew up in New York. The family was pretty well off. Her father, my great-great-grandfather, was a big-time financier, right up there with the Vanderbilts. Don't tell me. After she died and the house burned down, they found her bank accounts cleaned out. No, they hadn't been touched. Some gold digger Will was. You'd think the family might have changed its mind about him. It was too late, she replied. Aunt Lily was dead, and Will Henry was gone. That was it, I thought on the plane ride back to Florida. The thing I wanted. I knew monsters were not real, and was fairly certain there had been no serious scientists called monstrumologists who chased after them. It wasn't about the journals, though I had to admit they fascinated me. It was the why behind the what. It was Will Henry himself. I went back to the journals. Monsters might not be real, but Lily Bates had been. Buried in the folios were clues that might lead me to Will Henry, to the why I was so desperate to understand. Sprinkled in those pages were verifiable facts, a jigsaw puzzle of the real intermingled with the bizarre. His life, and this strange record of it, demanded an explanation, and I was more determined than ever to discover what it was. We are hunters all. We are, all of us, monstrumologists, Will Henry writes in the transcript that follows. I can say that he's absolutely right, at least in my case. And the monster I hunt is not unlike the creature that almost destroyed him and his master. Pellinore Warthrop had his grail, and I have mine. R.Y., Gainesville, Florida, April 2011. A quote from Jean-Paul Sartre. It is no longer possible to escape men. Farewell to the monsters. Farewell to the saints. Farewell to pride. All that is left is men. Folio 7. Objet trouvé. A quote from Rainer Maria Rilke. Duino Elegies. Beauty is nothing but the beginning of terror. Chapter 1. A very dangerous poison. After several years of service to the monstrumologist, I approached him with the idea of recording, in the interest of posterity, one or two of his more memorable case studies. I waited, of course, until he was in one of his better moods. Approaching Pellinore Warthrop while he wallowed in one of his frequent bouts of melancholia could be hazardous to one's physical well-being. Once, when I made that ill-advised approach, he hurled a volume of Shakespeare's tragedies at my head. The moment presented itself at the delivery of the day's mail, which included a letter from President McKinley, thanking Warthrop for his service to the country upon the satisfactory conclusion of that peculiar incident in the Adirondacks. The doctor, whose ego was as robust as any of Mr. P.T. Barnum's sideshow strongmen, read it aloud 3 times before entrusting it to my care. I was his file clerk, among other things, or, I should say, as well as every other thing. Nothing outside his work could brighten the monstrumologist's mood more than a brush with celebrity. It seemed to satisfy some deep yearning in him. Beyond elevating his moribund spirits and thus ensuring, momentarily at least, my physical safety, the letter also provided the perfect entree for my suggestion. It was quite peculiar, wasn't it? I asked. Yes, I suppose. The monstrumologist was absorbed in the latest issue of the Saturday Evening Post, which had also arrived that day. It would make quite a tale, if someone were to tell it, I ventured. I have been thinking of preparing a small piece for the journal, replied he. The Journal of the Society for the Advancement of the Science of Monstrumology was the official quarterly of the Society. I was thinking of something for more widespread consumption, a story for the Post, for example. An interesting idea, Will Henry, he said, but wholly impractical. I made a promise to the President that the matter would remain strictly confidential, and I've no doubt that, if I should break my vow, I might find myself locked up in Fort Leavenworth, not exactly the ideal place to pursue my studies. But if you published something in the journal, "Oh, who reads that?" he snorted, waving his hand dismissively. "It is the nature of my profession, Will Henry, to labor in obscurity. I avoid the press for a very good reason, to protect the public and to protect my work. Imagine what the publication of that affair would do, the firestorm of panic and recriminations. Why, half the state of New York would empty out, and the rest would appear on my doorstep to hang me from the nearest tree." "Some might say your actions were nothing short of heroic," I countered. If I could not appeal to his reason, I would plead to his ego. "Some have," he replied, referring to the president's letter. "And that must be enough." But not quite enough. I knew what he meant. More than once he had seized my hand at his bedside, staring beseechingly at me with those dark, backlit eyes nearly mad with desperation and sorrow, begging me to never forget, to bear his memory past the grave. "You are all I have, Will Henry. Who else will remember me when I am gone? I will sink into oblivion, and the earth shall not note or care at my passing." "Very well, another case, then. That matter in Campeche, at Calakmul." "What is this, Will Henry?" He glared at me over the magazine. "Can't you see I am trying to relax?" "Holmes has his Watson." "Holmes is a fictional character," he pointed out. "But he is based on someone real." "Ah," he was smiling slyly at me. "William James Henry, do you have literary ambitions? I am astounded." "That I might have literary ambitions?" "That you might have any ambition at all." "Well," I said, taking a deep breath, "I do." "And all this time I had allowed myself to hope you might follow in my footsteps as a student of aberrant biology." "Why couldn't I be both?" I asked. "Doyle is a physician." "Was," he corrected me. "And not a very successful one at that." He laid down the magazine. I had at last gotten his full attention. "I will confess the idea intrigues me, and I would have no objection to your trying your hand at it. But I retain the right to review anything you set to paper. Beyond my own reputation, I have the legacy of my profession to protect." "Of course," I said eagerly. "I wouldn't dream of publishing anything without obtaining your approval first." "But nothing of our difficulties in the Adirondacks." "I was actually thinking of that case from a few years ago, the incident in Socotra." His face darkened. His eyes burned. He leveled a finger at my face and said, "Absolutely not. Do you understand? Under no circumstances are you ever to do such a thing. The temerity, Will Henry, to even suggest it." "But why, Dr. Worthrop?" I asked, taken aback by the ferocity of his reaction. "You know very well the answer to that question. Oh, I should have guessed it. I should have known." He rose from his chair, shaking with the force of his passion. "I see it now, the true font of your ambition, Mr. Henry. You would not immortalize, but humiliate and degrade." "Dr. Worthrop, I would do nothing of the kind." "Then I ask you, of all the cases we have investigated, why did you choose the one that casts me in the worst possible light? Ha! See, I have caught you. There is only one reasonable answer to that question: revenge." I could not hide my astonishment at his accusation. "Revenge? Revenge for what?" "For your perceived mistreatment, of course." "Why do you think I've been mistreated?" "Oh, that is very clever of you, Will Henry, parsing my words to mask your perfidy. I did not confess to mistreating you. I pointed out your perception of mistreatment." "Very well," I said. There were very few arguments anyone could win with him. In fact, I had never won any. "You pick the case." "I don't wish to pick the case. The entire idea was yours to begin with. But you've shown your hand in this, and rest assured I will disavow anything you dare to publish under the guise of preserving my legacy. Holmes had his Watson, indeed. And Caesar had his Brutus, didn't he?" "I would never do anything to betray you," I said evenly. I suggested Socotra because I thought— "No!" he cried, taking a step toward me. I flinched as if expecting a blow, though in all our years together he had never struck me. "I forbid it. I have labored too long and too hard to banish the memory of that accursed place from my mind. You are never to speak that name again in my presence. Do you understand? Never again." "As you wish, Doctor," I said. "I shall never speak of it again." And I didn't. I dropped the matter and never brought it up again, until now. It would be extremely difficult, no, impossible, to immortalize someone who denied the very facts reported. Years passed, and as his powers waned with them, my duties expanded to include the composition of his papers and letters. I took no credit for my efforts, and received none from the Monstrumologist. He ferociously edited my work, striking out anything that, in his opinion, smacked of poetic indulgence. In science, he told me, there is no room for romantic discourse or ruminations upon the nature of evil. That he himself was a poet in his youth drenched the exercise in irony and pathos. It has often puzzled me what pleasure he derived from denying himself those very things that gave him pleasure. But I am not the first to point out that love is a complicated thing. It is true the Monstrumologist loved his work. It was, besides me, all he had. But his work was merely an extension of himself, the firstborn fruit of his towering ambition. His work may have brought him to that strange and accursed island, but it was his ambition that nearly undid him. It began on a freezing February night in 1889 with the arrival of a package to the house on Harrington Lane. The delivery was unexpected, but not unusual. Having been an apprentice to the Monstrumologist for almost 3 years, I was accustomed to the midnight knock upon the back door, the furtive exchange of the portage charge, and the doctor acting like a boy on Christmas morn, his cheeks ablaze with feverish anticipation as he bore his present to the basement laboratory, where the box was unwrapped and its foul contents revealed in all their macabre glory. What was unusual about this particular delivery was the man who brought it. In the course of my service to the Monstrumologist, I had seen my fair share of unsavory characters, men who, for $1 and a dram of whiskey, would sell their own mothers, willing mercenaries in service to the natural science of aberrant biology. But this was not the sort who stood shivering in the alleyway. Though bedraggled from a journey of many miles, he wore an expensive fur-lined coat that hung open to reveal a tailored suit. A diamond ring glittered on the little finger of his left hand. More striking than his regalia was his manner. The poor fellow seemed nearly mad with panic. He abandoned his cargo on the back stoop, pushed his way into the room, seized the doctor by his lapels, and demanded to know if this was number 425 Harrington Lane, and if he, the doctor, was Pellinore Worthrop. "I am Dr. Worthrop," said my master. "Oh, thank God, thank God!" the tormented man cried out in a hoarse voice. "Now I've done it. It's right out there. Take it. Take it. I've brought you the blasted thing. Now give it to me. You said you would. He said you had it. Quickly, before it's too late." "My good man," replied the doctor calmly, "I would gladly pay the charge if the price is reasonable." Though he was a man of substantial means, the Monstrumologist's parsimony soared to near operatic heights. "The price! The price!" the man laughed hysterically. "It isn't you who will pay, Worthrop. He said you had it. He promised you would give it to me if I brought it. Now keep his promise." "Whose promise?" Our uninvited guest let loose a banshee howl and doubled over, clutching his chest. His eyes rolled back into his head. The doctor caught him before he hit the floor and eased him into a chair. "Damn him to hell! Too late!" the man whimpered. "I am too late!" He wrung his hands in supplication. "Am I too late, Dr. Worthrop?" "I cannot answer that question," replied the doctor, "for I have no idea what you're talking about." "He told me you would give me the antidote if I brought it, but I was delayed in New York. I missed the train and had to wait for the next one.
More than 2 hours I had to wait. Oh, God, to come all this way only to die at the end of it. The antidote to what? To the poison. Bring my little gift to Warthrop in America if you wish to live, he told me. The devil, the fiend. So I have, and so you must. Ah, but it is hopeless. I feel it now. My heart, my heart.
The doctor shook his head sharply and with a snap of his fingers directed me to fetch his instrument case.
I will do all within my power, I heard him say to the poor man as I scampered off. But you must get a grip on yourself and tell me simply and plainly.
Our tormented courier had fallen into a swoon by the time I returned, eyes rolling in his head, hands twitching in his lap. His face had drained of all color. The doctor removed the stethoscope from the case and listened to the man's heart, bending low over the quivering form, his legs spread wide for balance.
Galloping like a runaway horse, Will Henry, the monstrumologist murmured. But no abnormalities or irregularities that I can detect. Quickly, a glass of water.
I expected him to offer the distressed man a drink. Instead, Warthrop dumped the entire contents of the glass over his head. The man's eyes snapped open. The mouth formed a startled O.
"What sort of poison did he give you?" demanded my master in a stern voice. "Did he say? Answer."
Teapota, from the pyrite tree."
"Teapota?" The doctor frowned. "From what kind of tree?"
"Pyrite. Teapota from the pyrite tree of the Isle of Demons."
"The Isle of Demons? But that is extraordinary. Are you quite certain?"
"Bloody hell, I think I would remember what he poisoned me with," the man sputtered vehemently. "And he said you had the antidote. Oh, this is it." His hands clawed at his chest. "My heart is exploding."
"I don't think so," said the doctor slowly.
He stepped back, studying the man carefully, dark eyes dancing with that eerie backlit fire.
"We still have a few moments, but only a few. Will Henry, stay with our guest while I mix up the antidote."
"Then am I not too late?"
the man inquired incredulously, as if he could not dare to allow himself to hope.
"When was the poison administered?"
"On the evening of the 2nd.
"Of this month?"
Yes, of course this month. I would be as dead as a doornail if it had been last month, now wouldn't I?"
"Yes, forgive me. Teapota is slow-acting, but not quite that slow-acting. I shall be back momentarily. Will Henry, call me at once should our friend's condition change."
The doctor flew down the stairs to the basement, leaving the door slightly ajar. We could hear jars knocking against each other, the clink and clang of metal, the hiss of a Bunsen burner.
"What if he's wrong?" the man moaned. "What if it is too late? My eyesight is failing. That's what goes just before the end. You go blind and your heart blows completely apart inside your chest. Your face, child, I cannot see your face. It is lost to the darkness. The darkness comes. Oh, may he burn for all eternity in the lowest circle of the pit. The devil, the fiend."
The doctor bounded back into the room, carrying a syringe loaded with an olive-green-colored liquid. The dying man jerked in the chair upon the doctor's entrance and cried out,
"Who is that?"
"It is I, Warthrop," answered the doctor. "Let's get that coat off. Will Henry, help him, please."
"You have the antidote?"
the man asked. The doctor nodded curtly, pulled up the man's sleeve, and jabbed the needle home.
"There now," Warthrop said. "The stethoscope, Will Henry, thank you."
He listened to the man's heart for a few seconds, and I thought it must be a trick of the light, for I spied what appeared to be a smile playing on the doctor's lips.
"Yes, slowing considerably. How do you feel?"
A bit of color had returned to the man's cheeks, and his breathing had slowed. Whatever the doctor had given him was having a salutary effect. He spoke hesitantly, as if he could hardly believe his good fortune.
"Better, I think. My eyesight is clearing a bit."
"Good. You may be relieved to know that—"
the monstrumologist began, and then stopped himself. It had occurred to him, perhaps, that the man had already suffered enough distress.
"It is a very dangerous poison, always fatal, slow-acting, and symptom-free until the end, but its effects are entirely reversible if the antidote is administered in time."
"He said you would know what to do."
"I am quite certain he did. Tell me, how did you come by the acquaintance of Dr. John Kearns?"
Our guest's eyes widened in astonishment.
"However did you know his name?"
There is only one man I know, and who knows me, who would play such a fiendish prank."
"Prank? Poisoning a man? Hurling him to the threshold of death's doorway for the purpose of delivering a package? That's a prank to you?"
"Yes,"
the doctor cried, forgetting himself, and what this suffering soul had been through, for a moment.
"The package. Will Henry carry it down to the basement and put on a pot for tea? I'm sure Mr.
Kendall, Wymond Kendall.
Mr. Kendall could do with a cup, I think. Snap to now, Will Henry. I suspect we're in for a long night."
The package, a wooden box wrapped in plain brown paper, was not particularly heavy or cumbersome. I toted it quickly to the laboratory, placed it on the doctor's work table, and returned upstairs to find the kitchen empty. I could hear the rise and fall of their voices coming from the parlor down the hall while I made the tea, my thoughts a confusion of dreadful anticipation and disquieted memory. It hadn't been quite a year since my first encounter with the man named Jack Kearns, if that was his name. He seemed to have more than one. Corey, he had called himself, and Schmidt. There was one other name, the one he'd given himself in the fall of the previous year, the one by which history would remember him, the one that best described his true nature. He was not a monstrumologist like my master. It was not clear to me then what he was, except an expert in the darker regions of the natural world, and of the human heart.
"He was renting a flat for me on Dorset Street in Whitechapel," I heard Kendall say. "He was not the usual kind of tenant one finds in the East End. Clearly he could afford better, but he told me he liked to be close to his work at the Royal London Hospital. He seemed very dedicated to his work. Told me he lived for nothing else. Do you know, the funny thing is, I liked him. I liked Dr. Kearns very much. He was quite the conversationalist, a marvellous if slightly skewed sense of humour, very well-read, and he'd always been on time with his rent. So when he came up 2 months late, I thought something must have happened to him. This is Whitechapel, after all. Dr. Kearns kept very late hours, and I was afraid he might have been waylaid by ruffians, or worse. So more out of concern for his welfare than the arrears, I decided to check up on him."
"I take it you found him well," offered the doctor.
"Oh, he was the picture of soundness and good cheer. The same old Kearns. Invited me in for a spot of tea as if nothing were amiss. Told me he had been distracted lately by a particularly troublesome case. A yeoman with the British Navy who was suffering from some mysterious tropical fever. Kearns seemed completely taken aback, though touched by my concern for his welfare. When I brought up the matter of the rent, he expressed his mortification, blaming it on this case of his, and assuring me I would have it, plus interest, by the end of the week. So soothed was I by his silver-tongued rationale, and also a bit embarrassed to intrude upon his important work, I actually apologized for coming to collect what was rightfully mine. Oh, he is the devil's own progeny, this Dr. John Kearns."
"He has a way with words," the doctor allowed, "among other things. Ah, but here is Will Henry with the tea."
The monstrumologist was standing by the mantel when I entered, running a finger contemplatively up and down the nose of the bust of the ancient Greek philosopher Zeno. Our guest reclined on the divan, his lean face still flushed from his ordeal. He reached for his cup with a quivering hand.
"The tea," he murmured. "It must have been the tea."
"The medium for the poison?"
asked the doctor.
"No, he injected that once I'd come to my senses."
"Ah, you mean he slipped you some sort of sleeping draught?" That must have been the case. There can be no other explanation. I thanked him for the tea. Oh, how he must have relished my appreciation. And was no more than 2 steps from the door when the room began to spin and all went black. When I awoke, many hours had passed, night had fully come on, and there he was beside me, smiling ghoulishly. "You've had a bit of a spell," he said. "I fear so," said I. I felt utterly drained and entirely helpless, emptied of all vitality. Just turning my head to look at him required every ounce of strength in my body. "Lucky for you it struck in the presence of a doctor," he observed with a perfectly straight face. "I thought something was the matter when I first saw you, Kendall, a bit green around the gills. Of course you've probably been working too hard, exploiting the poor and downtrodden, collecting rents on hovels a rat would be ashamed to call home. A case of slumlord exhaustion is my guess. I would suggest you consider a holiday in the countryside. Get some fresh air. The atmosphere of these neighborhoods is absolutely putrid, infused as it is with the funk of human suffering and despair. Take a trip. A change of scenery would work wonders." I protested vehemently at these offensive remarks. "I am no slumlord, Dr. Warthrop. I provide a necessary service, and only once or twice have I put someone out for not paying the rent." So complete was my outrage, I would have struck him for these repugnant jibes upon my character, but I could not raise my hand even an inch from the bed. "I am exceedingly glad you dropped by," he went on in that maddeningly chipper tone of his. "God himself must have sent you, God or something very much like him. You see, I can't trust it to the mails, and I can't go myself. I must take my leave of this blessed isle tomorrow, and finding a reliable courier in this milieu has proved more difficult than I anticipated. You simply cannot rely upon anyone from the ghetto, but I don't have to tell you that. And now here you are, Kendall, delivered unto me like the best of presents, wholly satisfactory and completely unexpected, the answer to a prayer of a man who never prays. It is serendipitous, to say the least, don't you think?" Kendall paused, sipped his tea, and stared silently for a moment into space. He possessed the haunted look of a man who had barely escaped a brush with death's angel, which, literally, he had. Well, I will confess I didn't know what to think, Dr. Warthrop. What was I to think? In an instant and without warning, all my faculties had been stripped from me, and now I lay dizzy, my thoughts a blur, paralyzed upon his bed, with him leering down at me. What was a man to think? "It is a small matter," he went on, "a trifle, really, but it should be delivered sooner rather than later. If it is what I suspect it is, and represents what I think it represents, he'll want it quickly. Delay might cost him the entire game, and he would never forgive me." "Who?" I asked. Understand, I was quite beside myself at this point, for it had at last dawned on me that he was the cause of my sudden and mysterious affliction. "Who would never forgive you?" Warthrop, of course, the Monstrumologist. Now don't tell me you've never heard of him. He's a very dear friend of mine. You might call us brothers in a spiritual sense, of course, though we couldn't be more different from each other. He's entirely too serious for one, and he possesses a curious romantic streak for someone who fancies himself a scientist. Has a savior complex, if you want my opinion. Wants to save the whole bloody world from itself, while my motto has always been, live and let live. Why, the other day, I killed a large spider, quite without thinking it through, and afterward I was consumed with remorse for what had that spider ever done to me? What makes me, by virtue of my superior intellect and size, any better than my 8-legged flatmate? I did not choose to be a man any more than he chose to be a spider. Are we both not equal players in the grand design, each fulfilling the role given to us? Until I violated the sacred covenant between us and the one who made us? It's enough to tear a man's soul in twain." "You're mad," I told him. I could not help myself. "To the contrary, my dear Kendall," the monster replied. "It is your great good fortune to be in the company of the sanest man alive. It has taken me years to rid myself of all delusion and pretense, the cloak of self-righteous superiority with which we humans drape ourselves. In this sense, the spider is our superior. He does not question his nature. He is not burdened by the sense of self. The mirror is nothing to him but a pane of glass. He is pure, as sinless as Adam before the fall.
Even Warthrop, that incorrigible moralist, would agree with me. I've no more right to kill the spider than you've to judge me. You, sir, are the hare at this tea party. I am Alice." He withdrew for a moment while I lay as if a 2-ton boulder pressed down upon me, barely able to draw the next breath. When he returned, he was holding the syringe in his hand. I will confess, Dr. Warthrop, I'd never known fear like that. The room began to spin again, but not from any sleeping draught, from sheer terror. Helplessly I watched as he tapped the glass and pressed upon the plunger. A single drop clung to the needle's tip, glistening like the finest crystal in the lamplight. "Do you know what this is, Kendall?" he asked softly, and then he chuckled, long and low. "Of course you don't. I wax rhetorical. It's a very rare toxin distilled from the sap of the pyrite tree, an interesting example of one of the Creator's more maleficent flora, indigenous to a single island 14 nautical miles from the Galapagos archipelago, called the Isle of Demons. I love that name, don't you? It's so evocative. But now I wax poetical." He drew close, so close I could see my own reflection in the dark, blank pools that were his eyes. Oh, those eyes! If I ever should see them again in 1,000 years, it would be too soon. Blacker than the blackest pit, empty, so empty of everything, Dr. Warthrop. Not human, not animal, not anything. "It's called tea butter," he whispered. "Remember that, Kendall. When Warthrop asks you what I've stuck you with, tell him that. Tell him it is tea butter. He poisoned me with tea butter." My master was nodding gravely, but did I detect a hint of amusement in his eyes? I wondered what in this horrible tale the monstrumologist could find the least bit comical. He slipped a piece of paper into my pocket. "Yes, here it is. I still have it." He held it up for the doctor to see. "Your address, and the name of the poison, lest I forget it." Forget it? As if I will ever forget that accursed name. He told me I had 10 days. "More or less, my dear Kendall. More or less." He proceeded to lecture me, hovering there with that horrid needle glistening an inch from my nose, on how prized this poison was, how the Tsar of Russia kept a stash of it in the royal safe, how it was valued by the ancients. They say it was what really killed Cleopatra. How it was the method of choice of assassins, preferred because it was so slow-acting, allowing the perpetrator to be miles away by the time the victim's heart exploded in his chest. That ghastly speech was followed by an extended description of the poison's effects: loss of appetite, insomnia, restlessness, racing thoughts, palpitations, paranoid delusions, excessive perspiration, constipated bowel in some cases, or diarrhea in others. The doctor nodded curtly. He had grown impatient. I knew what it was. The box. The package was pulling on him, beckoning him. Whatever Kearns had entrusted to this loquacious Englishman, it was valuable enough, at least in the monstrumological sense, to risk killing a man over its successful delivery.
Yes, Warthrop said. "I am familiar with the effects of teapota, as acquainted, if not as intimately, as—"
Now it was Kendall who interrupted, for he was more there than here, and ever would be, lying helpless upon Kearns's bed, while the lunatic leaned over him, leering in the lamplight. I doubt the poor man ever fully escaped that dingy flat in London's East End, not in the truest sense. To his death, he remained a prisoner of that memory, a thrall in service to Dr. John Kearns.
"Please," I begged him, Kendall continued. "Please, for the love of God." Ill-chosen words, Dr. Warthrop. At the mention of the deity's name, his entire manner was transformed, as if I had profaned the Virgin herself. His ghoulish grin disappeared, the mouth drew down, the eyes narrowed. "For what, did you say?" he asked in a dangerous whisper. "For God? Do you believe in God, Kendall? Are you praying to him now? How odd. Shouldn't you rather pray to me, since I now hold death literally an inch from your nose?
Who has more power now, me or God? Before you answer God, think carefully, Kendall. If you are right, and I stab you with my needle, does that prove you right or wrong? And which answer would be worse? If right, then God surely favors me over you. In fact, he must despise you for your sin, and I am merely his instrument. If wrong, then you pray to nothing. He shook the needle in my face. Nothing! And then he laughed. As if in counterpoint, he paused in his narration and cried bitter tears. And then he said, the foul beast, "Why do men pray to God, Kendall? I've never understood it. God loves us. We are his creation, like my spider. We are his beloved. Yet when faced with mortal danger, we pray to him to spare us. Shouldn't we pray instead to the one who would destroy us, who has sought our destruction from the very beginning? What I mean to say is, aren't we praying to the wrong person? We should beseech the devil, not God. Don't mistake me. I'm not telling you where to direct your supplications. I'm merely pointing out the fallacy of them, and perhaps hinting at the reason behind prayer's curious inefficaciousness." Kendall paused to angrily wipe clean his face, and said, "Well, I suppose you can guess what he did next."
"He injected you with teapota," tried my master, "and within a matter of seconds you lost consciousness. When you awoke, Kearns was gone." Our tormented guest was nodding.
"And in his stead, the package."
"And you made straight away to book your passage to America."
"I considered going to the police, of course."
"But doubted they would believe such an extravagant tale."
"Or admitting myself into hospital."
"Risking that they would not know the antidote for so rare a toxin."
I had no choice but to do his bidding, and hope he was telling the truth, which it seems he was, for I am feeling myself again. Oh, I cannot tell you what agony these last 8 days have been, Dr. Warthrop. What if you were away? What if those 2 hours' delay in New York had been 2 hours too much? What if he'd been wrong, and you knew not the antidote?"
"Well, I was not. They weren't, and I did. And here you are, safe and sound, and only slightly worse for wear."
The doctor turned quickly to me and said,
"Will Henry, stay with our guest while I have a look at this trifle of Dr. Kearns. Mr. Kendall might be hungry after his ordeal. See to it, Will Henry. If you'll excuse me, Mr. Kendall, but Jack did say delay might cost the entire game."
With that, the monstrumologist fled the room. I heard his hurried footfalls down the hall, the creak of the basement door, and then the thunder of his descent into the laboratory. An awkward silence ensued between my companion and me. I felt slightly embarrassed over the doctor's abrupt and disrespectful departure. Warthrop was never one to observe the strict protocols of proper Victorian society. "Would you care for something to eat, sir?" I asked. Kendall drew a heavy breath, the color high in his cheeks, and said,
"I just vomited and shat my way across the entire Atlantic Ocean. No, I would not like something to eat."
"Another cup of tea?"
"Tea? Oh, dear God!"
So we sat for a few moments with but the ticking of the mantel clock for company, until at last he dozed off, for who knew how long it had been since he last had slept? I tried, and failed, to imagine the unimaginable terror he must have felt, knowing that with each tick of the clock he'd drawn closer to the final doorway, that one-way ingress into oblivion, every delay dangerous, each moment lost perilous. Did he consider himself lucky, or did he think it more than luck? And then it occurred to me that he'd never given an answer to Kearns's question. To whom should we pray? With a shudder, I wondered to whom he had prayed, and who precisely had answered. Chapter 2. I have all that I need. I crept from the parlor to the basement door, reasoning that, though unbidden, I would be slightly less useless by the doctor's side. The laboratory below was ablaze in light, and I could hear the soft, unintelligible exclamations of the monstrumologist. I will confess, even I, who thought daily of running away from the house on Harrington Lane as fast as his 13-year-old legs could carry him, who more than once wished he could be anywhere in the world other than at the side of a monstrumologist before the necropsy table, who nearly every night prayed to the same holy being, about whose efficacy and existence the unholy Kearns had scoffed, that he might be delivered somehow, some way, into a life more like the one that had been snatched from him nearly 3 years before. Even I felt the pull of the box, felt the by now familiar morbid regard for all loathsome things, the citizens of our nightmares, the denizens of our darkest dreams. What is in that package? What has been delivered this night? I will not say my descent was eager, but it was swift, and not entirely owing to my sense of duty. I did want to see what was in that box, dreaded it, and desired it. More than anything else, dread and desire were my chief inheritance from the monstrumologist. I caught the word magnificent as I came down. The doctor was bent over his work table with his back toward me, hiding the open box from view. The twine and brown paper wrapping, hastily ripped away, lay in a wad on the floor. The bottom step whispered the smallest of groans beneath my feet, and he whirled around, pressing the small of his back against the tabletop and spreading his arms wide to obscure what was on the table.
"Will Henry!" he cried hoarsely. "What the devil are you doing? I told you to stay with Kendall."
"Mr. Kendall is asleep, sir."
"I've no doubt that he is. He's been injected with a 10% solution of morphine."
"Morphine, Dr. Worthrop?"
"And a bit of food coloring for effect. Perfectly harmless."
I struggled to grasp his meaning. "It wasn't the antidote?"
"There is no antidote for Tipota, Will Henry."
I gasped. Worthrop had lied, and I had never known him to tell a deliberate falsehood. In fact, he reserved his most vehement contempt for that very practice, calling it the worst sort of buffoonery and foolishness, and the monstrumologist was not the sort of man who suffered fools gladly. What could be the explanation? To placate a doomed man? To give him a measure of peace upon his final moments on earth? Had his lie been indeed an act of mercy? The doctor glanced over his shoulder at the table. He turned back to me with an icy glare.
"What?"
he demanded.
"What are you staring at?"
"Nothing, sir. I only thought you might need—"
"I have all that I need at the present, thank you. Return at once to Mr. Kendall, Will Henry. You should not be left alone."
How long does he have?"
"That is very difficult to say. There are so many variables. 30, perhaps 40 years.
"Years? But you said there was no
"Yes, I did, and no, there isn't, because there is no such thing, Will Henry. Tipota is the Greek word for nothing."
"It is?"
"No, I am lying to you. It is actually the Greek word for stupid child. Yes, it means nothing in Greek, and there is no such thing as a pyrite tree. Pyrite's other name is fool's gold. And there is no Isle of Demons near the Galapagos. When Kearns instructed Kendall, tell him it is Tipota, he meant it literally."
"You mean it was all a joke?"
"More of a trick. He needed Kendall to believe he was poisoned in order to ensure the package's delivery. Now, if you're quite finished, standing there with your jaw hanging open like the most disagreeable of mouth-breathers, please do as I requested and attend to our guest."
I did not obey immediately. My astonishment outweighed my loyalty. "But his symptoms
are all attributable to the psychological distress produced by his belief that he had been poisoned."
"So you knew the whole time? But why didn't you—"
"Tell him the truth. Do you think the poor fool would have believed me if I had? He doesn't know me from Adam. Might not he think I was part of Jack's fiendish plan and keel over from a heart attack brought on by the enormity of his fear and the finality of all hope?
There was a good possibility of that, and it was something Kearns probably anticipated, making his game all the more wickedly delicious. Imagine it, Will Henry. The lie sends him all the way here, and then the truth kills him. No, I saw through it at once, and took the only moral path available to me. And so, even saints may sin that God's will be done. He pointed up the stairs. Snap to, Will Henry. So I did, though there wasn't much snap in my two. He called after me, Shut the door behind you and do not come down again. Yes, sir, I will, Dr. Worthrop, and I won't. I kept the first promise, at least. I sat in the parlor with our unconscious guest, restless and bored. I was not accustomed to being dispensed with, after being told ad nauseum by my master how indispensable I was. I was suffering also from the dreadful notion that Worthrop might be wrong, that there was such a poison as tipota, and at any moment Kendall would keel over. I did not wish to watch a man's heart explode in our parlor. But as the minutes ticked by, he continued to breathe, and I to stew. Why had the monstrumologist so abruptly dismissed me? What was in that box that he did not want me to see? He had never seemed particularly concerned about exposing me to the most disgusting and frightening of biological phenomena, or to their handiwork. I was, like it or not, his apprentice, and had not he himself often said, You must become accustomed to such things? 10 minutes. 15. Then the crash and rattle of the basement door flying open, the thunder of his footsteps down the hall, and Worthrop barreled into the room. He went straight to the divan and hauled Kendall upright. "Kendall!" he shouted into the man's face. "Wake up!" Kendall's eyes fluttered open, closed again. I noticed the doctor had donned a pair of gloves. "Did you open it, Kendall? Kendall, did you touch what was inside?" He grabbed the unconscious man by the wrists, turned Kendall's hands this way and that, and then bent low to sniff his fingers. He pulled up Kendall's eyelids and squinted deep into the unseeing orbs. "What is it?" I asked. "At least 3 have touched it. Was one you, Kendall? Was it you?" The man answered with a soft moan, deep in his drug-induced dream. Worthrop snorted with frustration, turned on his heel, and marched from the room, pausing at the door to bark at me to remain where I was. "Watch him, Will Henry, and call to me at once if he wakes, and do not touch him under any circumstances." I thought he would race back to the basement, but he fled in the opposite direction, and presently I heard him in the library, yanking old weathered tomes from the shelves and depositing them on the large table with thunderous wallops. I could hear him muttering to himself in agitation, but could not make out the words. I crept down the hall to the library door. He was standing with his back to me, hunched over a leather-bound book. He stiffened suddenly, sensing my presence, and whirled around. "What?" he cried. "What do you want now?" Did I what? Could you what? Is there anything I can do for you, sir?" "I told you already what you could do, Will Henry, yet here you are. Why are you here, Will Henry?" "I thought you might want me to—" "Interrupt my work? Hector me with your incessant sycophantic sniveling? It is not as if I asked you to construct a perpetual motion machine or juggle teacups while you stood on your pointy little head. My distinct memory is that I asked you to watch Mr. Kendall. That is all and nothing else, but you seem incapable of following even that simple injunction." "I'm sorry, sir," I said, fighting back the dueling desires to flee and to throw myself upon the floor in a childish fit. I backed out of the doorway and returned to the parlor. Kendall had not moved a muscle, but mine were moving quite freely, particularly the ones around my mouth. "I hate him," I whispered to my incognizant witness. "Oh, how I hate him! Snap to, Will Henry, snap to! Why don't you snap to, Worthrop? Straight to hell." It was so unfair. I had not asked for this. My father had gladly served the monstrumologist, but my own servitude was more of the involuntary kind, the result of tragic circumstances with which I, at 13, had yet fully to come to terms. If not for the man who had just unfairly and savagely upbraided me, my father and mother would still be alive, and I would not know a scintilla of the dark and dusty interior of 425 Harrington Lane. Perhaps the monstrumologist was not directly responsible for their deaths, but monstrumology certainly was. Oh, that accursed philosophy, that noisome science that had doomed my parents, and now me. The acrid stench of rotting flesh, the sightless orbs of some foul creature staring up at me from the necropsy table, the unutterable horror of Pellinore Warthrop cleaning human flesh from bloody fangs as he whistled with the happiness of a man lost in the thing he loves. While the boy he'd inherited, the boy who had watched his parents perish in a fire for which he, Warthrop, had supplied the metaphorical match, stood in half-swoon close by, ever the faithful, indispensable companion, feet like ice in blood-flecked shoes on a cold stone floor. And little by little, that boy's soul, his human animus, growing cold, going numb, atrophying. Wer mit Ungeheuern kämpft, mag so sehen, dass nicht dabei zum Ungeheuer wird. Do you know what this means? I do. Year after year, month after month, day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, second after second, in the company of the monstrumologist, something chews at the soul, like the churning surf shapes the shoreline, eroding the edifice, exposing the bones, revealing the skeletal structure beneath our sense of human exceptionalism. When I first came to live with him, it was part of our dissection protocol to have a bucket by the table, so I might unload the contents of my stomach. It was inevitable. After a year at his side, the pail was no longer necessary. I could reach my hands into the putrid remains of an organism's corruption as casually as a young girl plucks daisies in the meadow. I could feel it as I held vigil in that parlor, the loosening of something bound tight inside me, an unraveling that both thrilled and terrified. I had no name for it, not then, not at 13, this thing unwinding inside me. It was part of me, the most fundamental part, perhaps, and it was apart from me, and the tension between them, the me and not me, could break the world in half. Wer mit Ungeheuern kämpft. I don't mean to speak in riddles. I'm an old man now. The old speak plainly. It is our prerogative. If I would speak plainly, I would call it Das Ungeheuer. But that is only my name for the me, not me, the unwinding thing that compelled and repulsed me, the thing in me and the thing in you that whispers like thunder, I am. You may have a different name for it, but you've seen it. You cannot be human and not see it, feel its pull, hear it whisper like thunder. You would flee from it, but it is you, and so where might you run? You would embrace it, but it is not you, and so how might you hold it? You see, more than a starving man wants bread, I wanted to see what was in that box, whatever it might be. That desire made me more my master's progeny than my own father's. I was Pellinore Warthrop reincarnate, but unalloyed by any poetic compunctions. In me, it was pure hunger, a desire untainted by platitudes or petty human morals. But within that thing inside unwinding, Das Ungeheuer, also dwelled the loathing, the counterbalancing force of revulsion that screamed for me to remain in the parlor with Kendall. My charge had moved not a muscle in nearly an hour, and did not look as if he would for several more. If I remained a moment more, my heart might explode. By that point I did not merely want to look at Kearns's special gift. I had to look, I crept down the hall and peeked into the library, where I spied the monstrumologist seated at the table, his head resting on his folded arms. Softly I called his name. He did not move. Well, thought I, he's either sleeping or he's dead. If the former, I dare not wake him. If the latter, I cannot. I shuffled quickly and quietly to the basement door, hesitating but half a breath before making the descent. And within me, the unwinding. Just one little look, I promised myself. I reasoned it must be a very curious prize indeed for my master to be so secretive about it. And to be honest, my pride was wounded. I interpreted his caginess as a lack of trust. After all we had been through together, if he could not trust me, the one person in the world who endured him, whom could he trust? A black cloth covered the work table. Beneath it lay the prize of Dr. John Kearns. I could see the outline of the box in which it had arrived. Now why had the monstrumologist covered it? To hide it from prying eyes, obviously. And there was only one pair of eyes in the house that would pry. My anger and shame doubled. How dare he? Had I not proved myself time and again? Had I not always been the model of unquestioning loyalty and steadfast devotion? And this was my recompense? The gall of the man! I did not gingerly lift one corner and furtively glance at what lay beneath. I flung back the black cloth. It snapped angrily in the cold atmosphere as it fell away. Chapter 3. The Answer to a Prayer Unspoken. I gasped. I could not help it. I might have perversely prided myself on my transformation from naive boy to world-weary apprentice to a monstrumologist, morbidly happy with the carapace that had grown around my tender sensibilities, but this laid me bare, exposing the aboriginal proto-human that still dwells within us all, the one who regards in terror the vast depths of the evening sky and the unblinking eye of the soulless moon. The doctor's word for it had been magnificent. That was not the word I would have chosen. From a greater distance and in weaker light, it might have resembled a bit of ancient earthenware, a large clay serving bowl, perhaps, though one fashioned by a blind man or a potter still learning the craft. It was, for lack of a better word, lumpy. The sides bulged, the rim was uneven, and the bottom was slightly convex, causing it to lean precariously toward one side. But the distance was not great, and the light not weak. I saw close up and clearly the material with which this odd container was constructed. I'd learned enough anatomy from Warthrop to identify some of the things that constituted this confusing morass of remains, woven together with mind-boggling intricacy. There a proximal phalanx, here a mandible snapped in half, but others were as mysterious and nearly meaningless as pieces of a jigsaw puzzle scattered to the four corners of a room. Rip a human being apart, shred him into pieces no larger than the length of your thumb, and see how much of him you can recognize. Is that a tuft of hair, or a muscle's stringy sinew turned black? And that blob of purplish substance there, a piece of his heart, or perhaps a chunk of his liver? The difficulty was compounded by the interweaving of the various parts. Imagine an enormous robin's nest, fashioned not from twigs and leaves, but from human remains. Yes, I thought, not a bowl, a nest. That's what it reminds me of. It puzzled me at first, how the monstrous artisan, whoever or whatever he was, had managed to achieve it. Lifeless tissue rots quickly when exposed to the elements, and without some bonding agent the entire gruesome sack would no doubt have collapsed into a chaotic mass. The thing did glisten like fired clay in the harsh, electrified lighting of the laboratory. Perhaps that's how my first impression of it was formed, for it was coated in a slightly opaque, gelatinous substance resembling mucus. In his mad rush to confront Kendall,
"Did you open it, Kendall? Did you touch what was inside?"
the doctor had abandoned his notes. At the top of the page was this notation: London, 2nd of February, 89, Whitechapel. John Kearns. Magnificum? Below this line was a word I did not recognize, for my studies in the classical languages had languished under the doctor's care. He had written it in large block letters that dominated the page. Tophaneos. The rest of the page was blank. It was as if, once he had committed that one word to paper, he could think of nothing else to write. Or, I thought, there was nothing else he dared to write. This was deeply troubling, more so than what he had hidden beneath the black cloth. Though still a boy, I could, as I've confessed, endure with stoic fortitude the grotesque manifestations of nature's villainous side. This was far worse. It shook the foundations of my devotion to him. The man with whom, for whom, I lived, the one for whom I had risked my life and would again without hesitation at the slightest provocation, the man whom in my mind I called not the Monstrumologist, but the Monstrumologist, was acting less like a scientist and more like a conspirator to a crime. There remained but one thing to do before I made good my escape from the basement. I did not want to, and nothing required that I do it. In fact, every good impulse in me urged an expeditious retreat. But there are thoughts we think in the forward part of our brains, and then there are those whose origins are much deeper, in the animal part, the part that remembers the terrors of the open savanna at night, the oldest part that was there before the primordial voice that spoke the words, "I am." I did not want to look into that glistening sack of dismembered remains. I had to look. Leaning on the edge of the table for balance, I went onto my tiptoes to peer inside. If function followed form, there could be but one purpose for this strange and strangely beautiful objet trouvé.
"Will Henry!" a sharp voice cried behind me. In 2 strides he was upon me, pulling me back as if from a precipice, whipping me round to face him. His eyes shone with fury and, something I rarely witnessed, fear. "What the devil are you doing, Will Henry?" he shouted into my upturned face. "Did you touch it? Answer me, did you touch it?" He grabbed my wrists as he'd done Kendall's and brought my fingertips close to his nose, sniffing noisily, anxiously. "No," I stammered. "No, Dr. Warthorpe, I didn't touch it." "Do not lie to me." "I'm not lying, I swear I didn't touch it, sir. I'm sorry, sir, I fell asleep, and then I woke up, and I thought I heard you down here." His dark eyes searched mine intently for several agonized moments. Gradually, some of the fear I saw reflected there faded. His hands dropped to his sides. His shoulders relaxed. He stepped around me to the table and said briskly, sounding more like his old self, "Well, what's done is done. You've seen it, you might as well lend a hand. And to answer your question—" "My question, sir?" "The one you did not ask. It is empty, Will Henry." He set to work methodically, his excitement betrayed only in his eyes. Oh, how those dark eyes danced with delight. He was wholly in his unholy element now. This was his raison d'etre, the world of blood and umbrage that is monstrumology. "Hand me the loop, and I'll need you to hold the light for me, Will Henry. Close now, but not too close. Here, put on these gloves. Always wear gloves. Don't forget." He slipped on the loop and cinched the headband tight. The thick lens made his eye appear absurdly large in proportion to his face. He leaned over the gift from John Kearns, while I directed the light upon its glistening, irregular surface. He did not move the object. We rotated around it. He stopped several times in our circuit around the table,
bringing his nose dangerous. The thick lens made his eye appear absurdly large in proportion to his face. He leaned over the gift from John Kearns, while I directed the light upon its glistening, irregular surface. He did not move the object. We rotated around it. He stopped several times in our circuit around the table, bringing his nose dangerously close to the surface of the thing, transfixed by minutiae invisible to my naked eye.
"Beautiful," he murmured. "So beautiful."
"What is it?" I wondered aloud. I couldn't help myself. "What is this thing, Dr. Worthrop?" He straightened, pressing his hands against the small of his back, wincing, for he had been stooping for nearly an hour.
"This?" he asked, his voice quavering with exhilaration. "This, William Henry, is the answer to a prayer unspoken."
Though I hardly understood what he meant, I did not press him to elaborate. Monstrumologists, I had learned, do not pray to the same gods we do.
"Come along,"
he cried, turning abruptly on his heel and racing up the stairs.
"And bring the lamp. The morphine should be wearing off soon, and it's imperative that we eliminate Mr. Kendall as a suspect."
A suspect, I wondered. A suspect of what? In the parlor, the doctor crouched before the supine man, who was now groaning, arms crossed over his chest, eyes rolling beneath the fluttering lids. Worthrop pressed his gloved fingers against the man's neck, listening to Kendall's heart, and then pried open both of the man's eyelids to stare into his jittery, unseeing eyes.
"Beside me here, Will Henry."
I went to my knees beside him and shone the light into Kendall's jerking orbs. The doctor bent very low, so close their noses almost touched, creating the absurd tableau of a kiss suspended. He murmured something. It sounded like Latin.
"Oculus Dei."
"What are you looking for?" I whispered. "You said he wasn't poisoned."
"I said he wasn't poisoned by Kearns. There are 3 distinct sets of fingerprints infixed in the sputum coagulate. Someone has handled it. 3 someones, apparently, and I doubt John was one of them. He knows better."
"It's poisonous?"
"To put it mildly," the doctor answered, "if the stories have an ounce of truth."
"What stories?" He did not turn from his task, but he sighed heavily. The doctor was like most men in this, at least. He was not adept in performing 2 things at once.
"The stories of the nidus, Will Henry, and of the poudre serre. Now you are going to ask, what is a nidus, and what is poudre serre? But I beg you to hold your questions for now. I'm trying to think."
After a moment he stood up. He regarded his accidental patient for another moment or 2. Then he turned and stared silently at me for another 2 or 3. "Yes, sir?" I said, with a tremulous little gulp. The heavy silence and his unreadable expression unnerved me.
"I don't see that we have a choice, Will Henry,"
he said matter-of-factly.
"I don't know for certain he's touched it, and the stories may be nothing more than superstition and tall tales, but it's better to err on the side of caution. Run upstairs and strip the bed in the guest room, and we're going to need some sturdy rope. I should give him another dose of morphine, I suppose."
"Rope, sir?"
"Yes, rope. 24 or 5 feet should be enough. We can cut it to fit." "Well, what are you waiting for? Snap to, Will Henry. Oh, and one more thing," he called after me. I paused at the door. "Just as a precaution, get my revolver."
Chapter 4. It is human to turn round. In another half-hour it was done. Wyman Kendall lay spread-eagled upon a bare mattress, stripped to his undergarments, bound by wrists and ankles to the 4 posters, and beside him was the monstrumologist, who had decided to postpone another dose of morphine, though he kept the syringe close, in case, he confessed, his faith in the probity of our species was misplaced. Kendall moaned deep in his throat. Then his eyes fluttered open. Worthrop rose from his chair, his hand dropping casually into his coat pocket, where I'd seen him slip the gun. He offered the disoriented soul what I call the Worthropian smile, thin-lipped, awkward, more of a grimace than a grin. "How are you feeling, Mr. Kendall?" "I'm cold." He tried to sit up. That he could not came home to him slowly, the realization exposed in his expression, which was nearly comical in its glacial shift from shock to unalloyed terror. He jerked hard on the ropes. The bedposts creaked. The frame shook.
"What is the meaning of this, Worthrop? Release me! Release me at once!"
It was too much for the poor man to bear. In less than a fortnight he'd found himself in the same position he'd been in at the beginning of this strange and unexpected nightmare. It must have seemed to him that he had escaped one madman, only to be captured by another.
"I have no intention of harming you," my master tried to reassure him. "What I've done is for your own protection, as well as my own. I will gladly release you when I am satisfied that neither of us is in danger." "Danger?" the panicked victim squeaked. "But you gave me the antidote." "Mr. Kendall, there is no antidote for the danger of which I speak. You must tell me the truth now. Though all men lie, and most men more than they should or even must, the truth in this instance could literally set you free." "What are you talking about? I've told you the truth. I've told you everything exactly as I remember it. Dear God, how could I invent such a tale?"
Spittle flew from his lips. Worthrop took a step back and calmly held up his hand, waiting for the man to calm himself before the doctor continued. "I'm not accusing you of admission, Kendall. I am accusing you of omission. Tell me the truth. Did you touch it?"
"Touch it? Touch what? What did I touch? I didn't touch anything."
"He told you not to touch it. I'm sure he did. He couldn't suffer his courier to touch it and risk it being lost or destroyed. He must have warned you not to touch it."
"Are you talking about the package? You think I opened it? Why would I open it?"
"You couldn't bear it. The not knowing. Why would Kearns go to such bizarre lengths to send me this package? What was in it that was so valuable he was willing to commit murder rather than see it go undelivered? You were terrified. You didn't want to open it, but you had to open it. Your desire is understandable, Mr. Kendall. It is human to turn round, to stare into Medusa's face, to tie ourselves to the mainmast to hear the siren song, to turn back as Lot's wife turned back. I am not angry at you for looking, but you did look. You did touch it." Kendall had begun to cry. His head rocked back and forth on the bare mattress. He twisted his arms, his legs, and I heard the rope scratching against his flesh. The monstrumologist snatched the lamp from my hand and brought it close to the tormented man's face. Kendall recoiled. His right arm jerked as he instinctively attempted to cover his eyes. "You are sensitive to light, aren't you, Mr. Kendall?" Worthrop handed the lamp back to me. The doctor grasped Kendall's right index finger with his gloved hand, and the man winced in pain, teeth clamping down hard on his bottom lip to stifle the sob of pain. "This was the hand, wasn't it? The hand that touched the thing inside the box. The hand that touched what no hand should touch." The doctor rolled the man's fingers within his loosely closed hand. "Your joints ache terribly, don't they? All over, but particularly in this hand. You've been telling yourself it's the cold, or the teapota, perhaps, or both. It is neither." He closed his fist around the base of Kendall's fingers and said, "They're growing numb, aren't they? The numbness began at the tips of the ones with which you touched it, but the numbness is spreading. You are telling yourself the rope is cutting off the circulation, or the room is very cold. It is neither." Worthrop released his hand. "I cannot say with any reasonable certainty how badly you will suffer, Mr. Kendall. As far as I know, yours is the first verifiable exposure known to science."
"Exposure, you say? Exposure to what?"
"The Welsh call it poudre serre, the rot of stars."
"Star rot? What the bloody hell is that?"
A rather poetic description of a substance that is neither rot nor from the stars, the doctor said. His voice had assumed that maddeningly dry, lecturing tone I'd heard 1,000 times before. It is actually part of the digestive system, like our own saliva, but unlike our saliva, it is highly toxic.
All right, damn you, yes, I touched it. I did touch it. I reached into that blasted box and gave it a pinch, but that was all. I didn't take it out and cuddle with it, just a little touch, a tiny poke to see what it was. That's all. That's all.
The doctor was nodding gravely. His expression was one of profound pity. That was probably enough, he said.
Why am I bound to this bed?
I have told you.
Why have you taken my clothes?
So I may examine you.
What is the thing in the box?
It is called the Nidus Ex Magnificum.
What is it for?
Its name explains its function.
Where does it come from?
Well, that is the riddle, isn't it, Mr. Kendall? What did John Kearns say?
He didn't.
He's a viper, I would agree, but as far as I know, his sputum is not venomous, or even particularly sticky. He did not make the nidus. Did he happen to mention by any chance where the maker might be?
No, he did not. I told you. Everything he said. Ah, God, the light burns my eyes.
Here, I shall lay this cloth over them. Is that better?
Yes, please untie me.
I wish I could. Would you like something to eat?
Oh, God, no. My stomach hurts.
Mr. Kendall, I'm going to extract a small sample of your blood. Slight pinch. Good. Will Henry, another vial, please. Where's the other one? Did you lose it? Ah, there it is. Slow, deep breaths, Mr. Kendall. Would you like another shot of morphine for your nerves?
I want you to untie me from this bloody bed.
Will Henry, will you turn off the light, please, and close the door? The doctor removed the cloth. Mr. Kendall, I want you to open your eyes. Do you see me clearly?
Yes, I can see you.
Really? I can't see you. The room is pitch dark. Tell me, how many fingers am I holding up?
3. Why?
It is called Oculus Dei, Mr. Kendall. I do not know who gave it that colorful sobriquet.
What does it mean?
The eyes of God.
I know that. I did manage to pick up a bit of Latin in school, Dr. Warthrop. I am asking what it means.
The Monstrumologist did not know the answer, or if he did, he kept it to himself. He drew me into the hall and shut the door. An extraordinary development, Will Henry, and not without its fair share of irony. He is poisoned, not by Kearns's hand, but by his own, literally.
Is he going to die?
Warthrop confessed he did not know. We are in uncharted waters, Will Henry. No victim of Poudre Serre ex Magnificum has ever been recovered, much less studied. Though his expression was grave, his voice betrayed his excitement. He may die, he may fully recover. I have some hope. After all, his exposure was minuscule, and there are some anecdotal reports that suggest Poudre Serre loses some of its potency over time. It could depend upon the age of the nidus.
Shouldn't we... Would you like me to fetch a doctor, sir?
To what purpose? Mr. Kendall is not suffering from a head cold, Will Henry. The unfortunate fool has managed to find his greatest fortune by coming to the one person who best understands his misfortune. Ha! Now I must have a look at this sample. Stay with him until I return, Will Henry. Do not leave. Under no circumstances is Mr. Kendall to be left alone. And do not doze off or allow your mind to wander. I expect to know everything he does or says while I am away. Do not touch him. Do not allow him to touch you. And pay attention, Will Henry. You are a witness to history.
Yes, sir, I responded dutifully.
I shan't be long. Here, just in case, you had better have this. He pressed the revolver into my hand.
Who is there? Kendall cried upon my stepping back into the room. The doctor had covered his eyes again before leaving and turned back on the light. It's me, Will Henry, I answered,
Where is the doctor? Where is Warthrop?
He's downstairs in his laboratory, sir.
Trying to find a cure?
I don't know, Mr. Kendall.
What do you mean?
He cried.
Is he a doctor or isn't he?
He is, but he isn't.
What did you say? He is, but he isn't?
He is not a medical doctor.
Not a medical doctor? What sort of doctor is he then?
He is a monstrumologist, sir.
A monster?
Monstrumologist.
Ologist?
Monstrumologist, I said.
Monstrumologist? That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard of. What sort of nonsense is that?
It's a scientist, I said. A doctor of natural philosophy.
Oh, good Christ,
he moaned loudly.
I have been kidnapped by a philosopher.
His chest heaved.
Why am I tied to this bed? Why aren't you taking me to the hospital?
I made no reply. I did not think it would serve any purpose to tell him the truth. I caressed the barrel of the doctor's gun nervously. Why was Kendall tied to the bed? Why had the monstrumologist given me the gun?
Hello?
He called. I'm here.
I can't feel my hands or feet. Be a good lad and help me.
I can't untie you, Mr. Kendall.
Did I ask you to untie me? Just loosen the knots a bit. The rope's cutting into my skin.
I will ask the doctor when he comes back.
Comes back? Where did he go?
He's in the laboratory, I reminded him.
I am a British citizen,
he cried shrilly.
My uncle's a member of Parliament. I will prosecute your doctor for assault and battery, kidnapping, false imprisonment and torture of a foreign national. They'll hang him for certain, and you with him.
He is only trying to help, Mr. Kendall.
Help? By stripping me bare and tying me up? By refusing to take me to a proper doctor?
The revolver's skin was cold beneath my fingers. Where was the dawn? The sun would rise soon. It had to.
I'm cold,
he whimpered.
Can't you at least put some covers on me?
I gnawed on my bottom lip. The man was shivering uncontrollably, teeth literally chattering in his head. What should I do? The doctor hadn't forbid covering him, but I was sure if he'd wanted him covered, he would have done it himself. It would clearly ease his suffering, if only by a little. And wasn't that my duty? My simple human obligation? I laid down the gun and pulled the coverlet from the closet. As I bent to spread it over his quivering form, I caught a whiff of a familiar odor, one that I had smelled many times before, the cloyingly sweet smell of putrefying flesh. I raised my head, bringing my eyes to the level of his right hand, and saw that the skin had gone from a rosy red to a light gray. It seemed almost translucent. I imagined I could see right down to his bones. The hand that had touched it, the thing that Warthrop had called beautiful, was beginning to decompose.
I am dying.
I swallowed hard and said nothing.
Squeezed. That's how I feel. Like a giant fist squeezing me, every inch, down to my very bones.
The doctor will do everything he can, I promised him.
I don't want to die. Please. Please, don't let me die.
His rotting fingers clawed uselessly at the empty air. Chapter 5. The Singular Cure. He slipped into semi-consciousness, not awake, not quite asleep. Dawn came. The doctor did not come with it. He didn't appear until an hour later. I jumped in my chair when the door opened. I was exhausted, my nerves shot.
"Why did you cover him?" he demanded.
"I didn't touch him. He was cold," I added defensively. Worthrop peeled off the coverlet and let it drop to the floor.
"It was my mother's. Now I shall have to burn it."
"I'm sorry, sir." He waved my apology away.
"As a precaution, the precise toxicity of poudre serre is unknown. How long has he been out?"
"About an hour and a half."
"About? Haven't you been keeping notes?"
I didn't have anything to write with, sir."
"Will Henry, I thought I had impressed upon you the urgency of this case, one of the most, if not the most, important discoveries in the history of biology, aberrant or otherwise. We must be meticulous. We must not allow our personal failures or biases to compromise our observations. When did this grayish discoloration begin to manifest itself?"
"Shortly after he went downstairs," I answered, my face hot with shame. I had not noted the hour. "It started with his hand."
"Which hand?"
"His right hand, sir."
Stands to reason. It's spreading rapidly, then."
It had, I told him. A slaty tide swamping hands, then arms, then torso, groin, legs, feet. Kendall's face was a paper-thin gray mask, stretched drum-skin tight over protruding bone.
"What has he reported?"
"He said he's going to have you arrested and hanged." Worthrop sighed loudly.
"About his symptoms, Will Henry, his symptoms."
He was bending over the bed, listening to Kendall's heart through his stethoscope. He said he was cold and that it felt like a giant fist was squeezing him. The doctor told me to bring over the lamp. With great care, he slowly removed the cloth covering Kendall's eyes and peeled up one eyelid. The orb jittered in its socket, as if maddened by the onslaught of light.
"The pupil is grossly dilated. The iris has completely disappeared," he observed.
He dropped his gloved fingers to Kendall's cheek and pressed gently. The skin ripped apart at his touch, exposing the dark gray bone beneath. A viscous mixture of pus and blood dribbled from the fissure. The noxious stench of decay wafted around our heads.
"Both dermal and epidermal layers are in active decay. The tissue have begun to liquefy. Early stages of imperfect osteogenesis noted in the zygomatic bone," Worthrop breathed. "Forming non-arthric osteophytic structures."
He ran his hands over the rest of the face, over the arms, the chest and abdomen, down the legs. He had learned his lesson. He did not press hard. His touch was whisper-soft.
"Additional osteophytic growths noted in the elbows, wrists, knuckles, knees, hips. We'll need to take some measurements of these, Will Henry. Acute myositis throughout."
He glanced down at my notes.
MYO, Will Henry, not MIO. Myositis is the inflammation you see here in the skeletal or voluntary muscles. At this rate, in a few hours, our Mr. Kendall will begin to resemble a circus strongman. A skinless one, I should say.
He peered at Kendall's right hand, then the left.
"Note the abnormal thickness and dark yellow color of the nails," he said.
He tapped one with his own gloved fingernail.
"As hard as steel. The condition is called onychoxis."
Taking pity on me, he spelled it out. He looked over at me, eyes shining with that unnerving backlit glow.
"A precise parallel to the stories in the literature, Will Henry," he whispered. "He is becoming. And it's happening faster than I first assumed."
"And you don't think a hospital—"
"Even if I did think it, the nearest hospital is in Boston. It would be over before we got there."
He's dying? Worthrop shook his head. What did that mean? Did it mean Kendall was dying? Or did it mean the monstrumologist did not know for certain? Is there a cure for it? I asked.
Not according to my sources, which are not very reliable. There is, of course, the singular cure that ends all ailments.
Only a monstrumologist, I thought, would characterize death as a cure for anything. I watched him pick up the syringe loaded with morphine and roll it back and forth in his open palm. It would ease the poor soul's suffering. It might give him the smallest measure of peace. But the drug also might interfere with the progress of Kendall's becoming, and thus compromise Worthrop's scientific inquiry. It would, in short, desecrate the temple. Without comment, the monstrumologist laid down the syringe. He seemed to tower 10 feet above the writhing form in the bed, and his shadow fell hard upon that pile of bones, wrapped loosely in its sack of gossamer skin. He told me to rest. He would hold vigil for a while.
You look terrible, he observed dispassionately. You need to sleep. Probably should find yourself something to eat, too.
I glanced toward the bed. I'm not very hungry, sir. He nodded. It made sense to him.
Where is my revolver? You haven't lost it, have you? Thank you, Will Henry. Now, off to bed. But first, I'll need you to take care of this.
He handed me a slip of paper, a note jotted down in his nearly illegible scrawl.
A letter for Dr. von Hellrung, he explained. You may want to recast it in your own hand first, Will Henry. Send it by express mail marked personal and confidential.
Yes, sir. I started out. He called after me,
Straight there and back, and be quick if you want any sleep this day.
He motioned toward the bed.
It appears to be accelerating.
The letter to the head of the Society for the Advancement of the Science of Monstrumology was brief and to the point. Personal and confidential. Von Hellrung, I have, under the most unusual of circumstances, come into possession of an authentic Nidus Ex Magnificum, by way of Dr. Jack Kearns, whom I believe you've met. Expect me in New York within the week. In the interim, direct our friends in London to make discreet inquiries into Kearns's whereabouts. He is working, or did work, at the Royal London Hospital, Whitechapel, and resided in the same district, in a flat on Dorset Street, owned by a Mr. Wymond Kendall, Esquire. Worthrop. I went straight to the post office, resisting all temptations along the way, Mr. Tanner's shop in particular, where the fragrance of fresh scones hung warm in the bitter air. The wind was sharp upon my cheek, the day bright and bracingly cold, the snow faultlessly white, dazzlingly white, unblemished, pure. My heart ached for the snow. I paused but once, and then only for a moment. There, white upon white in the beneficent snow, my former schoolhouse, and children playing in the drifts. A battle raged for the highest ground, the defenders screeching, hurling down their hastily packed cannonade upon the heads of their attackers. A little ways off, a squadron of fallen angels had left its impression, and nearby a passable likeness of the headmaster, complete with cap and cape and walking stick. And their cries were thin, their laughter high and hysterical in the biting wind. There was a boy I recognized. He was shouting something from the top of the little hill, crouched behind the ramparts of the fort, taunting the assault force below, and I remembered him. The slightly pug nose, the shaggy blonde hair, the splash of freckles across cheeks. I remembered everything about him, his high-pitched voice, the gap between his teeth, the color of his eyes, the way he smiled first with those eyes. You could see the smile coming a year before it arrived. I remembered where he lived, what his parents looked like. He had been a friend, but I could not remember his name. What was his name? He had been my friend, my best friend, and I could not remember his name. The doctor was standing in the kitchen when I came in, eating an apple.
"You're late,"
he said. He did not sound angry, not his usual self at all. He said it casually, a knee-jerk response to my entering the room.
"Did you stop somewhere?"
"No, sir, straight to the post office and back." It struck me then, and with a heart in which fear and hope intertwined in an obscene embrace, I asked, "Is he dead?"
"No, but I had to eat something. Here, you should too."
He tossed an apple at me and bade me follow him upstairs. I slipped the apple into my coat pocket. I had no appetite.
"The sclerosing bone dysplasia has exacerbated,"
he called over his shoulder as he took the steps 2 at a time.
"But his heart is as strong as a horse's, his lungs are clear, his blood superoxygenated. The edema of the muscular tissues continues unabated, and—"
He stopped suddenly and whirled about, causing me to almost smack face first into his chest.
"This is the most remarkable thing, Will Henry. Although his dermis continues to deteriorate and slough off, he hasn't lost more than a teacup's worth of blood, mostly around the wrists and ankles, so I took the precaution of loosening the bindings a bit."
I followed him into the room. Immediately my hand flew up to cover my nose. The smell was truly overwhelming. It dropped scorching into my lungs. Why hadn't he opened the window? The monstrumologist seemed oblivious to the reek. He continued to chomp on his apple, even as tears of protest coursed down his cheeks.
"What?" he demanded. "Why are you staring at me like that? Don't look at me. Look at Mr. Kendall."
He didn't nudge me toward the bed. I took that step myself. He did not grab my chin and force me to look. I looked because I wanted to look. I looked because of the tight thing unwinding. Das Ungeheuer. The me, not me. Tantalus's grapes, the thing you cannot name. The thing I knew, but did not understand. The thing you may understand, but do not know. I flung myself from the room and managed a dozen shuffling steps down the hall before I collapsed. Everything inside gave way. I felt empty. I was nothing more than a shadow, a shell, a hollow carapace that had once dreamed it was a boy. A shadow fell over me. I did not look up. I knew I would find no comfort from the bearer of that shadow. "He's dying," I said. "We have to do something."
"I am doing all within my power, Will Henry," he responded gently.
"You aren't doing anything. You're not trying to cure him."
"I have told you there is no—"
"Then find one," I screamed at him. "You said it yourself. There is no one else. You're the one. You're the one. If you can't help him, then nobody can, and you won't. You won't because you want him to die. You want to see what the poison does to him."
"May I remind you that I am not the one who exposed him? He did that to himself," he said.
He squatted beside me and placed his hand upon my shoulder. I heaved myself away from him. "What he is, that's what you are inside," I told him.
"There is but one way to end his suffering," he said, the gentle tone abandoned. His voice, like his shadow upon me, was hard. He pulled the revolver from his pocket and thrust it toward me.
"Here. Would you like to do it? For I cannot. Simply because there is no hope for him, Will Henry. That doesn't mean I have to give up all hope for me." "There is no hope. For either of you." He dropped the revolver to the floor. It lay between us. His shadow and the gun lay between us.
"You're tired," he said. "Go to bed."
"No."
"Very well, sleep on the floor. It makes no difference to me."
He scooped up the revolver and left me alone with my misery. I don't know how long I lay there in that hall. It mattered no more to me than it did to the monstrumologist where I slept. I do not remember climbing the stairs into the loft, but I do remember throwing myself upon the bed fully clothed, and watching the snow-laden clouds through the window over my head. The clouds were the color of Mr. Kendall's rotting skin. I closed my eyes. There in the darkness, inside my own head, I saw him. Gray-skinned, black-eyed, hollow-cheeked, sharp tusks of bone tearing through papery flesh, a corpse whose galloping heart refused to stop. My stomach rumbled loudly. When was the last time I'd eaten? I could not remember. I pulled from my pocket the apple that the monstrumologist had given me. Its skin was the color of Mr. Kendall's bloody teeth. When I see gray now, I think of rotting flesh. And red is not the color of apples or roses or the dresses that pretty girls wear in summertime. That is not the color of red at all. Chapter 6. An Interesting Phenomenon. Some time later, though it was not much later, his hand fell upon my shoulder. Above me was the window, and above the window, the clouds with their bellies full of snow. "Will Henry," the monstrumologist said. His voice was cracked and raw, as if he had been screaming at the top of his lungs. "Will Henry." "What time is it?" I asked. 3:15. I did not wish to wake you." "But you woke me anyway."
"I wanted to show you something."
I rolled onto my side, away from him. "I don't want to look at him again."
"It isn't Mr. Kendall. It's this."
I heard the crinkle and crunch of papers in his hand.
"A treatise by a French scientist named Albert Calmette of the Pasteur Institute. It's concerned with the theoretical possibility of developing anti-venin, based on the vaccine principles of Pasteur. The theory applies to certain poisonous snakes and arachnids, but it could have applications in our case. Mr. Kendall's case, I mean. It may be worth a try."
"Then try it."
"Yes." He cleared his throat. "The chief obstacle is time, in that Mr. Kendall doesn't have much of it left."
I rolled onto my back, and the form of the monstrumologist swung into view. He looked exhausted. He swayed like a man trying to keep his balance on the yawing deck of a ship. "Then you had better get to work."
"It means you will have to sit with Mr. Kendall."
I sat up, swung my feet over the side of the bed, and tugged on my shoes. "I will sit with him." Before he allowed me into the room, the doctor uncapped a small vial filled with a thick, clear liquid and shook several drops of the substance onto his handkerchief.
"Here, tie this round your face,"
he instructed me, and then proceeded to tie the knot himself. My senses were assaulted by a sweet, musky fragrance that reminded me of rubbing alcohol, though without the biting astringency. "What is it?" I asked.
"Ambergrissia, or ambergris, the aged regurgitation of the sperm whale," the monstrumologist answered. "A common ingredient in perfume. I often wonder, though, how common it would be if ladies in particular knew where it came from. You see, ambergris is normally expelled through the whale's anus with fecal matter, but—"
"Fecal matter?" My stomach rolled.
"Shit. But sometimes the mass is too large to pass, and the material is regurgitated through the mouth."
"Whale vomit?"
"In a manner of speaking, yes. The ancient Chinese called it dragon's spittle. In the Middle Ages, people carried balls of it around, believing it could ward off the plague. It's quite pleasant, though, isn't it?"
I agreed that it was. The doctor smiled with satisfaction, as if he had just imparted an important lesson.
"All right. Quietly now, Will Henry."
We stepped into the bedroom. Despite the gift of regurgitated whale shit, I could smell Kendall's decay. It stung my eyes. The taste of it tingled upon my tongue. I had expected it, though that had done little to prepare me for it. All other expectations, to my surprise, were not met. First, Warthrop had taken his mother's coverlet and put it back where he had found it. Mr. Kendall was covered from feet to neck. That was not all. Mr. Kendall himself had changed. I had expected more of the agonized writhing, the grunts and throaty moans of someone in extreme mental and physical distress. Instead, he was so still, so quiet, that for the briefest of moments I thought he might have finally succumbed. But no, he lived. The covers rose and fell, and upon closer examination I saw that his eyes roamed beneath their half-closed lids. Most astonishing of all, given the astonishing circumstances, was the smile. Wyman Kendall was smiling. As if lost in a pleasant dream, he smiled. "Mr. Kendall, is he—"
Smiling? Yes, I would call that a smile. The stories say that in the final stages the victim experiences moments of intense euphoria, an overwhelming feeling of bliss. It's an interesting phenomenon. Perhaps once in the bloodstream, poudre serre releases a compound structurally similar to an opiate. He stopped, laughed softly, at himself, and said, "I should get to work on the anti-venin. Call me at once, should his condition change." And with that the Monstrumologist left me alone with Kendall. He would not have done so, I have told myself many times over the course of my long life, if he had known what Kendall had become, if he had known that Kendall was not Kendall any more, that he was no more human or more sentient than a dime-store mannequin. I have told myself that. The room is cold. The light is gray. The even exhalations of the once human thing on the bed are the only things the boy can hear. Metronomic, the ticking of the human clock, lulling him to sleep. He is so tired. His head lolls. He tells himself he won't fall asleep. Just rest his eyes for a moment or two. In the gray light in the cold room, to the rhythmic breath of the thing becoming, sleep. Sleep now, Will Henry, sleep. Do you see her? In the white behind the gray, in the warm beyond the cold, in the silence past the ticking of the clock. She is baking a pie, an apple pie, your favorite. And you at the table with your tall glass of milk, swinging your legs, not long enough yet for your feet to touch the floor. It must cool first, Willie, it must cool. A strand of hair loosed from her bun falling down her graceful neck, and her new apron, and a dab of flour upon her cheek, and how long her arms seem reaching into the oven, and the whole world smelling like apples. Where is Father? Away again. With the doctor? Of course, with the doctor. I want to go. You do not know what you're wishing for. When will he be home? Soon, I hope. He says one day I shall go with him. Does he? One day I will. But if you go, who will keep me company? You can come too. Where your father goes, I have no desire to follow. The fire that engulfs her has no heat. Her scream makes no sound. The boy sits in his chair with his short legs swinging and his tall glass of milk, and he watches the flames consume her. And he is laughing while his mother burns, and the world still smells like apples. And then his father's voice, calling him, "Will Henry! Will Henry!" I bolted from the chair, stumbled toward the bed, turned, lunged through the doorway into the hall, and started down the stairs. It was not my father's voice, not the dream voice, but the doctor's calling me, as he had 100 times before,
in desperate need of my indispensable services. "Coming, sir," I called, pounding down the stairs to the main floor. "I'm coming." We met in the front hall, for as I raced down, he ran up, and both of us were winded and slightly wild-eyed, regarding each other with identical expressions of comic confusion.
"What is it?"
he asked breathlessly. And I, with him, "What is it?"
"Why are you asking me, what is it? What is it?"
"What, Dr. Worthrop?"
"I asked you that, Will Henry."
"Ask me what?"
"What is it?" he roared. "What do you want?"
You called for me, sir."
"I did no such thing. Are you quite all right?"
"Yes, sir, I think I fell asleep."
"I would not advise that, Will Henry. Back upstairs, please. We mustn't leave Mr. Kendall unattended."
The room was still very cold, and the light gray, and there was the whisper of snow now against the window pane. And the bed, empty. The chair, and the Louis Philippe armoire, and the dead embers, and the little rocking chair, and the littler doll in that chair, and her littler still black unblinking china eyes, and the boy frozen on the threshold, staring stupidly at the empty bed. I backed slowly into the hall. The hall was warmer than the room, and I was much warmer than the hall. My cheeks were on fire, though my hands were numb. "Dr. Worthrop," I whispered, no louder than the snow against the pane. "Dr. Worthrop?" He must have fallen, I thought. Got loose of the rope somehow and fell out of bed. He's lying on the other side, that's all. The doctor will have to pick him up. I am not touching him. I turned back. My turning took 1,000 years. The stairs stretched out below me for 1,000 miles. To the landing, another millennia. There was the beating of my heart, and my hot breath puffing my makeshift mask, and the smell of ambergris, and, above and behind me, the gentle protest of the top step, creaking. I stopped, listening. The passing of the third millennia. I was patting my empty pockets for the gun. Where is the gun? He had forgotten to give it back to me, or, as he would undoubtedly say, I had forgotten to ask him for it. I knew I should keep going. Instinctively I understood where salvation lay. But it is human to tie ourselves to the mainmast, to be Lot's wife, turning back. I turned back. Chapter 7. Would you live? It launched itself from the top step, a reeking sepulchre of jutting bone and flayed skin and crimson muscle dripping purulence, a yawning mouth festooned with a riot of jagged teeth, and the black eyes of the abyss. The once Kendall slammed into me, its shoulder driving into my chest, and the black eyes rolled in their sockets, like a shark's eyes when it attacks, in the ecstasy of the kill. I punched blindly at its face, my knuckles knocked against the sharp, bony growths that had erupted from the rubbish of its flesh, bone meeting bone, and my entire arm sang with pain. The creature seized my wrist and flung me down the last flight of stairs as easily as a boy tosses a stick. I landed face first with a loud wallop at the bottom, making no more noise than that, for the fall knocked all the breath out of me. In the space of a heartbeat, I rolled onto my back, and it was upon me, so close I saw my own face reflected in its soulless eyes. Its face was not that of a human being. I have looked at that face 1,000 times. I keep the memory of it in a special cabinet of curiosities, and I take it out from time to time, when the day is bright and the sun warm and the evening very far away. I take it out and hold it. The more I hold it, you see, the less I'm afraid of it. Most of the skin is gone, torn or sloughed off, exposing the underlying musculature, the marvelously complex and marvelously beautiful underpinning. Pointed horns of calcified tissue protrude from the skull, scores of them, like the thrust-up roots of cypress trees from the cheekbones, the forehead, the jaws and chin. It has no lips. Its tongue has putrefied and broken apart. Just the base remains. I saw the brown stringy mass spasm as the open mouth came down at me. The rest of the tongue he swallowed. The lips, too. The only thing in Mr. Kendall's stomach was Mr. Kendall. At the last instant before he landed on top of me, I brought up my hands. They broke easily through him, my fingers tangled with his ribs. If I'd had my wits about me, I would have thought to push just a bit more, find his heart, and squeeze until it burst. Perhaps, though, it was a matter of timing, not acumen. There was no time to think. In the time it took for me to realize that this inhuman face would be the last face I would see, the bullet punched through the back of his head, blowing out an apple-size hole as it came out the other side before burying itself in the carpet not quite a quarter-inch from my ear. The body jerked in my hands. I felt, or thought I felt, the protest of his heart, an angry push against my fingers wrapped tight around his ribs, the way a desperate prisoner grasps the bars of his cell, before it stopped beating. The light did not go out of his eyes. There hadn't been any light in them to begin with. I was still trapped in those eyes. Sometimes I think I am trapped still, in their unseeing sight. Worthrop heaved the body away, once he had freed it from my maddened grip, tossed the gun aside, and knelt beside me. I reached for him.
No, no, Will Henry, no!
He lunged out of my reach. My bloody fingertips brushed his coattails.
Do not touch anything.
He held up his hand as if to demonstrate.
Are you injured?
I shook my head. I still had not found my voice.
Do not move. Keep your hands away from your body. I will be right back. Do you understand, Will Henry?
He scrambled to his feet and raced toward the kitchen. It is human, the compulsion to do the very thing you've been cautioned not to do. The handkerchief was still tied around my face. I felt as if I were slowly being suffocated, and all I desired was to yank it down. A moment later he was back, wearing a fresh pair of gloves, and he tugged the mask down as if he knew without my telling him the immediate cause of my distress. I took a long, shuddering breath.
Don't move, not yet, not yet, the monstrumologist whispered. Careful, careful. Did he hurt you, Will Henry? Did he bite or scratch you?
I shook my head. Worthrop studied my face carefully, and then, as abruptly as he returned, he abandoned me again. The hall began to fade into a gray mist. My body was going into shock. Suddenly, I was terribly cold. In the distance, I hear the plaintive cry of a train's whistle. The mist parts, and on the platform stands my mother and me, holding hands, and I am very excited. Is that it, Mother? Is that the train? I think it is, Willie. Do you think Father has brought me a present? If he has not, then he is no longer Father. I wonder what it could be. I worry what it could be. Father's been gone very long this time. Yes. How long has it been, Mother? Very long. Last time he brought me a hat, a stupid hat. Now, Willie, it was a very nice hat. I want him to bring me something special this time. Special, Willie? Yes, something wonderful and special, like the places he goes. I do not think you would find them so wonderful and special. I would, and I will. Father says he will take me with him one day, when I'm old enough. Gripping my hand tightly, and in the distance, the growl and huff of the locomotive. You will never be old enough for that, William James Henry, One day he will take me. He promised he would. One day I will see places other people only dream about. The train is a living thing. It screeches angrily, complaining of the rails. Black smoke blows grumpily from its stack. The train glares contemptuously at the crowd, the self-important conductor, the porters in their neat white jackets. And it is huge, throbbing with power and restrained rage. It is a huffing, growling, enraged monster, and the boy is thrilled. What boy wouldn't be? Look now, Willie, look for your father. Let's see who will be the first to spot him. I see him, there he is. No, that isn't him. Yes, oh, no, it isn't. Keep looking. There he is. Father! Father! He has lost weight. His dusty clothes, rumpled from travel, hang loosely on his lean frame. He hasn't shaven in weeks, and his eyes are weary. But he is my father. I would know him anywhere. And here he is. Here is my Will. Come here to me, boy. I soar 1,000 feet into the air. The arms that lift me are thin but strong, and his face turns beneath me, and then my face is pressing into his neck, and it is his smell beneath the grime of the rails. Father! What did you bring me, Father? Bring you? Why do you suppose I brought you anything? Laughing, and his teeth are very bright in his stubbly face. He starts to set me down so he may embrace his wife. No, carry me, Father. Willie, your father is tired. Carry me, Father. It's all right, Mary. I shall carry him. And the shrill, startling shriek of the monster, the last angry blast of its breath, and I am home at last, in my father's arms. Worthrop lifted me from the floor, grimacing from the effort of holding me as far from his body as possible.
Hold your hands up, Will Henry, and hold them still.
He carried me into the kitchen. The washtub sat on the floor by the stove, half filled with steaming hot water. I saw the tea kettle on the stove, and I realized, with an odd pang of sadness, that it was the kettle I'd heard whistling, not a train. My mother and father were gone again, swallowed by the gray mist. The monstrumologist placed me on the floor before the tub and then sat behind me, pressing his body close. He reached around and grasped my arms firmly, just below the elbows.
This is going to burn, Will Henry.
He leaned forward, forcing me toward the steaming surface, and then plunged my bloody hands into the solution, a mixture of hot water and carbolic acid. I found my voice then. I screamed, I kicked, I thrashed, I pushed back hard against him, but the monstrumologist did not yield. Through my tears, I saw the crimson fog of Kendall's blood violate the clear solution, spreading out in serpentine tendrils, until I could no longer see my hands. The doctor pressed his lips against my ear and whispered fiercely,
Would you live? Then hold! Hold!
Black stars bloomed in my vision, went supernova, flickered, and died. When I could bear it no longer, at the precise moment when I teetered upon the edge of unconsciousness, the monstrumologist pulled out my hands. The skin had turned a bright, sunburned red. He held them up, turning them this way and that, and then his body stiffened against mine. He gasped.
Will Henry, what is this?
He pointed at a small abrasion on the middle knuckle of my left index finger. Fresh blood welled in its center. When I didn't answer immediately, he gave me a little shake.
What is this? Did he bite you? Is it a scratch? Will Henry?
I don't know. I fell down the stairs. I don't think he did.
Think, Will Henry. Think.
I don't know, Dr. Worthrop. He stood up, and I fell backward, too weak to rise, too frightened to say any more. I looked into his face and saw a man squeezed tight in the crushing embrace of indecision. caught between two unacceptable courses.
I don't know enough. God forgive me, I don't know enough.
He seemed so large standing over me, a colossus, one of the Nephilim, the race of giants who bestrode the world when the world was young. His eyes darted about the room, as if he were looking for an answer to his impossible dilemma, as if somewhere in the kitchen would be the sign that would show him the way. Then the monstrumologist became very still. His restless eyes came to rest upon my upturned face. "No," he said softly. "Not God." He stepped away quickly, and before I could crane my neck around to see where he had gone, he returned, carrying the butcher knife. He leaned over, reached out, grabbed my left wrist, yanked me from the floor, dragged me to the kitchen table, slapped my hand upon it, shouted,
"Spread your fingers!"
pressed his left hand hard over the top of mine, brought high the knife, and slammed it down. Chapter 8. The One Thing That Keeps Me Human. Would you live? The smell of lilacs, the sound of water dripping in a basin, the touch of a warm, wet cloth, and a shadow, a presence, a shade beyond my shaded eyes. Would you live? I float against the ceiling. Below me is my body. I see it clearly, and sitting next to the bed, the monstrumologist, wringing out the washcloth. Then he covers me. I cannot see his face. He is looking at my other face, my mortal face, the one belonging to the boy in the bed. He sits back down. I can see his face now. I want to say something to him. I want to answer his question. He rubs his eyes. He runs his long fingers through his hair. He bends forward, rests his elbows on his knees, and covers his face with his hands. He remains like this but for a moment, and then he is on his feet, pacing to the end of the bed and back again. The lamp flings his shadow upon the floor, and the shadow crawls up the wall as he approaches, and then trails behind him as he turns. He collapses into the chair, and I watch him reach out and lay his hand upon my forehead. The gesture seems absent-minded, as if touching me might help him to think. Above, I watch him touch me. Below, I feel it. The light burrows deep into my eyes, brighter than 1,000 galaxies. Behind the light, his eyes, darker than the deepest pit. His fingers wrapped around my wrist, the press of the cold stethoscope against my chest, my blood flowing into chambers of glass, and the light digging into my eyes. "What did you bring me, Father?" "I brought you a seed." "A seed?" "Yes, a golden seed from the Isle of Bliss, and if you plant it and give it water, it will grow into a golden tree that bears lollipops." "Lollipops?" "Yes, golden lollipops, and peppermints, and horehound drops, and lemon drops." "Why are you laughing? Plant it, you'll see." I see him standing in the doorway. He has something in his hand. Ropes. He drops the ropes into the chair, reaches into his pocket. Revolver. He sets the gun on the table by the chair. Do I see his hand shaking? Gently he fishes out my arm from beneath the covers, picks up a length of rope, there are 3, and ties a knot around my wrist. I float above him. I cannot see his face. He is looking down at the face of the boy. He whirls away from the bed. The free end of the rope tumbles over the edge. Then he turns back, sweeps the ropes lying in the chair onto the floor, and sits down. For a long moment he does not move. And then the monstrumologist takes the other end of the rope, ties it to his wrist, leans back in the chair, and closes his eyes to sleep. "Where did you go this time, Father?" "I've told you, Willie, the Isle of Bliss." "Where's the Isle of Bliss?" "Well, first you must find a boat, and not just any boat will do. You must find the fastest boat in the world. That is, a boat with 1,000 sails, and when you've sailed for 1,000 days, you will see something that the world hasn't seen in 1,000 years. You'll swear the sun has fallen into the sea, for every tree on that island is a golden tree, and every leaf a golden leaf, and the leaves shine with a radiance all their own. So even in the darkest night the island seems to burn like a lighthouse beacon."
"I have been thinking about your father for some reason," the monstrumologist said to the boy. "He saved my life once. I don't think I ever told you."
The room seemed so empty. I had gone to a place he could not go. It didn't matter, really, whether I could hear him. His words were not meant entirely for me.
"Arabia, the winter of 73, or it may have been 74, I can't recall now. Late one night our camp was ambushed by a hostile and extremely violent pack of predators. By that I mean Homo sapiens. Bandits. Lost 3 of our porters. And our guide, a very pleasant Bedouin by the name of Hilal. I felt badly about Hilal. He thought the world of me. Even tried to give me one of his daughters, either in marriage or as a slave. I was never quite sure, because I was never completely comfortable in the language. At any rate, one moment he was talking to me, smiling, laughing. He was very jolly. Few nomads are glum, Will Henry. If you think about it, you will understand why. And the next moment his head was hacked clean off his shoulders. Afterward I told his widow, "Your husband is dead, but at least he died laughing." I think she took some comfort in that. It is the second best way to die, Will Henry.
He did not say what the best way was.
At any rate, your father pulled me from harm's way. I would have stood my ground, if only to avenge Hilal's death, but I'd been badly wounded in the thigh and was losing a great deal of blood. James threw me over the saddle of his pony and rode all night to the nearest village. Rode that horse until it collapsed, and then carried me the rest of the way.
"I want to go, Father. Will you take me there, to the Isle of Bliss?" "It's a very, very long way from here, Will." "I don't care. We'll find a ship of 1,000 sails to carry us there." "Oh, now those ships are very difficult to come by." "You found one?" "Yes, I did. I did find that ship."
I was laid up for 2 weeks. The wound had become infected, slipping in and out of delirium, and all the while, your father was by my side. At one point, though, I saw Hilal sitting beside me, dimly, as if through a veil or mist, and I knew to the marrow of my bones that I had come to the lip of the stage, as it were. I was not surprised to see him sitting there, and I was not in the least afraid. I was actually happy to see him. He asked me what I wanted. "What do you want, Sheikh Pellinore Warthrop? Ask, and it will be done." And of all the things I might have asked, I asked him to tell me a joke. And he did. And the devil of it is, I can't recall it now. It still bothers me. It was a very funny joke. My difficulty is that I have no memory for jokes. My mind does not tend in that direction.
He was playing with the knot around his wrist. His wan smile faded, and suddenly he was angry. Intensely angry.
"It is unacceptable. Intolerable. I will not tolerate it, do you understand? You are forbidden to die. You did not will your parents' death. You did not ask to come here. It is not your debt. You should not have to pay.
Here now, do not cry. You're still very young. You'll have years and years to find it. Until then, I shall be the ship of 1,000 sails. Climb aboard me back, me matey, and I shall bear thee to that fabled isle.
I will not suffer you to die,
he said fiercely.
Your father died because of me, and I cannot afford your death too. The debt will crush me. If you go down, Will Henry, you will drag me down with you.
Tugging on the rope. I see it, father, the Isle of Bliss. It burns like the sun in the black water.
Enough, he cried. I forbid you to leave me. Now snap to. Get up. Stop this foolishness. I have saved you. So snap to, you stupid, stupid boy.
He brought back the hand connected to mine and slapped me hard across the cheek.
Snap to, Will Henry.
Smack.
Snap to, Will Henry.
Smack.
Snap to, Will Henry.
Smack. Smack. Smack.
Would you live?
He shouted.
Then choose to live. Choose to live.
Gasping, he fell back toward the chair. The rope connecting us yanked on his arm. Roaring his frustration, he pulled his wrist free of the knot and flung the rope onto my body. He was spent. All fear, all anger, all guilt, all shame, all pride. Gone. He felt nothing. He was empty. Perhaps God waits for us to be empty, so he may fill us with himself. I say this because next the Monstrumologist said this.
Please do not leave me, Will Henry. I would not survive it. You were nearly right. What Mr. Kendall was, I am always on the brink of becoming. And you, I do not pretend to understand how or even why, but you pull me back from the precipice. You are the one thing that keeps me human.
Chapter 9. The Final Disposition. You are the one thing that keeps me human. In the months that followed, well, years to be completely accurate, the Monstrumologist never wavered in his disavowal of saying those words. I must have been delirious. He never said anything like it. Or, my favorite, he said something entirely different, and I misheard him. This was more like the Pellinor Warthrop I had come to know, and somehow I preferred the familiar version. It was predictable, and therefore comforting. My mother, as devout as any New England woman of Puritan stock, loved to speak of the days when the lion lies down with the lamb. Though I understand the theology behind it, the image does not bring me peace. It makes me feel sorry for the lion. It strips him of his essence, the fundamental part of his being. A lion that doesn't behave as a lion is not a lion. It isn't even the lion's opposite. It's a mockery of a lion. And Pellinor Warthrop, like that lion, or its creator, is not mocked.
I do not deny affirming what I have often said, Will Henry, and that is that, in general, your services have proven more indispensable than not. I have never pretended otherwise. I believe in acknowledging debts where debts are owed. One must take care, however, not to extrapolate anything, well, excessive from it, for lack of a better word.
And then he would brusquely change the subject. I forbid you to leave me. It seemed quite sudden to me, my acquiescence to his demand. One moment I could see myself and see him and see the room, And more, much more. I saw everything. I saw our house on Harrington Lane. I saw our town of New Jerusalem. I saw New England. I saw oceans and continents and the earth spinning round the sun. I saw the moons of Jupiter and the Milky Way and the unfathomable depths of space. I saw the entire universe. I held it in the palm of my hand. And the next moment, I was in the bed, my head splitting, my left hand throbbing, and Worthrop was sound asleep in the chair beside me. I cleared my throat. My mouth was desert dry. He came awake at once, a wild look in his eyes, as if he were seeing a ghost.
"Will Henry?"
he croaked. "I'm thirsty," I said. He said nothing at first. He continued to stare until his stare unnerved me.
"Well, then, Will Henry, I shall fetch you a drink of water."
After I drank some water and sipped some lukewarm broth, he placed the tray on the bedside table. The gun was gone, as were the ropes, and said he needed to change the dressing on my injury.
"You don't have to look, unless you'd like to. It's a clean cut, a really extraordinary amputation considering the circumstances."
"If it's all the same to you, Dr. Worthrop."
"Of course. You'll be happy to know there's no sign of infection. The operation was not performed under the most sanitary of conditions, as you know. I expect a full recovery."
"It doesn't feel like it's gone."
"That's common."
"What's common?" Examining his handiwork.
"Yes, it's healing up quite nicely. We're extremely fortunate it is your left index finger, Will Henry."
"We are?"
"You're right-handed, are you not?"
"Yes, sir. I suppose that is fortunate."
"Well, I'm not saying you should feel grateful."
"But I do feel grateful, Dr. Worthrop. You saved my life." He finished putting on the fresh bandage in silence. He seemed troubled by the remark. Then he said,
"I would like to think so. The plain truth is that it may have been for nothing. You don't know if Mr. Kendall was the author of your injury, and I do not know what, if anything, might have happened if he were. When faced with the unknown, it's best to take the most conservative approach. That's all well and good as theories go, but the end result is that I took a butcher knife and chopped off your finger." He gave my knee an awkward pat and stood up, wincing, pressing his hands into the small of his back. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I must have a bath and a change of clothes. Don't try to get up yet. Use the bedpan if you need to void your bladder or relieve your bowels." "What are you smiling about?" he asked crossly. "Did you think I would allow you to wallow in your own excrement?" "No, sir." "I fail to see what is humorous about a bedpan." "Nothing, sir. It's the idea of you emptying one." He stiffened and said with great dignity, "I am a natural scientist. We are accustomed to dealing with shit." He returned at the setting of the sun, asked how I was faring, and informed me it would not be a bad thing if I tried to get out of bed. "You will be dizzy and sore, but the sooner you become ambulatory, the better. We've much to do before we leave for New York." "What is there to do, Dr. Worthrop?" I assumed he meant the packing, a chore that always fell to me. "I would have done it already, but I didn't want to leave. I thought it best when you regained consciousness. Well, I could not be two places at once," he finished impatiently. "I was," I nearly told him. I bit back the words. He would scoff at the notion of my disembodied spirit observing him from the ceiling. "You would have done what already?" "Mr. Kendall, Will Henry, we must—" He paused, as if searching for the right word. "Resolve this issue." I bit back the words.
He would scoff at the notion of my disembodied spirit observing him from the ceiling. "You would have done what already?"
"Mr. Kendall, Will Henry, we must—"
He paused, as if searching for the right word.
"Resolve this issue of Mr. Kendall."
We must resolve this issue of Mr. Kendall. By this, the Monstrumologist did not mean notifying the family of his demise, or making arrangements for returning the body to its native England for burial. I don't know why I would think for an instant that it did. How would one go about explaining to his loved ones, or to the British authorities for that matter, a badly decomposed corpse with a fresh gunshot wound to the head? There was also the sticky matter of the potential virulence of the contagion. As Worthrop put it,
"It could be the spark that lights a conflagration that would make the plague seem like a campfire in comparison."
No, we spent the entirety of that first evening of my recovery in the basement laboratory, dismembering Wymond Kendall. The Monstrumologist wanted samples of every major organ, including the brain. He was very excited to have a look at Mr. Kendall's brain, which he removed in toto after sawing off the top of his head. I was forced to hold it, an awkward proposition given the thick bandages on my left hand, while the doctor severed the medulla. I had never held a human brain before. Its delicacy surprised me. I thought it would be much heavier.
"The average human brain weighs approximately 3 pounds, Will Henry,"
the doctor said in response to my startled expression.
"Compare that to the total weight of our skin, around 6 pounds, and you have a fact that is as compelling as it is unnerving."
He took the 3-pound seat of Kendall's consciousness from me and said,
"Observe the frontal lobe, Will Henry. The sulci, these deep crevices you see covering the rest of the brain, have all disappeared. The thinking part of his brain is as smooth as a billiard ball."
I asked him what that meant.
"Well, we may assume it is not a congenital defect, though he did not strike me as all that bright. More gyri than sulci. Sorry, a bit of an anatomical tomfoolery there. We may assume it is a manifestation of the toxin. This aligns perfectly with the literature, which claims the victim, in the final stages, becomes little more than a beast, incapable of reason but fully capable of a murderous cannibalistic rage. Certain indigenous tribes of the Lakshadweep Islands report whole villages wiped out by a single exposure to the poudre serre, until the last man standing literally eats himself to death." The doctor laughed dryly, absently caressing the smooth tissue of Kendall's brain, and added, "I mean, he eats himself to death. When everyone else is dead or has run off, he turns upon himself and feeds from his own body, until he has either bled to death or contracted an infection. Well, you've seen the contents of Mr. Kendall's stomach. I don't believe he swallowed his tongue by accident."
He directed me to fill a large specimen jar with formaldehyde, into which he then carefully lowered the brain. As I was heaving the jar onto the shelf, my eye was drawn to a nearby container, one I had not seen before. It took a moment for me to recognize what floated inside the amber fluid. "Is that—"
"It is,"
he answered. "You kept it?"
"Well, I didn't want to just throw it out with the trash."
"But why did you— What are you going to do with it?"
"I thought I'd rip a page from Mrs. Shelley's book and construct another boy, one who won't pester me with questions, who refrains from getting seriously injured at the most inopportune time, and who does not see it as his mission in life to judge my every decision as if appointed by God to be my conscience."
His attendant smile was quick and humorless.
"It's an important piece of evidence. Forgive me. I thought that would go without saying. When I have the time, which at the moment I most certainly do not, I'll perform a thorough analysis to determine whether you were actually infected."
I stared at my finger floating in the fluid for a long moment. It is exceedingly odd to see a piece of yourself apart from yourself. "If I wasn't, I don't want to know," I said. He started to say something, and then stopped himself. He nodded curtly.
I understand.
The monstrumologist next opened up Mr. Kendall's torso to remove the major organs. He found numerous sac-like growths,
Omental cystic lesions,
he called them, lining the interior of the stomach. He gently pressed into one with the tip of his scalpel, and it popped open with a barely audible pump, spilling a clear, thick fluid with the consistency of mucus. After the organs had been preserved and properly labeled, it was time to address, in Warthrup's words,
the final disposition. The bone saw, please, Will Henry.
No, the large one, there. He began by removing Mr. Kendall's hollowed-out head.
The ground is much too hard for us to bury the body,
he said as he sawed through the neck.
And I can't afford to wait until the spring thaw. We'll have to burn it, Will Henry.
What if someone comes looking for him?
Who? He fled quickly, in a state of extreme fear. Perhaps he told no one, but let's assume that he did. What do they know? They know he was coming. He did not have the opportunity or the means to inform them what happened once he arrived. Should the authorities ask questions, I can always say I never met the man, that he may have set out to find me, but in the end failed in his quest.
He dropped the severed head unceremoniously into the empty washtub beside the necropsy table, the same washtub into which he had plunged my bloody hands. The head landed with a frightening clang and rolled to one side. The right eye open, the left had been removed by the monstrumologist for study, and seeming to stare directly at me.
There is one bright spot in this distasteful turn of events,
the doctor opined as he separated Mr. Kendall's right leg from his torso.
We have removed all doubt as to the authenticity of Dr. Kearns's presence. We have in our possession the second greatest prize in monstrumology, Will Henry.
What is the first greatest? I asked.
The first greatest, really, Will Henry.
The thing that made it? I guessed. The Magnificum?
Very good. Typhoeus Magnificum, named for the father of all monsters, also called the Unseen One.
Why is it called that? He looked up from his work and stared at me as if all my sulci had given way to gyri.
It is called the Unseen One, Will Henry, he said slowly and carefully, because it has never been seen. Practically everything about it is a mystery, he told me.
He was cutting through the glenohumeral joint that connected Mr. Kendall's humerus to his scapula. My job for this portion of the disposition was literally to hold the corpse's hand, to keep the arm perpendicular to the legless torso.
From class to species, from mating habits to habitat, from life cycle to precise form. We aren't even sure if it's a predator. These stories, and they are nothing more than that, folk tales passed on from generation to generation, say it is unequivocally predaceous. But they are just that, stories and folk tales, not credible observation. The only real physical evidence we have of the Magnificum are the nidai, its nests, and poudre serre, which first were thought to be its droppings and are now considered, as I told Mr. Kendall here,
he nodded to the washtub by his feet,
to be part of the digestive system, its saliva or venom, produced in its mouth or some other glandular organ.
He pulled the blade free and said,
There, Will Henry. Give his arm a tug and see if it comes free. Oh, good. Give Master Henry a hand.
He laughed. I did not. His macabre attempts at humor were getting on my nerves.
Well, don't just stand there with it. Put it in the tub with the rest. We are running out of time. I think I should cut the torso in half, at the 7th thoracic vertebra. What do you think?
I confessed I did not have an opinion. I was only 13, and this was my very first dismemberment. The monstrumologist nodded.
That is true.
We divided Mr. Kendall's remains, separating the longer pieces, like his thighs, from the smaller, his hands. The former to be burned in the alley, the latter in the library fireplace. "What about the bones?" I asked. "What will we do with them?"
"Keep them, of course. I'd like to reconstruct the skeleton once I have a little time. Ideally, we should use acid, but I haven't enough for the job, and it's not as quick as fire. Time is of the essence now, Will Henry, if we have any hope of tracking down the Magnificum."
We were standing in the alley by the ash barrel, our feet buried in 4 inches of freshly fallen snow. The brunt of the storm had passed, but a few fat flakes spun down lazily, glowing in the amber light of the street lamp, like the golden leaves of my father's island, the one that he had promised to show me, the one he never did. Warthrop doused the remains in kerosene. He struck the match and held it until the flame scorched his fingers, then dropped it to the ground.
"Well, I suppose something should be said. A few appropriate words. I know some might say that Wyman Kendall reaped what he sowed, that curiosity killed the cat, that he should have minded his own business and kept his nose out of Monstrumology's business. And there would be an equal number who could justly say he is an innocent victim of a vicious madman, the tragic consequence of man's inhumanity. What do you say, Will Henry?"
"No one deserves that," I answered.
"Ah, I think you've touched on the heart of the matter, Will Henry. Half the world prays they will be given what they deserve, and the other half that they will not."
He looked down at the tangled jumble of parts, a nidus not yet made. That would be one way to look at it.
"I did not know you, Wyman Kendall,"
said the monstrumologist to the dismantled man stuffed into the ash barrel.
"I do not know if your life was happy or sad, if you ever loved anyone more than yourself, if you enjoyed the theater, or books, or were interested in politics. I do not know if you were querulous or kind, vindictive or forgiving, pious or profane. I know next to nothing about you, and I am the one who has held your brain in the palm of his hand. I hope, before your light went out, you made peace with your past, that you forgave those who trespassed against you, and that, more important by far, you forgave yourself."
He struck a second match and tossed it into the barrel. The flames leapt upward, smoky and dark-edged, and there was intense heat and the acrid smell of burning hair, and the sizzle of water boiling out of flesh, and the spinning of golden snow. Without thinking, the monstrumologist and I shuffled closer to the barrel, for the night was very cold, and the fire was very warm. Chapter 10. I Am the One. We departed the next morning for New York. I fell asleep on the train, waking upon our arrival at Grand Central Depot with my head in the crook of the doctor's arm, dizzy and disoriented, and feeling sick to my stomach. I'd had a horrible dream in which the monstrumologist had been demonstrating to a group of schoolchildren the proper method of removing a brain from a human body. My body. We dropped our luggage at the Plaza Hotel, save for the doctor's black valise, into which Warthrop had packed, with exquisite care, the Nidus ex Magnificum, and left immediately for the Society's headquarters. As our hansom rattled south along Broadway, the monstrumologist cradled the valise in his lap, like an anxious mother with her newborn child. He chided our driver over the slightest delay, and eyed every passerby, cart, and carriage suspiciously, as if they were bandits intent on separating him from his precious cargo.
"I am loath to part with it, Will Henry," he confessed to me. "There is only one other of its kind in the world, the Lakshadweep Nidus, named after the place of its discovery in 1851, the Lakshadweep Islands off the Indian coast. If something should happen to it—" He shuddered. "Tragic. It must be safeguarded at all costs, and if I cannot trust him, then no one can be trusted.
Dr. von Hellrung? I guessed. He shook his head. Professor Ainsworth. He was very old, the curator of the Monstrumarium, very cross most of the time, and very hard of hearing. He was also quite vain, a fault that prohibited him from admitting to his near-deafness, which in turn produced his foul temper. Constant disagreement over what was said rendered the old man altogether disagreeable. He had a habit of shaking the head of his cane, fashioned from the bleached skull of a long-extinct creature, a noisome little beast called an ocelli carpendi, that he had nicknamed Oedipus, in the face of any who dared raise their voice to him. Since raising one's voice was the only way to talk to him, there was not a single monstrumologist, Warthrop included, who had not been the recipient of what one wit had dubbed the full Adolphus. The heavy chin thrusts forward, the bushy white eyebrows meet over the bridge of the bulbous, slightly pink, pock-marked nose. The mutton chops bristle and contort in cottony confusion as a cornered cat's fur. And then up comes the gnarled fist, clutching the walnut cane, at the end of which, waving an inch from your nose, was the Carpendi's 2-inch fangs and the sightless glare of its oversized ocular cavities. We found Professor Ainsworth in his musty basement office, perched upon a tall stool behind the massive desk, upon which Everests of paper rose halfway to the ceiling. This after we negotiated the serpentine path through books, boxes, and crates, shipments waiting to be catalogued and stocked in the Society's House of Curiosities on the corner of 22nd Street and Broadway. On the wall behind the irascible old man hung the Society's coat of arms, inscribed with the motto, Nil temendum est, fear nothing. "There are no children allowed within the Monstrumarium," he shouted at my master without preamble.
"But this is Will Henry, Adolphus," replied Warthrop in a loud but respectful tone. "You remember Will Henry."
"Impossible!" shouted Adolphus. "You can't be a member until you're 18. I know that much, Pellinor Warthrop."
"He is my assistant," protested the Monstrumologist.
"You watch your language with me, Doctor. You'll have to leave immediately."
He shook the head of his cane at me.
"Immediately!"
Warthrop placed a hand on my shoulder and said in a voice only slightly softer than a shout,
"It's Will Henry, Adolphus. You remember, last November, you saved his life."
"Oh, I remember very well," cried the old Welshman. "He's the reason we have the rule."
He wagged a gnarled finger at my face.
"Poking around in places where children shouldn't poke, weren't you, little man?"
The doctor's fingers squeezed the back of my neck, and I, as if his puppet, nodded quickly in response.
"I will keep him under the strictest supervision," promised the doctor. "He shan't stray an inch from my sight."
Before Professor Ainsworth could protest further, Warthrop placed the black valise on the desk. Adolphus grunted, popped the clasps, pried open the top, and peered inside.
"Well, well," he said. "Well, well, well, well."
"Yes, Adolphus," returned the doctor. "Nidus ex—"
"Oh, do you really think so, Dr. Warthrop?"
interrupted the curator, clicking his teeth. He shoved his gnarled hands into a pair of gloves and reached inside the bag. The doctor stiffened reflexively, perhaps apprehensive that the arthritic hands might damage his precious cargo. Adolphus pushed the empty bag aside with his forearm and gingerly lowered the gruesome nest onto the desktop. He produced a large magnifying glass from his coat pocket and proceeded to inspect the thing up close.
"I have already thoroughly examined the specimen for—"
began the doctor, before Ainsworth cut him off.
"Have you now? Yes. Have you?
His eye, magnified comically large by the glass, roamed over the specimen. His false teeth clicked, a nervous habit. Adolphus was quite proud of his dentures and somewhat emotionally, as well as biologically, attached to them. They'd been fashioned from the teeth of his son, Alfred Ainsworth, who had been a colonel in the Union Army. He'd fallen in the Battle of Antietam, and his teeth had been rescued after his death and sent to Adolphus, who thenceforward proudly, and literally, sported a hero's smile.
Of course, I would not have brought it to you for safekeeping were I not unequivocally certain of its authenticity, said the Monstrumologist. There is no one else in whom I place more trust, or hold in higher
Please, Dr. Warthrop. Your incessant chattering is giving me a headache.
I cringed, waiting for the explosion. But none came. Beside me, Warthrop was smiling as benignly as Buddha, completely unfazed. No one in my experience had ever talked to my master with such impertinence, with such condescension and disdain. In short, the way he usually spoke to me. Many times I had witnessed eruptions that would rival Krakatoa in their ferocity over the smallest slight, the most trivial of untoward looks. So I expected the full Warthrop, as it were. The curator pinched a bit of the sticky resin between his gloved thumb and forefinger and tugged it free. He rolled it into a tiny ball and sniffed it, bringing it dangerously close to the end of his nose.
Not bad, he opined. Not bad, very close. More, what is the word, pungent than the Lakshadweep nidus, but that is to be expected. But what is this? There are fingerprints here.
He looked across the desk at Warthrop.
Someone has touched it with his bare hands.
Then his gaze shifted to the bandaging on my left hand.
Well, of course, I might have guessed.
I didn't touch it, I protested.
Then what happened to your finger?
He turned to the Monstrumologist.
I am surprised and disappointed, Dr. Warthrop, of all who desire to apprentice under you, and I know there are many. You choose a liar and a snake.
I did not choose him, the doctor replied, brutally honest as always.
You should send him away to an orphanage. He's no good to you or himself. He'll get both of you killed one day.
I shall take my chances, Warthrop returned with a wan smile.
He nodded to the nidus between them. It was not an easy task, keeping Professor Ainsworth on track.
You'll note it is nearly identical in every aspect, well, except perhaps the smell, which of course I had no means to compare to the Lakshadweep nidus.
You know he tried to bribe me?
The old man barked suddenly with a shake of his cane. Startled, the Monstrumologist asked,
Who tried to—
Mr. P.T. Barnum. That old blackguard offered me $17,000 for it, just to borrow it for 6 months, so he could put it on display right alongside Tom Thumb and the Fiji Mermaid.
The Lakshadweep nidus?
No, Warthrop, my toenail clippings. Gah! You were fairly clever once. What in heaven's name happened to you?
Click, click, click went the teeth of his son.
I refused, of course. Denied I even knew what he was talking about. How he heard about it, now that's a mystery. He used to chum around with that unsavory Russian monstrumologist. What was his name?
Sidorov, said my master. Apparently, he needed to hear only the words unsavory and Russian to know the answer.
Shish kebab? No.
Sidorov, shouted Warthrop, his patience at last wearing thin.
Sidorov, that's the one. Thick as thieves, those two, and they were, too. Thieves, I mean. I suspect it was Sidorov who told him about the nidus. It was my idea, you know.
I'm sorry, Professor, your idea?
To boot him. Kick him out upon his rapacious two-faced arse.
Whose two-faced arse? Barnum's?
Sidorov's. He's a schemer, I told von Herrung. Up to no good. Expel him. Strip him of his credentials. I had it on good authority. Sidorov was an agent of Okhrana.
Adolphus looked at me, mutton chops a-quiver.
The Tsar's secret police. I'll wager you didn't know that, which is why I say monstrumology is no business for children. Really, Wothrop, you should be ashamed of yourself. If you're lonely for companionship, why don't you just get a dog? At any rate, you can hardly blame him.
Blame Will Henry?
The Tsar! If I were him, I would want a monstrumologist in my secret police. Anyway, that's how Barnum got wind of it, is my guess. Whatever happened to him, do you know?
Barnum?
Sidorov.
Back in St. Petersburg, the last I heard, said the doctor, and then hurried on. Professor Ainsworth, I promise you I am no friend to Mr. P.T. Barnum or Anton Sidorov or the Tsar. I've come here today—
Without an appointment.
Without an appointment?
And unannounced.
And unannounced, yes, in order to entrust to your care this rare and altogether incredible addition to your collection of extraordinary finds and irreplaceable oddities. It would, in short, be an honor if you would secure it in the locked room with its cousin, the Lakshadweep-nidus, which you have so admirably protected over the years from the likes of Barnum and Sidorov and the treacherous Russian secret police. Old Adolphus's eyes narrowed. His teeth clicked. He pursed his lips and stroked his mutton chops.
Are you attempting to flatter me, Dr. Wothrop?
Shamelessly, but with all sincerity, Professor Ainsworth. Down the narrow, poorly lit halls of the monstrumarium we followed him, past darkened chambers wherein thousands of samples and specimens, artifacts and esoterica relating to the field of monstrumology were housed. The monstrumarium was the premier research facility of its kind in the world, a treasure trove of rare curiosities from every continent, the kind of rare curiosities that would make a proper lady blush and a grown man faint. The facility's name literally meant the House of Monsters, and that it was. Within the monstrumarium were enough grotesqueries to fill 50 of P.T. Barnum's sideshow tents, things that did not seem possible, or seemed possible only in our worst nightmares. Stored within those musty rooms were the things your parents told you were not real, floating in jars of formaldehyde, or mummified behind thick glass, dismembered in drawers, disemboweled, flayed open, hanging from hooks, or stuffed like trophies borne back from a safari in hell. In all the monstrumarium there was but one locked room. It had no name. Most monstrumologists simply referred to it as the locked room. An irreverent wag had christened it the Kodesh HaKodashim, Holy of Holies. For here was kept that portion of the collection deemed too precious or too dangerous to be left unsecured. There were some things, well, as you already know, there still are things, that must have escaped our benevolent Creator's notice in his haste to make the world in only 6 days. All other explanations are simply unthinkable. Admittance to the locked room was restricted to only 2 classes of organisms, those that posed the highest risk to human life, and those fools who would pursue them. I feel shame for saying that. I should not call the doctor a fool. Without question, he was the most intelligent man I have ever met. And there are many descendants of those whose lives he saved who would argue that his life's work was considerably less than foolish. But wisdom and sacrifice were never enough for the monstrumologist. He wanted recognition. To be held in the highest esteem by his fellow man, it was the only kind of immortality in which he could bring himself to believe. But, tragically, he had chosen the wrong profession. There are those who labor in darkness, that the rest of us might live in the light. He doesn't like you very much, I said to the monstrumologist in the cab afterward. Adolphus? Oh, no. He dislikes human beings as a general principle. He expects to be disappointed by them. Not an unwise position to take, Will Henry.
Is that why he's so mean?
Adolphus isn't mean, Will Henry. Adolphus merely speaks plainly. The old should speak plainly. It is their prerogative.
Our knock upon the door of the von Hellrung brownstone on Fifth Avenue was answered by the great man himself, who threw his short, thick arms around my master without preamble. The snow flitted and fussed about them with confounding complexity, a fitting metaphor for their complicated relationship. Von Hellrung was more than Pellinor Worthrop's former teacher in the dark arts of monstrumology. He was friend, surrogate father, and sometimes rival. 3 months before, the conflict between them over the future of monstrumology had nearly torn their friendship asunder. If von Hellrung had been a less forgiving man, the two might never have spoken again. But the master loved his pupil as a father his son. I will not say Worthrop loved him. That is a very insubstantial limb upon which to venture indeed. But he was fond of von Hellrung, and my master had lost so much already. Discounting me, and I think the doctor probably would have, the old monstrumologist was the only friend Worthrop had left.
Pellinor, mein Freund, how wonderful to see you again. And here's William, too. Dear, brave Will Henry.
He pulled me into his chest and proceeded to crush the air from my lungs. Leaning over, he whispered into my ear,
Every day I pray for you, and God in his mercy must hear. But what is this?
He had noticed my bandaged hand.
An accident,
Worthrop said tersely. Dr. Worthrop chopped off my finger with a butcher knife. Von Hellrung's brow knotted up in confusion.
By accident?
No, I answered. That part was on purpose. The old man turned to my master, who shook his head impatiently and said,
May we go inside, von Hellrung? We are quite cold and careworn, and I'd rather not talk about such things on your front stoop.
Von Hellrung ushered us into the well-appointed parlor, marvelously cluttered in the Victorian style, cupboards and cabinets groaning with oddities and knickknacks, overstuffed chairs and settees and sofas, and a mantel the surface of which could not be seen for all the bric-a-brac. The doctor's tea was ready, and for me von Hellrung had thoughtfully arranged for a glass of Mr. Pemberton's delightful concoction, that remarkable confection of fizzy delight called Coca-Cola. I particularly enjoyed the first sip, that tickling sensation upon the tip of my nose. Von Hellrung settled into his wing-back chair, clipped off the end of a Havana cigar, and rolled it back and forth over his wide tongue.
I shall guess the circumstances of young Will's accident.
His expression was stern. He clearly was not pleased with my master for allowing such a calamity to happen. His bright blue eyes shone beneath his bushy white eyebrows.
The child was allowed to handle your special delivery from Dr. John Kearns.
Not precisely, replied the doctor. The child was handled by the one who handled it.
He then proceeded with the story from the beginning, the midnight call of Wyman Kendall, and the astonishing gift he'd borne from England. Von Hellrung did not interrupt him, though occasionally he injected an "ach," or winced in revulsion, or grew misty-eyed with wonder and pity.
Poudre Serre, the rot of stars,
he said softly at the conclusion of the doctor's tale.
So the stories are true. I never quite believed them, for I did not wish to believe them. That the Creator of all things could create such a thing? Is it not unbearable, Pellinor, even for us, who devote our lives to this work, the importance of its existence? What kind of God is this? Is he mad, or is he malicious?
I like to refrain from burdening myself with questions that cannot be answered, Meister Abram. Perhaps he is neither mad nor malicious, but adores all his creatures equally, or is indifferent to all equally.
And you do not find either possibility appalling?
They are only appalling in the context of human arrogance. Now you are going to argue that we were given dominion over the earth and all its creatures, as if that sets us apart from the very creation to which we belong. Tell that to Wyman Kendall." The monstrumologist returned to the reason for our visit. He found philosophical discussions like this distasteful, not precisely beneath him, but useless in the sense that the unanswerable was a waste of his time. "What have you learned about Jack Kearns?" he asked. Von Hellrung shook his head. "Vanished, Pellinor. His flat abandoned, his offices at the hospital cleaned out. He is gone, and no one seems to know where he might have fled." Now Worthrop was the one shaking his head. "Impossible. He must have told someone." "My sources assure me he did not. The hospital staff, his former patients, neighbors, they all know nothing. Or I should say, all they can say is that one day Herr Kearns was there, the next he was not. The only person he seems to have confided in is the man you immolated in your fireplace." "Kearns didn't tell Kendall where he had obtained the nidus?" I asked. "And I believe him. He would not have told poor Mr. Kendall." The doctor nodded. "That is the true prize. More valuable than the nidus is where it came from. How did he get hold of it? Did someone give it to him, and if so, who, and why?" The ember of the old monstrumologist's cigar had perished. He placed the expired stogie on the ashtray beside him, and spoke somberly to my master. "There's something rotten here, mein Freund. Kearns is no monstrumologist. He would have no scientific interest in nidus ex magnificum. But he is also no fool. He must know how valuable it is." Worthrop nodded again. His head bobbed in counterpoint with his foot tapping nervously upon the carpet. "There is more than one bounty being offered for a nidus," said the doctor. "I've heard that the Ottoman Sultan Abdul Hamid has a standing offer of 20,000 ducats. Unable to contain his ardor, the younger monstrumologist leapt to his feet and commenced to pace. "Think of it, von Hellrung. The first credible nidus to be found in a generation, and in pristine condition. No more than a few months old, I would guess. Do you understand what this means? We are close, closer than we have ever been." His voice fell to a whisper. "Typhoeus magnificum, Meister Abram. The unseen one. The ultimate prize, the holy grail of monstrumology, and this time it may be within my grasp." "Your grasp?" interrupted von Hellrung softly. "Our grasp. I meant ours, of course." Von Hellrung nodded slowly, and I noted a sorrowful look in his eyes when he spoke. "Many are called, dear Pellinor, but few are chosen. How many have been lost searching for our version of the questing beast, do you know?" My master waved the questions away impatiently. Von Hellrung pressed on. "And how many more come back in humiliation and defeat, reputations ruined, their careers in ashes?" "I hardly see what that matters," answered the doctor angrily. "But yes, I do happen to know. 6, counting Lebrock." "Ah, Lebrock. I forgot about him, armes Schwein. And who was that talkative little Scotsman, the one with the lisp?" "Bisset." "Ja, Bisset," von Hellrung chuckled. "All arms and chest and the bluster to match." "A dilettante," said Worthrop dismissively. "The rest, quixotic adventurers." "But not Lebrock." "Especially Lebrock. He allowed his ambition to blind him." "Ambition will do that," allowed von Hellrung. "And worse." He rose and went to my master's side, placing a pudgy hand on his forearm and gently breaking his restless pacing. "But you are exhausting your old master. Please, Pellinor, sit, so we might reason together and decide upon our course." The doctor pulled free from the old man's grasp and said, "I already know the course. I will leave for England tomorrow." "England?" Von Hellrung was taken aback. "Why do you go to England?" "To find Jack Kearns, of course." "Who has vanished like the mist, leaving no trace of himself behind. How will you find him?" I will begin by looking under the largest rock on the continent, answered the doctor grimly. Von Hellring chuckled. And if he isn't there? Then I shall move on to the smaller rocks. And once you find him, if you find him, what if he refuses to tell you what you want to know? Or worse, doesn't know what you want to know? No, Warthrop savagely mimicked. You wish to know what I know, Meister Abram? I know Jack Kearns wanted me to have the nidus. He took great pains to make sure I received it quickly. He also wanted me to know he was leaving England quickly. There can be only one explanation. He knows where the nidus came from, and that is why he let it go. There is only one thing on earth more valuable than an authentic nidus ex magnificum, and that is the magnificum itself. The nidus is a great prize, but the unseen one is the prize of all prizes. Warthrop was nodding vehemently. It is the only explanation. But why send anything to you at all? What was the reason for it? Surely he would want no one to know that the prize of prizes was within his grasp, least of all Pellinor Warthrop. The doctor nodded. It has been troubling me a bit. Why did he do it? The only thing that makes sense only makes sense if you know John Kearns. Von Hellring thought for a moment. He is taunting you? I think so. In the cruelest manner possible. You know Kearns, Meister Abram. You know as well as I the depravities to which he will stoop. My master then waved the thought away. He did not wish to dwell on Jack Kearns or what drove him. He was too much in the grip of his own demons. He is a cruel man, he said. Some might say a monster of a man. But that is no concern of mine. Listen to you. Listen, my former pupil. Father in heaven, forgive me for my transgressions, for I have failed you. And my dear student, Pellinor, we are men before scientists. It is the human monster we should most concern ourselves with. Why? The doctor said sharply. What of monstrous men? I can't think of anything more banal. I have no doubt whatsoever, that once it has obtained the means to do so, the species will wipe itself off the face of the earth. There is no mystery to it. It is in our nature. Oh, one might delve into the particulars, but really, what might we say about the species that invented murder? What can we say? Forgetting myself for a moment, I said, You sound like him. Warthrop whirled on me. What did you say? What you were saying. It sounded like something Dr. Kearns would say. Just because a man is a homicidal maniac doesn't make him wrong, the monstrumologist snarled. No, said Von Hellring softly, his bright eyes flashing dangerously. It merely makes him evil. We are scientists, Von Hellring. Such concepts are alien in our vocabulary. In India, it is a sin to kill a cow. Are we Westerners evil for slaughtering them? Human beings, mein Freund, replied Von Hellring, are not cows. Warthrop did not have a ready retort for that, and he listened silently as his old friend begged him to reconsider. Rushing off to England would be premature. Kearns was gone, and, after all, the quest was not for Kearns, but for the place where the nidus had been fashioned. Warthrop hardly listened. He, the caged lion, might have been pacing the floor, but not so his passion. Nothing could contain that. There are those who live their entire lives in ignorance, he shouted into the frightened face of his former mentor, with no inkling of their purpose, who, if pressed, could not answer why they were even born. Many are called, he said, true, and most are deaf, and the majority of them are blind. I am neither. I have heard the call. I have seen the way. I am the one. I am the one. He was in the fever's full grip. It was the call of destiny, his destiny, the reason he had sacrificed so much, endured so much, lost so much. This was fate, to a man who did not believe in fate. This was deliverance, to a man who did not subscribe to any notion of personal salvation. This was redemption, to a man for whom the idea of redemption was a bit of useless esoterica. Ah, Worthrop, how often you cautioned me to control my passions, lest my passions control me. What now? Do you contain the fire, or does the fire contain you? I see it clearly now. Not so much then. Von Hellrung saw it, though. Saw it and was powerless against its infernal force. In all his years as master instructor in the art of monstrumology, never had he a finer pupil, and he had taught dozens. Worthrop was his crowning achievement. A monstrumologist without compunction, a scientist without the slightest bias or qualm, and yet, sometimes our greatest strength is also our greatest weakness. The flame that lit up Eleanor Worthrop's genius was the same inferno that drove him pell-mell toward the abyss. Von Hellrung saw that abyss, and von Hellrung was afraid. Chapter 11. What do you know of my business? Von Hellrung, who knew where the true monstrum horribilis of the case lurked, said, "The call has come, then, and you must answer, but you must not answer alone."
Well, of course, Will Henry is coming with me.
Of course, echoed von Hellrung. His brilliant blue eyes fell upon me. Will Henry.
Will Henry? What? Do not underestimate him, von Hellrung. I would trade a dozen Pierre Lebrocs for one William James Henry.
No, you misunderstand, Pellinore. The boy has proved indispensable to you. His father's untimely demise a tragic blessing. But your right hand, as it were, has been grievously wounded on his left.
He lost a finger. A finger! Why, I once had a Sherpa who guided me across the Himalayas with his small intestines hanging out his gut. In winter!
There are many fine monstrumologists who would leap at the chance to—
Undoubtedly. Worthrop laughed harshly. I am certain I'd have enough volunteers to outnumber the entire Magnificum population by 10 to 1. Do you think I am a complete fool?
I do not suggest we place an advertisement in the journal, Pellinore, returned von Hellrung with exaggerated patience, as a forbearing father to a wayward child. What of Walker? He is a worthy scientist, and quintessentially British. He won't breathe a word to anyone.
Sir Hiram, that simpleton? He's always been more concerned about advancing his own interests than those of science.
An American, then. You always were fond of Torrance.
True, I have a soft spot for Jacob, but he is too headstrong, and a libertine. I'd never get him out of the pubs.
Caleb Pelt. Come now, Pellinore, I know you respect Pelt.
I do respect Pelt, and I happen to know that Pelt is in Amazonia, and is not expected back for another 6 months.
Von Hellrung straightened, puffed out his thick chest, and said, Then I shall go with you.
You?
Worthrop started to smile and caught himself when he realized the old man was deadly serious. He nodded gravely instead.
A perfect choice, if only the nidus had come to us 15 years ago.
I am not so old that I cannot handle myself in a pinch, said the Austrian stoutly. My knees are not what they were, but my heart is strong. The monstrumologist laid a hand on his old friend's shoulder.
The strongest heart I have ever known, Meister Abram, and the truest.
You cannot take the burden solely upon your shoulders, von Hellrung pleaded with him. Some burdens, dear Pellinore, are impossible to put down once— The jangling of the bell interrupted him, and caused my master to whirl toward the door in alarm.
Are you expecting someone?
He demanded. I am, but upon his insistence, not my invitation, replied von Hellrung easily. Do not be concerned, mein Freund. I have told him nothing, only that I expected you today. He wants very badly to meet you, and I am soft-hearted, as you know. I could not refuse. Barely had our host cracked open the door than his caller pushed his way into the vestibule. He did not pause, not even long enough to hand his hat and gloves to von Hellrung, but barreled into the parlor to practically hurl himself at the doctor. He was young, in his early 20s, I guessed, tall, athletic of build, fashionably attired. A bit of a dandy was my first impression of him. Dark of hair and lean of face. With his high, angular cheeks and sharp, slightly hooked nose, he might have been considered handsome in a patrician sort of way, the lean and hungry look so common among the privileged classes. He seized my master's hand and pumped it vigorously, squeezing hard enough to make Worthrop wince. "Dr. Worthrop, I cannot begin to express my profound delight to finally meet you, sir. It is truly, an honor, sir. I hope you'll forgive my intruding like this, but when I heard you were coming to New York, I simply could not allow the opportunity to pass." "Eleanor," said von Hellrung, "may I introduce my new student, Thomas Arkwright, of the Long Island Arkwrights."
"Student?" Worthrop frowned. "I thought you had retired from teaching."
"Herr Arkwright is very persistent." "It's all I've really cared about, Dr. Worthrop," said Thomas Arkwright of the Long Island Arkwrights, "since I was no older than your son here."
"Will Henry is not my son."
"No?"
"He is my assistant."
Thomas's eyes grew wide with wonder. He appraised me with new respect. "I don't think I've ever heard of an apprentice so young. What is he, 10?
13.
"Awfully small for 13, Thomas observed. He flashed me a quick, slightly patronizing smile. "You must be very clever, Will."
"Well," said the doctor, and then he said no more.
"I feel positively old now, terribly behind in my studies," joked Thomas. He turned to Worthrop. "I never would have applied if I had known you already had an apprentice."
"Will Henry is not precisely my apprentice."
"No? Then what is he?"
"He is—"
The doctor was staring down at me. In fact, all three men were staring at me. The silence was heavy. What was I exactly to Pellinore Worthrop? I squirmed in my chair. At last the monstrumologist shrugged and turned back to Thomas.
"What did you mean when you said you never would have applied?"
"Why, to apprentice under you, Dr. Worthrop." "It is true," admitted von Hellrung. "I am not Thomas's first choice."
"I don't recall receiving your application," said my master.
Thomas seemed crestfallen. "Which one? I sent 12.
"Really?"
Worthrop was impressed. "No, not really. 13, actually. 12 somehow sounded less desperate." To my shock, the monstrumologist laughed. It happened so seldom, I thought he had gagged on a crumpet.
"And I never answered any of them?"
Worthrop turned toward me with a frown, one eyebrow arching toward his hairline.
"Will Henry arranges the mail for me, and I cannot recall receiving even one from you."
"Oh, well, perhaps they were misplaced somehow." Again, a weighty silence slammed down. My face grew hot. In truth, I did arrange the doctor's correspondence, and, in truth, I could not recall the name of Thomas Arkwright. I was certain I had never seen it before. But to protest would only convince my guardian of my guilt. "So the saying is true, all is well that ends well," put in von Hellrung at last, with a consoling pat upon my shoulder. "I have a new student, and you, Pellinore, you have your—" He searched for the proper description. "Will Henry," he finished, with an apologetic shrug. Thomas begged to take his leave shortly thereafter. He'd only interrupted Dr. Worthrop to express his undying admiration. He knew the doctor had pressing business, and he did not wish to delay him.
"What do you know of my business?"
asked the monstrumologist sharply, with an accusatory glance toward von Hellrung. "You did tell him." "I know nothing of the present matter. Professor von Hellrung has been quite annoyingly coy about it," said Thomas, running to his mentor's rescue. "I know it is urgent, Monstrously urgent, if I may make a play on the word. The rest of it I can only guess at. You are here in New York to entrust to Professor Ainsworth a Nidus Ex Magnificum, which has recently come into your possession from overseas. England, I would guess. He shrugged apologetically. But that is all I can guess. Thomas Arkwright waited for the Monstrumologist's reaction with a slightly smug expression, for he did not guess that he was correct. He knew he was.
"That is a remarkable guess, Mr. Arkwright," said Worthrop, glowering at von Hellrung.
He clearly thought he had been misled or betrayed. "Not all that remarkable," replied Thomas. "I know you have been to the Monstrumarium. That's easy. The smell floats about you like a foul perfume. And I know you went straight there from the depot, for you are still in your traveling clothes, which suggests your errand was of the utmost exigency, not a moment to lose."
"You are correct so far," allowed my master. "But that much, as you said, is easy. What of the rest?"
"Well, you didn't go to get something from the old man. The Monstrumarium has not been called Fort Adolphus for nothing. You must have brought something, and not just any something, but a something that could not sit even for a moment in your hotel untended, being too large a something to secure upon your person. In other words, a very special something, a something so rare and valuable you had to secure it at once, without delay." Clearly intrigued, the doctor nodded quickly and flicked his finger at him, a gesture he had given me innumerable times. "Go on, go on." "So it is quite rare, this prize you brought, extremely rare, and that leaves but a handful of monstrumological curiosities. And out of that handful, only one or two might compel a scientist of your stature to drop everything and rush straight to the Monstrumarium after a long journey by stage and rail. Nidus Ex Magnificum is the obvious choice, and since no Nidus has ever been discovered in the New World, in all likelihood it came from Europe."
"Ha!" cried the Monstrumologist, holding up his hand. "The scaffold of your reasoning grows unsteady, Mr. Arkwright. Why would you assume my special something came from Europe, since the only authenticated something comes from the Lakshadweep Islands in the Indian Ocean?"
"Because I know you too well. Or, of you too well, I should say. If you knew the origin of the something, you would not be in New York. You would have sent the something to Dr. von Hellrung to place in the locked room, and been on the first boat out."
"Why England, though?"
"England is a guess, I will admit that. I passed on France. The French contingent of the Society has never cared much for us Yanks, less so after that unfortunate incident last fall involving Monsieur Gravois, for which, I hear, they blame you unfairly, in my opinion. The Germans would never trust a Nidus to an American, even if his name is Pellinor Worthrop. The Italians, well, they are Italians. England was the most logical choice."
"Extraordinary," murmured Worthrop with an appreciative nod. "Truly extraordinary, Mr. Arkwright, and precisely right in all details. I shan't mislead you." He turned to von Hellrung. "My congratulations, Meister Abram. My loss seems to be your gain."
The Austrian monstrumologist smiled broadly. "He reminds me of another promising student from many years ago. I confess in my dotage I sometimes forget myself and call him Pellinor."
"Oh, I hope not," said my master with uncharacteristic humility. "I wouldn't wish that upon anyone, or the world. One is enough."
Thomas did not take his leave until the doctor and I departed for our hotel. I suppose he forgot in the excitement of the moment his humble desire not to delay the great man in his important scientific pursuits. The great man himself seemed to forget the pressing matters before him, utterly absorbed in a conversation that revolved entirely around him, or that singular extension of himself called monstrumology. And Arkwright appeared to be an expert on both. With alacrity he demonstrated an encyclopedic knowledge of all things Worthropian, his sickly childhood in New England, the lost years in the London boarding school, his tutelage under von Hellrung, his early adventures in Amazonia, the Congo, and that ill-fated expedition to Sumatra, his invaluable contributions to the Encyclopedia Bestia, more than a third of the articles were written or co-written by Warthrop, his championing of the cause to the broader world of the natural sciences. The Monstrumologist drank deep the sycophantic draught until he was positively drunk. It had taken 30-odd years, but at last it appeared he had met someone who admired Pellinore Warthrop as much as he did. Indeed, the atmosphere in the room was so saturated with Warthrop that I found it difficult to breathe. Von Hellrung noticed my discomfort and proposed, sotto voce, a foray into the kitchen for a raid on the pantry. I gladly accepted the commission, and we charged the larder, conquering 2 platefuls of sweet pastries and 2 steaming cups of hot chocolate. "He is very bright," said von Hellrung, meaning Thomas Arkwright. "But one can look into the sun for only a moment, and then blindness. Frequent respites are called for, but you must know what I mean, Will. Pellinore is the same." I nodded slowly, avoiding his gaze. He understood at once and said quietly and with great compassion, "It is hard, I know, to serve him. Men like Pellinore Warthrop, one must exercise the utmost caution or be subsumed by their brilliance. The fate of your father, I'm afraid. In the presence of men like Warthrop, the lesser light is consumed by the greater." "How does Thomas know so much about him?" I asked. In the space of a half-hour, I had learned more about the Monstrumologist from a stranger than I had after 2 years of living with him. "From me, primarily. The rest from any and all who will talk about him." "Well, he doesn't know everything about him," I said. "He didn't know the doctor already had an apprentice." "Yes, that did strike me as strange. He does know. I told him upon our first meeting a fortnight ago. Perhaps he forgot. Or he's lying." "Is this wise, Will? Given the choice, should we not always choose the good motive over the bad? It probably wasn't important to him, so he forgot." "Not important to him?" I pushed my plate away. I had lost my appetite. No, eat, he said, sliding the plate back. "You are far too slight for a boy of 10. "I'm 13, I reminded him. "Then you are much too thin. A growing boy is like an army, yeah? He travels upon his stomach. I must speak to Pellinore about it. I do not imagine he cooks very much." "He doesn't cook at all. We used to have a cook," I added. But the doctor fired her. She boiled one of his specimens. It was true. A delivery had arrived at the kitchen door the night before he sacked her, and the cook, a kindly old woman named Paulina, who was nearly blind — Warthrop considered this deficiency a plus — had mistaken it for an order she had placed with Mr. Noonan, the butcher. That evening we unknowingly dined upon the carcass of the rare Hallux turpis of Cappadocia, which Paulina had transformed into a hearty stew. The doctor fired her, of course, the moment he realized, to his horror, that he had consumed one of monstrumology's most sought-after prizes. Afterward, after he had calmed down, he acknowledged that it wasn't a total loss to science. We had discovered that Hallux turpis tasted remarkably like chicken. "I do everything for him," I said with an uncomfortable knot of pride and resentment in my heart. "All the cooking and cleaning, all the washing, and I write his letters and run the errands and keep his files, and take care of the horses, of course, and assist him in the laboratory. That, too. Especially that." "Well, I'm surprised you have time for your studies." "My studies, sir?" "You do not go to school?" "Not since I came to him." "Then he tutors you, yes? He must tutor you, no?" I shook my head. "No, I don't think so." "You don't think so?" He clucked in disapproval. "He doesn't sit me down with books and pencils and teach me lessons, nothing like that. But he does try to teach me things." "Things? What things does he try to teach you, Will? What have you learned from him?" "I've learned What had I learned? My mind went blank. What had the Monstrumologist taught me? I've learned that half the world prays they will be given what they deserve, and the other half that they will not. "Mein Gott!" cried my teacher's former teacher. "I do not know whether to laugh or cry at your answer. But that is the way of truth." He went to the stove and returned with the pot of hot chocolate, topped off my cup, and then filled his to the brim, lowering his nose close to the mud-colored surface to breathe in the aroma. The steam painted his cheeks rosy. He looked at me through the steam and smiled. "I love chocolate, don't you?" For the briefest of moments, I wanted to throw my arms around him and hug him tight. "Dr. von Hellrung, sir?" "Yeah?" I lowered my voice. I did not think about it. It seemed appropriate somehow. "What is Typhoeus magnificum?" His smile disappeared. He pushed his cup away and folded his hands on the tabletop. I had the sense of the space shrinking between us, until I was but a hair's breadth from his transcendent visage. "That is hard to say. Very hard. Only his victims have seen him, and forever mute, they keep his secrets. We know he lives, for we have held the nidus in our hands, and we've seen, you have seen, too much, the victims of his terrible venom. But his form is hidden from us. There are stories that he stands 20 feet tall, that his teeth are mobile like a spider's, which he uses to fashion his ungodly nest, that he swoops down from the blackest sky borne on wings 10 feet across to snatch his prey, carrying them past the highest clouds to rip them apart, and the leavings fall back to earth in a rain of blood and spit, what is called the poudre serre, the rot of stars." He shuddered violently and breathed deep the soothing scent rising from his mug. "It sounds like a dragon," I said. "Yeah, that is one of his faces. He has many more, as many as there are those who have suffered his wrath. And so we call him the Faceless One, and the One of 1,000 Faces. We are the sons of Adam. It is in our nature to turn and face the faceless, to name the nameless thing. It drives us to greatness. It brings us to ruin. I only pray Pellinor understands this. Many brave men have sought it, all have failed, and now I do not know what I fear more, that the dragon will go unseen, or that Pellinor will find it." "Why is it so hard to find, though?" I asked. "Perhaps it is like the devil himself. Never seen, always there." He laughed softly, breaking the somber spell. "The world is large, dear Will, and we, no matter how much we would like to pretend otherwise, we are quite small." Chapter 12. The most terrifying monster of all.
"Will Henry, you're quiet tonight, even for you," observed my master in the cab ride back to the plaza.
"I'm sorry, sir."
"Sorry for what?"
"For being quiet."
"It wasn't a criticism, Will Henry, it was merely an observation."
"I'm tired, I suppose."
"That is not something one supposes. Are you tired, or are you not?"
"I am tired."
"Then say so."
"I just said so."
"You don't strike me as tired. More like angry."
He turned away. His angular profile flitted in and out of shadow as we rattled down the granite street. The fresh snowdrifts glittered diamond bright in the glow of the arc lights lining Fifth Avenue.
"It's Mr. Arkwright, isn't it?"
he asked. On those infrequent moments when the monstrumologist decided to take actual note of my existence, he missed very little. Dr. Warthrop, he lied to you.
What do you mean?
He turned from the window. Light and shadow warred upon the landscape of his face. He knew you had an apprentice. Dr. von Hellrung told him.
Well, he must have forgotten.
And he never applied to you. I would have seen the letters.
Perhaps you did.
The implication that I was lying could not have hurt me more than if he had physically struck me.
I'm not making an accusation, he went on. I just don't know why Mr. Arkwright would lie about it. To me, more striking than his mental acuity, which is truly extraordinary, is his sincerity. Truly a remarkable young man, Will Henry. He will make a fine addition to our ranks one day. There's very little of import that escapes his notice.
He forgot you already had an apprentice, I pointed out, not without a note of triumph.
As I said, of import.
He stopped himself and took a deep breath.
Anyway, I'm surprised to hear you use the word apprentice. I was under the impression you detested monstrumology.
I don't detest it.
So you love it?
I know how important it is to you, Dr. Warthrop, so I...
Ah, I see. It is not monstrumology you love, then.
He considered the white world outside the cab. The wheels crunched in the newly fallen snow. The snap of our driver's whip was muffled in the hard wind coming over the East River.
Oh, Will Henry, he cried softly. I should never have taken you in. It was not what either of us desired. I should have known little good would come of it.
Don't say that, sir. Please don't say that. I reached over to touch his arm with my wounded hand, and then withdrew. I did not think he would approve of my touching him.
Oh, no, he said. It is an unfortunate habit of mine to say things that probably shouldn't be said. Little good can come of this, Will Henry. I have known it for quite some time. What I do will kill me one day, and you will be abandoned again. Or worse, what I love will kill...
His gaze fell to my left hand, and then he continued.
I am a philosopher in the natural sciences. Matters of the heart I leave to the poets, but it has occurred to me, as a failed poet myself, that the cruelest aspect of love is its inviolable integrity. We do not choose to love. Or I should say, we cannot choose not to love. Do you understand?
He leaned very close to me, and my world became the dark fire burning in his eyes. I was overcome with dizziness, as if I teetered on the very edge of a lightless abyss.
I shall put it this way, he said. If we monstrumologists were serious at all about our vocation, we would give up the study of biological aberrations to concentrate on the most terrifying monster of all.
In my dream, I am standing before the locked room in the monstrumarium with Adolphus Ainsworth, and he is fumbling with his keys. The doctor said you'd want to see this. But I'm not allowed. The doctor said. He unlocks the door, and I follow him inside. Now, let's see. Where did I put it? Ah, yes. Here it is. He's pulling a container the size of a shoebox from its niche, setting it upon a table. Go on, open it. He wanted you to see. My fingers are trembling. The lid doesn't want to come off. Is the box quivering, or is it my hand? I can't open it. There is something in the box. It is alive. It vibrates against my fingers. Thick-headed boy, you can't open it because you're asleep. You want to know what's in the box? You have to wake up.
Wake up, Will Henry. Wake up. I did as he commanded, breaking the surface between my dream and the dark room with a startled cry, my heart racing in panic. For a moment I could not remember where I was, could not remember who I was, until a voice beside the bed reminded me.
Will Henry?
Dr. Worthrop?
You were dreaming, I think.
Yes, I was. The light in the hall was on. It was the only light. It streamed across the floor and up the wall beside the bed. The monstrumologist stood on the side opposite the light.
What was your dream? He asked.
I shook my head. I don't remember.
Between the sleeping and the waking, it is there. Between the rising and resting, it is there. It is always there.
There was the bar of light on the floor and the column of light on the wall, but the bar and the column bled their substance into the room. I could see his face dimly, but I could not read his eyes. Is that from a poem? I asked.
From a very anemic attempt at one, yes.
You wrote it, didn't you? His hand rose, fell.
How is your hand?
It doesn't hurt.
Will Henry,
he gently chided. Sometimes it throbs a little.
You must hold it above your heart.
I tried it. Yes, sir, it does help. Thank you.
Do you still feel it, as if the finger were still there?
Sometimes.
I had no choice.
I know.
The risk was unacceptable.
He sat on the edge of the bed. More light upon his face. Nothing more illuminated. Why had he been standing in the dark, watching me?
You do not know this, of course, but afterward I took the rope, and I was going to tie you up, only as a precaution.
I opened my mouth to say, I know, I saw you. But he held up his finger to stop me.
I couldn't do it. It was the wise thing to do, but I couldn't do it.
He looked away. He would not look at me.
But I was very tired. I had not slept in how long, I didn't know. I was afraid I would fall asleep, and you might slip away. So I tied the other end of the rope to my arm. I bound you to me, Will Henry, as a precaution. It seemed the prudent thing to do.
He was flexing his long fingers, curling them into fists, uncurling them. Fist, open hand. Fist, open hand.
But it wasn't. It was absolutely the worst thing to do. Perhaps the stupidest thing I have ever done. For if you did slip away, you would have dragged me into the abyss with you.
Fist, open hand. Fist.
I may not have the poet's gift for words, Will Henry, but I do have his love of irony. Until that night, our roles had been reversed. Until that night, it had not been me who'd been bound, and by virtue of those bindings been in danger of being dragged into the abyss.
He reached down and slowly unwound the wrappings on my wounded hand. My skin tingled. The air seemed very cold against the exposed flesh.
"Make a fist," he said.
I complied, though my fingers were very stiff. The muscles along the back of my hand seemed to groan in protest.
"Here."
He picked up his teacup from the table beside the bed.
"Take the cup. Drink."
My hand was shaking. A drop plopped upon the covers as I brought the cup, shaking, to my lips.
"Good."
He took the cup with his right hand and held out his left.
"Take my hand."
I pressed my palm into his. My whole body was trembling now. This man, whose every nuance I could instinctively read, had become a cipher. The doctor said you'd want to see this.
Squeeze.
Squeeze my hand, Will Henry. Harder. As hard as you can.
He smiled. He seemed pleased.
There, do you see?
Nuance I could instinctively read had become a cipher. The doctor said you'd want to see this.
Squeeze. Squeeze my hand, Will Henry. Harder. As hard as you can.
He smiled. He seemed pleased.
There, do you see?
Holding my hand tight.
Part of it's gone, but it's still your hand.
The monstrumologist released me and stood up, and my fingers ached from his grip.
Go back to sleep, Will Henry. You need your rest.
So do you, sir.
It is not your place to worry about me.
He strode to the doorway, into the bar of light, and his shadow stretched across the floor and climbed up the wall. I lay back and closed my eyes. 2 breaths, 3, 4, and then slowly opened them again, but not very much, just enough to peek. He had not moved from the doorway. He had not left me. Not yet. My hand throbbed. His hold had been strong. I felt a maddening itch where my index finger should have been. I flexed my thumb into empty space to scratch it. Folio 8. Exile. A quote from Emily Dickinson. Parting is all we know of heaven, and all we need of hell. Chapter 13. The Space Between Us. Warthrop had booked out passage for the next morning on the SS City of New York, the swiftest ship in the Inman line. As first-class passengers, we could expect to endure the most trying of passages, subsisting in a private suite comprising a bedroom and separate sitting room, decorated in the most gaudy of Victorian excesses, with hot and cold running water and electric lighting. Forced to take our evening meals at tables shabbily draped in crisp white linen and decorated with crystal vases laden with fresh flowers every evening, under the great glass dome of the first-class dining saloon. Trapped for hours in the walnut-paneled library with its 800 volumes, or being constantly pestered by the obsessively attentive staff and crew, white-jacketed and always, according to the doctor, at your elbow, ever eager to deliver the most mundane of services.
Think of it, Will Henry,
he had said in our rooms at the plaza, before bidding me a good night for the first time, before I dreamed of the locked room and the box, before his shadow had hung on the wall.
It took our forebears more than 2 months to cross the Atlantic. 2 months of deprivation and disease, scurvy, dysentery, dehydration. It shall take us less than a week, in regal splendor. The world is shrinking, Will Henry, and by no miracle, unless we alter our definition of what makes a miracle.
His eyes had been misty, his tone wistful.
The world grows smaller, and little by little the light of our lamps chases away the shadows. All shall be illuminated one day, and we will wake with a new question.
Yes, this, but now, what? He laughed softly.
Perhaps we should turn back and go home.
Sir?
It will be a seminal moment in the history of science, Will Henry, the finding of the Magnificum, and not without some ancillary benefit to me personally. If I succeed, it will bring nothing short of immortality. Well, the only concept of immortality that I am prepared to accept. But if I do succeed, the space between us and the ineffable will shrink a little more. It is what we strive for as scientists, and what we dread as human beings. There is something in us that longs for the indescribable, the unattainable, the thing that cannot be seen. And then he fell silent. and the next morning he was gone. Something was wrong. I knew it the moment I woke. I understood instantly, not in the trivial sense, not intellectually, but with my heart. Nothing had changed. There was the bed in which I lay, and the chair in which he'd sat watching me, and the large dressing table, and the wardrobe, and even his teacup on the table. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. I jumped from the bed and raced down the hall into the empty sitting room. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. I stepped over to the windows and threw back the curtains. 8 stories below, Central Park glistened, a white landscape ablaze in sunlight beneath a cloudless sky. His trunk, his valise, his field case. I ran to the closet and yanked open the door. Empty. Everything had changed. I was getting dressed when the knock came. I would have been dressed already, but I was having trouble with the buttons on my trousers. I'd never realized how helpful my finger had been in the procedure. For one irrational moment, I was sure the doctor had returned to fetch me.
"Ah, good. You're up. I went downstairs for some breakfast before we board. What is it, Will Henry? Did you really think I would leave without you?"
Or what was more likely,
"Snap to, Will Henry. What the devil are you doing? Why is your fly hanging open like that? Come along, Will Henry. I will not miss the most important crossing of my life on account of a 13-year-old's inability to dress himself. Snap to, Will Henry. Snap to."
It was not the doctor, though. You have deduced that by now.
"Guten Morgen, Will. I'm sorry to be so late, but my carriage dropped an axle, and my driver, he is a doomkopf. He couldn't fix a broken smile. I would fire him, but he has a family, which unfortunately is part of my family, being a 3rd or 4th cousin, I cannot remember."
"Where's Dr. Worthrop?" I demanded.
"Where is Worthrop? What, did he not tell you? Surely he told you."
I grabbed my coat and muffler from the rack, and the hat he had given me, the only thing he'd ever given me. "Take me to him."
"I cannot, Will.
I am going with the doctor."
He is not here."
"I know he isn't here. That's why you're taking me to him."
No, he is not here, Will. His ship departed an hour ago."
I stared up into von Hellrung's kind face, and then punched him as hard as I could in his round belly. He grunted softly from the punch.
"I thought he told you," he gasped.
"Take me," I said.
"Take you where?"
"To the docks. I must go with him." He leaned over, placing his square, pudgy hands upon my shoulders and looking deeply into my eyes.
"He has left for England, Will. The ship is not there."
"Then I will take the next ship," I shouted. I pulled free from his grasp and pushed past him into the hall, throwing my muffler around my neck, yanking on my hat, fumbling with the buttons of my coat. The floor vibrated with the heaviness of his tread as he followed me to the elevator, where he caught up with me.
"Come, Kleiner, I will take you home."
"I don't want you to take me home. My place is with him."
"He would have you safe."
"I don't want to be safe."
"And he charged me with your safety until he returns. Will, Pellinor has left, and where he has gone you cannot follow."
I shook my head. I was confounded to the core of my being. The sun vanishes in the wink of an eye, and the universe collapses. The center cannot hold. I searched for the answer in his kindly eyes.
"He went without me?"
I whispered.
"Do not worry, dear Will. He will come back for you. You are all he has."
Then why did he leave me behind? Now he doesn't have anyone.
"Oh, no, do you think his Meister Abram would allow such a thing? Nein, Thomas is with him."
I was speechless. Thomas Arkwright. It was too much. I remembered the doctor's words in the cab the night before.
"Truly a remarkable young man, Will Henry. He will make a fine addition to our ranks one day."
That day, it seemed, had come. At my expense. I had been discarded, and for what? What had I done? Von Hellring was pressing my face against his chest. His vest smelled of cigar smoke.
"I am sorry, Will," he murmured. "He should have at least told you goodbye."
"It is not your place to worry about me."
"He did," I answered. "But I didn't hear him." And after this, my exile.
Here, this will be your room, and you see it is a very comfortable bed, much larger than the bed you're used to, I'll wager. And look, here is a nice chair for you to sit in by the fireplace, very cozy, and a lamp for you to read by, and here is the chest for your clothes. And look out there, Will, there is Fifth Avenue, such hustle and bustle and the goings-on and doings. Here, look at that man on the bicycle. He's going to hit that truck. Now, you must be hungry. What would you like? Here, let's put your bag on the bed. Would you like to sit on the bed? It has a feather mattress and feather pillows. It is very soft. So you are hungry, yeah? My chef is excellent, from France. Doesn't understand a word of English or German, but he understands food.
"I'm not hungry."
But you must be. Why don't you put down your bag? I will send up your food. You can eat here, by the little fire. I thought later I would show you the library."
"I don't want to read anything."
"You're right. It's too fine a day to sit inside. Perhaps the park later, yeah? Or we could—"
Why did the doctor take Arkwright with him?
Why? Well, for the obvious reasons. Arkwright is young and very strong and quite clever.
He changed the subject.
But come, you must eat. You're withered halfway down to nothing, Will.
"I'm not hungry," I said again. "I don't want to eat or read or go to the park or anything else. Why did you let him go without me?"
One does not let Pellinor Warthrop do anything, Will. Your master, he does all the letting."
"You could have stopped Mr. Arkwright from going."
"But I wanted him to go. I could not allow Pellinor to go alone."
It was absolutely the worst thing he could have said, and he knew it.
"I will go now," he said meekly. "But I expect you downstairs for lunch. I will instruct Francois to whip up something extra special for you, très magnifique."
Von Hellring hurried from the room. I dropped my carpet bag onto the floor, lay down face first upon the bed, and willed myself to die. It did not take long for my shock at being cast aside to change to shame.
Arkwright is young and very strong and quite clever.
Or shame to confusion.
"Do not underestimate him, Von Hellring. I would trade a dozen Pierre Lebrocs for one William James Henry."
And then harden into a white-hot ember of rage. Sneaking off like that without a word of explanation, without even a farewell, fond or otherwise. The bravest man I'd ever known, a coward. How dare he, after all we'd suffered together, after my saving his life more than once?
"You are the one thing that keeps me human."
"Yes, I suppose I am, Dr. Warthrop, until you find someone to keep you human in my place." It dumbfounded me. It shook me to the foundations of my being. It did not matter that he had promised to return for me. He had left me. That's what mattered. Too much time had passed. I'd been too long with him. For 2 years he had bound me to him, a mote of dust caught in his Jovian gravity. I didn't even know what the world looked like without the Warthropian lenses through which to view it. Now they were gone, and I was blind. "We shall see how Mr. Arkwright likes it," I told myself with bitter satisfaction. "Snap to, Mr. Arkwright. Snap to. Let's see how he likes being laughed at and scolded and mocked and ordered around like a coolie. Have at it, Mr. Arkwright, and welcome to it." I refused to eat. I could not sleep. All of von Hellring's efforts to coax me out of the room failed.
I sat in the chair by the fireplace and sulked like Achilles in his tent, while the war of day-to-day life raged on without me. On the evening of the third day, von Hellrung shuffled in bearing a tray of hot chocolate and pastries, and a chessboard.
"We will have a nice game of chess, yeah? Now do not tell me Pellinor failed to teach you. I know him better."
He had. Chess was one of the Monstrumologist's favorite diversions, and like many who excelled at the game, he never seemed to tire of utterly humiliating his opponent. That is, me. In the first year of our tenancy together, he wasted more than a few hours trying to instruct me in the finer aspects of strategy, attack, counterattack, and defense. I never bested him, not once. He might have chosen generosity over ruthlessness and allowed me to win a game or two to build up my confidence, but the doctor never had much interest in building up anything in me other than a strong stomach. Besides, destroying an 11-year-old boy in 6 moves, in a game he had been playing longer than the boy had been alive, lifted his spirits like a fine wine at dinner. "I don't feel like playing." He was setting up the board. It was a set made from jade, the pieces carved into the shapes of dragons. The dragon king and queen wore crowns. The dragon bishops clutched shepherd crooks in their talons.
"Oh, no, we shall play. I shall teach you as I taught Pellinor. Better, so you can beat him when he comes back."
He was humming happily under his breath. I hurled the board against the wall. Von Hellrung gave a soft cry, mewling as he picked up the Dragon King, who had lost his crown. It had broken off when the piece had hit the floor. "Dr. von Hellrung, I'm sorry."
No, he said. "It is nothing. A gift from my dear wife. May her sleep go undisturbed."
He snuffled. Not knowing how to comfort him, and feeling mortified by my childishness, I awkwardly dropped my hand upon his shoulder.
"I worry too, Will," he confessed. "The days ahead will be dangerous for him, and dark. Remember that when the tide of self-pity threatens to overwhelm you."
"I know that," I replied. "It's why I should be with him. He doesn't need me to cook or clean or take his dictation or care for his horse or any of that. Those things anyone can do, Dr. von Hellrung. He needs me for the dark places." On the morning of the 7th day, a telegram arrived from London. "Arrived safe. Will advise. PXW."
"4 words?" von Hellrung moaned. "That is all he has to say?"
"An overseas cable costs $1 a word," I told him. "The doctor's very stingy." Von Hellrung, who was not nearly as wealthy as my master, or as penny-pinching, returned this reply. "Report at once any findings. Have you met with Walker? Anxiously awaiting your reply." That reply was long, very long, in coming. After 2 weeks had passed with no discernible improvement in my condition, von Hellrung summoned his personal physician, Dr. John Seward, to have a look at me. For an hour I was poked and prodded, thumped and pinched. I had no fever. My heart and lungs sounded good. My eyes were clear. "Well, he's underweight, but he is small for his age," Seward told von Hellrung. "He could also use a good dentist. I've seen cleaner teeth on a goat."
"I worry, John. He's eaten little and slept less since he came."
"Can't sleep, I'll mix up something to help." He was staring at my left hand. "What happened to your finger?" "Dr. Pellinor Warthrop chopped it off with a butcher knife," I replied. "Really? And why would he do that?" "The risk was unacceptable." "Gangrene?" "Poudre serre." Baffled, Seward looked at von Hellrung, who laughed nervously and waved his hand in a vague circle.
Oh, the children, yeah, so robust, their imaginations.
He cut it off and put it in a jar, I said, as von Hellrung, standing slightly behind Seward, violently shook his head. Did he? And why did he do that? Seward asked. He wants to study it. Couldn't he have done that when it was still attached to your hand? My father was a farmer, von Hellrung announced loudly. And one day a cow would get sick. She would lie down, and no coaxing would bring her back up. There's nothing to be done, Abram, my father would tell me. When an animal gives up like that, it has lost its will to live. Is that it? Seward asked me. Have you lost your will to live? I live here. I don't want to be here. Is that the same thing? It could be melancholia, surmised the young doctor. Depression. That would account for the loss of appetite and the insomnia. He turned to me. Do you ever have thoughts of killing yourself? No. Other people sometimes. Really? No, not really, von Hellrung put in. Nein. And I have. You have killed other people. I killed a man named John Chandler. He was the doctor's best friend. You don't say. I do not think that he did, von Hellrung barked in a voice just shy of a shout. He has bad dreams, very bad dreams, terrible nightmares. Ach, he is talking about the dreams. Aren't you, Will? I lowered my eyes and said nothing. Well, I can't find anything physically wrong with him, Abram. You may want to consult an alienist. To confess, I have been thinking of bringing in an expert in the field. The expert arrived at the Fifth Avenue brownstone the following afternoon. A soft knock on the door, and then von Hellrung poked his mane of white hair into the room, saying over his shoulder to someone in the hall, Gut, he is presentable. I heard a woman's voice next. Well, I should hope so. You did tell him I was coming, didn't you? He stepped lightly to one side, and in charged a dynamo draped in lavender, wearing a fashionable bonnet and carrying a matching umbrella. So this is William James Henry, she said in a refined East Coast accent. How do you do? Well, may I present my niece, Mrs. Nathaniel Bates, said von Hellrung. Bates? I repeated. I knew that name. Mrs. Bates, if you please, she said. William, I have heard so much about you, I cannot help but feel we've known each other for years. But stand up and let me get a look at you. She took my wrists into her gloved hands and held my arms out from my sides, and puckered her lips in disapproval. Much too thin. And how old is he, Uncle? 12? 13. And short for his age. Stunted growth for lack of proper nutrition, I would say. She squinted down her nose at my face. She had bright blue eyes like her uncle's. And, like his, they seemed to shine by their own soulful light, insightful, a bit wistful, kind. I would not speak ill of any gentleman, she said, but I am not impressed with the rearing abilities of Dr. Pellinor Warthrop. Uncle, when was the last time this child had a bath? I don't know. Will, how long has it been since you bathed? I don't know, I answered. Well, here is the problem as I see it, William, and that is, if one cannot remember the last time one had a bath, it is probably time to take one. What is your opinion? I don't want to take a bath. That is a desire, not an opinion. Where are your things? Uncle Abram, where are the boys' belongings? I don't understand, I said to von Hellrung, somewhat pleadingly. Emily has generously proffered an invitation for you to stay with her family for a few days, Will. But I don't want to spend a few days with her family. I want to stay here with you. That is not going so well, though, is it? Emily Bates asked.
I'll eat. I promise. I promise to try. And Dr. Seward, he gave me something to help me sleep. Please. William, Uncle Abram is many things, some of them wonderful, and some I would rather not think about, but he hasn't the first idea how to raise a child. But that's what I'm used to, I argued. And no one is going to raise me. No one has to. The doctor will be coming back soon, and... Yes, and when he does, we will give you back, safe and sound and clean. Come along now, William. Bring whatever you have. I'm sure it isn't much, but that can be remedied too. I will wait for you downstairs. It's very warm in here, isn't it? I'll walk you down, von Hellrung offered. He seemed anxious to remove himself from my presence. No, that's all right. Goodbye, Uncle Abram. She kissed both his cheeks, adding, You've done the right thing. Oh, I pray so, he murmured. And then we were alone. I will explain, he began, and then shrugged. She is right. I know nothing about children. I'm not going. Your situation demands a woman's touch, Will. You've been without one for far too long. That isn't my fault. His eyes flashed. For the first time, he lost patience with me. I do not speak of fault or blame. I speak of remedy. True, I pledged to Pellinore I would watch after you in his absence, but I have other responsibilities that I can no longer neglect. He puffed out his chest. I am president of the Society for the Advancement of the Science of Monstrumology, not a nursemaid. He saw my expression at this hurtful remark, and his softened immediately. He placed his hands on my shoulders. Of course, you will be the first to know should I hear anything from Europe. The first to know, the moment I know it. I don't want to go, I said. I don't want to leave you. I don't want to stay with your niece's family, and I don't want a bath. He smiled. You will like her, I think. Her heart is fierce, like someone else's, you know. Chapter 14. The Thing That Cannot Be Seen. And so it was, in the winter of my 13th year, that I came to live with Nathaniel Bates and his family, in their 3-story townhouse facing the Hudson on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. Nathaniel Bates was in finance. I didn't learn much of anything else about him during my sojourn there. He was a quiet man who smoked a pipe and was never seen without a tie, and never went outside without his hat, and whose shoes were always polished to a dazzling finish, and who never had a hair out of place. And he always seemed to have a newspaper tucked under his arm, though I never saw him read one. He communicated, as far as I could tell, by means of monosyllabic grunts, facial expressions. A look over his pince-nez with his right eyebrow raised meant he was displeased, for example. And the occasional bon mot, delivered with such deadpan sincerity that one always laughed at one's own peril. Besides their daughter, the Bateses had one other child, a boy of 9 named Reginald, whom they called Reggie. Reggie was small for his age, spoke with a slight lisp, and seemed completely enthralled with me from the moment I stepped through the door. My reputation, it seemed, had preceded me. "You're Will Henry," he announced. "The monster hunter." "No," I answered honestly, "but I serve under one." "Pellinore Warthrop, the most famous monster hunter in the world." I agreed that he was. Reggie was squinting at me through his thick spectacles, his face lit up by the great man's glow reflecting off me. "What happened to your finger? Did a monster bite it off?" "You could say that." "And then you killed it, right? You chopped off its head." "That's close," I answered. "Dr. Warthrop shot it in the head." I thought he might faint from excitement. "I want to be a monster hunter too, Will. Will you train me?" "I don't think so."
Reggie waited until his mother turned her back, and then he kicked me as hard as he could in the shin. Their daughter I had already met. "So, here you are, and Mother was right. You've lost a finger," said Lillian Bates. I'd just finished my bath, the first in weeks, and my skin felt too loose on my bones, and my scalp burned from the lye. The robe I wore was her father's, and I was lost in it, overly warm, dizzy, and extremely sleepy. For her part, Lily seemed taller, thinner, and not in the least uncomfortable in her own skin. It had been only a few months since I'd last seen her, but a girl matures faster than her male counterparts. I noticed she had started wearing makeup. "How did you lose your finger?" she asked. "Pruning the rose bushes," I answered. "Do you lie because you're ashamed, or do you lie because you think it's funny?" "Neither. I lie because the truth is painful." "Mother says your doctor left you." "He's coming back." She crinkled her nose at me. "When?" "Not soon enough." "Mother says you may be staying with us for a long time." "I can't." "You will, if Mother says. Mother always gets her way." She did not seem particularly happy about the fact. "I believe you are her new project." She always has a project. Mother is a firm believer in causes. She's a suffragette. Did you know that? "I don't even know what a suffragette is." She laughed, a tinkling of bright, shiny coins thrown upon a silver tray. "You never were very bright." "And you were never very nice." "Mother didn't say where your Dr. Warthrop went." "She doesn't know." "Do you know?" "I wouldn't tell you if I did." "Even if I kissed you?" "Especially if you kissed me." "Well, I have no intention of kissing you." "And I have no intention of telling you anything." "So you do know!" She smiled triumphantly at me. "Liar." And then she kissed me anyway. "It is a pity, William James Henry," she said, "that you are altogether too young, too timid, and too short, or I might consider you attractive." Lily's faith was not misplaced. I was her mother Emily's next project. After a restless, unendurably long night in the same room as Reggie, who pestered me with questions and entreaties for monster stories, and who exhibited an alarming disposition toward midnight flatulence, Mrs. Bates bundled me up and trotted me to the barber's. Then she took me to the clothier's, then to the shoemaker's, and finally, because she was as thorough as she was determined, to the rector of her church, who questioned me for more than an hour while Mrs. Bates sat in a pew, eyes closed, praying, I suppose, for my immortal soul. I confessed to the kindly old priest I had not been to church since my parents had died. "This man who keeps you, this, what did you call him, doctor of aberrant biology? He is not a religious man?" "I don't think many doctors of aberrant biology are," I answered. I remembered his words the day before he abandoned me. "There is something in us that longs for the indescribable, the unattainable, the thing that cannot be seen." "I would think it'd be the norm for such men, given the nature of their work." I didn't offer a contrary opinion. I really had nothing to say. What I saw, in my mind's eye, was an empty bucket sitting on the floor beside the necropsy table. "Look at you!" cried Lily when we arrived back at the house on Riverside Drive. She had just gotten home herself. She had not yet changed out of her uniform and had had no time to apply makeup. She looked as I remembered her, a young girl close to my own age, and somehow that made my palms begin to itch. "I hardly recognize you, Will Henry. You look so—" She searched for the word. "Different." Later that evening, much later, it was not easy in the Bates home to have time to oneself, I happened to glance in the bathroom mirror and was shocked by the image of the boy captured there. But for the slightly haunted look in his eyes, he bore little resemblance to the boy who had warmed himself by a fire fed with the chopped-up remains of a dead man. Everything was different. Each morning there was a full breakfast, for which we were expected to arrive promptly at 6. No one was allowed to start this meal, or any meal, until Mr. Bates picked up his fork. After breakfast, Lily and Reggie went off to school, Mr. Bates went off to his job in finance, and Mrs. Bates went off with me. She was appalled at the staggering extent of my ignorance in the most elemental aspects of a proper childhood. I had never been to a museum, or a concert, or a minstrel show, or the ballet, or even the zoo. I had never attended a lecture, seen a play, watched a magic lantern show, been to the circus, ridden a bicycle, read a book by Horatio Alger, skated, flown a kite, climbed a tree, tended a garden, or played a musical instrument. I hadn't even played a single parlor game, not charades or blind man's bluff, which I'd heard of, and not Deerstalker or Cupid's Coming or Dumb Crambo, which I had not. "Whatever did you do at night, then?" she inquired. I did not wish to answer that question. I was honestly concerned she might arrange to have the Monstrumologist arrested for endangering a child. Helped the doctor. Helped him with what? Work? Work? No, I am speaking of afterward, William. After the work was finished for the day. The work was never finished. But when did you have time for your studies? I shook my head. I did not understand what she meant. Your schoolwork, William. I don't go to school. She was flabbergasted. When she discovered I had not been inside a classroom in more than 2 years, she was furious. So furious, in fact, that she brought up the matter to her husband. William has informed me that he has not attended a single day of school since the death of his parents, she told him that evening. You seem surprised. Mr. Bates, I am mortified. He's treated no better than one of that man's horrid specimens. More like one of his instruments, I'd say. Another tool in his monster hunting kit. But we must do something. I know what you're going to suggest, but we've no right, Emily. The boy is our guest, not our responsibility. He is a lost soul placed in our path by the Almighty Father. He is the Jew beaten by the side of the road. Would you be a Levite or the Samaritan? I prefer being Episcopalian. She dropped the subject, but only for the time being. Emily Bates was not the kind of expert in the field who allowed a boil to fester. I did not see much of Lily on school days. Her afternoons were devoted to piano and violin lessons, ballet classes, shopping trips, trips to the salon, visits with friends. I saw her at breakfast, at the evening meal, and afterward when the family gathered in the parlor, where I learned all the games in the Bates family repertoire. I detested charades, because I was awful at it. I had no cultural context upon which to draw. But I liked card games, Old Maid and Old Bachelor, Our Birds and Dr. Busby, and I Have a Basket, at which I excelled. When my turn came round, I could always name what was in my basket, no matter what letter fell to me. A was easy. Anthropophagi. V? Why, I have a Vastaris hominis in my basket. What about X? That's a hard one, but not too hard for me. Look here, it's a Xiphias. The weekends were a different story. Hardly an hour passed without her company. Bicycling in the park, after an afternoon of instruction, I never got very good at it. Picnics by the river when the weather warmed, hours in the library at the Society's headquarters on the corner of Broadway and 22nd Street, when we could sneak away. Mrs. Bates took a dim view of all things monstrumological. And, of course, many hours at her great-uncle's brownstone. Lily adored Uncle Abram. She had not given up her dream to become the first female monstrumologist. Indeed, she possessed an almost encyclopedic knowledge on the topic, from monstrumology's colorful history to the even more colorful practitioners of the craft, from its catalog of malevolent creatures to the intricacies of its society's governing charter. She knew more about monstrumology from studying on her own than I did after living 2 years with the greatest monstrumologist since Bacqueville de la Poterie, a rather embarrassing fact she delighted in pointing out at every opportunity. "Well," I said one Saturday afternoon while we sat among the dusty stacks on the 4th floor of the old opera house, my patience giving way. "Maybe I'm just stupid. I have often wondered. Doing it isn't the same as reading a book about it," I shot back. "The only thing the same as reading a book is reading a book," she laughed. "If you'd chosen books instead, you'd still have a finger." Like her mother, she had Abram von Hellrung's eyes, as blue as a mountain lake on a sunny autumn day. If you sank beneath the azure surface, you would drown for wanting to stay. "Where did Worthrop go?" she asked suddenly. She popped this question at least 4 times a week, and I always gave the same answer, which was the truth. "I don't know." "What is he looking for?" I had searched in the library for a picture of it. There was a very long entry in the Encyclopedia Bestia, co-written by Worthrop, but no picture and no description of Typhoeus Magnificum, except an extensive footnote detailing the various fanciful, that is, unverifiable, depictions of the unseen one. It was a dragon-like creature, as von Hellrung had mentioned, that took its victims higher than the tallest mountain peak before ripping them apart in its frenzy. It was a giant troll-like beast that flung pieces of its prey with such force that they fell from the sky miles from where their owners had lost them. It was an enormous worm-like invertebrate, a cousin of the Mongolian deathworm, perhaps, that spat its venom with such velocity that it blew apart the human body, vaporizing it into a fine mist that came down again as the phenomena called red rain. The article mentioned the circumstances surrounding the discovery of the Lakshadweep nidus in 1851, the theories about the Magnificum's range. Most monstrumologists agreed it was limited to the remote islands of the Indian Ocean and parts of eastern Africa and Asia Minor, but that belief was based more on native traditions and stories than on hard scientific evidence. And the sad stories of the men who went looking for the faceless one, the ones who returned empty-handed, and the ones who did not return at all. Particularly poignant, and alarming, was the tale of Pierre Lebroc, a well-respected aberrant biologist, though somewhat of an iconoclast, who, after a 5-month expedition in which no expense was spared, his party included 5 elephants, 29 coolies, and a trunkload of gold coins to bribe the local sultans, returned a raving lunatic. His family was forced into the painful decision of committing him to an asylum, where he lived out the remainder of his days in unrelieved torment, shouting the incessant refrain, "Nullité, nullité, nullité. That is all it is. Nothing, nothing, nothing." "He is searching for the questing beast," I told her. I suppose we cannot help it. We are hunters all. We are, for lack of a better word, monstrumologists. Our prey varies depending on our age, sex, interests, energy. Some hunt the simplest or silliest of things, the latest electronic device, or the next promotion, or the best-looking boy or girl in school. Others hunt fame, power, wealth. Some nobler souls chase the divine, or knowledge, or the betterment of humankind. In the winter of 1889, I stalked a human being. You might be thinking I mean Dr. Pellinor Worthrop. I do not. That person was me.
Go on, open it, the curator said. He wanted you to see. Every night, the same dream. The locked room. The old man jangling keys. And the box. The box and the boy and the stuck lid and the unseen thing moving inside the box and the old man scolding, "Thick-headed boy, you can't open it because you're asleep." And the thick-headed boy starting awake, sweating under warm covers in a cold room, teetering on the edge of it. Das Ungeheuer, the center not holding, the me unwound, only the not me awake now, echoing the cry of a madman. "Nullité, nullité, nullité. That is all it is. Nothing, nothing, nothing." Sometimes the woman down the hall heard him crying, and no matter the hour, she rose from her bed and slipped on her robe and went down the hall to his room. She sat with him. "Hush now, shh, it's all right. It's only a dream. Hush now, shh." A mother's refrain. She smelled of lilacs and rosewater, and sometimes he forgot and called her mother. She did not correct him. "Hush now, shh, it's only a dream." Or she would sing to him songs he'd never heard before, in languages he did not understand. Her voice was beautiful, a rich velvet curtain, a river over which the demons could not cross. He did not know a mortal voice could sound so heavenly. "Do you mind my singing to you, William?" "No, I don't mind. I like the way it sounds. When I was a young girl, around Lily's age, it was my great ambition to sing opera upon the professional stage." "Did you?" "No, I never did." "Why not?" "I married Mr. Bates." I was pursuing the one I had lost, the boy I was before I came to live with him. For a while, a very long while, I thought I was hunting for the Monstrumologist. He was, after all, the one who had dropped off the face of the earth. I thought I saw him one night at the opera. Mrs. Bates took Lily and me to a production of Wagner's Das Rheingold, which had premiered at the Metropolitan Opera House the previous month. "I hate the opera," Lily complained. "I don't understand why Mother drags me to it." We were sitting in a private box high above the orchestra when I thought I spotted him in the crowd. I knew it was him. I did not question why the Monstrumologist would be attending the opera. That didn't matter. It was him. The doctor had come back. I started to stand. Lily tugged me back into the chair. "It's Dr. Warthrop," I whispered excitedly. "Don't be silly," she whispered back. "And don't say his name in front of Mother." I thought I saw him a second time, in Central Park, walking a Great Dane. When he drew close, I realized he was 20 years older and 20 pounds heavier. Whenever I saw von Hellrung, I asked the same question. "Have you heard from the doctor?" His answer on the 17th day was the same as his answer on the 27th. "No, Will, nothing yet." On the 37th day of my exile, after hearing those words again, "No, nothing yet," I said to him, "Something is wrong. You should have written by now." "It could be that something is wrong." "Then we must do something, Dr. von Hellrung." "Or it could mean everything is very right. If Pellinore has picked up the trail of the Magnificum, he would not take the time to write 2 words. You have served the man. You know this to be true." I did. When the fever of the hunt was upon him, nothing could distract him from his goal. But I was troubled. "You have friends in England?" I said. "Can't you ask them if they know where he's gone?" "Of course I can, and I will, if circumstances dictate, but not yet. Pellinore would never forgive me if I allowed that particular cat out of the bag."
I returned on a blustery afternoon in early April to ask a special favor. I want to work in the Monstrumarium. You want to work in the Monstrumarium? The old Monstrumologist was frowning. What did Emily say? It doesn't matter what she says. She isn't my guardian, and she isn't my mother. I don't need her permission to do anything. My dear little Will, I suspect the sun itself needs her permission to shine. Why do you want to work in the Monstrumarium? Because I'm tired of sitting in the library. I've read so much, it feels as if my eyes are bleeding. You have been reading? You sound like Mrs. Bates. Yes, I do know how to read, Meister Abram. Well, I'm sure Professor Ainsworth could use some help. Well, I don't think Professor Ainsworth cares much for children. I know, and he cares even less for me. That's why I'm coming to you, Dr. von Hellrung. You're the president of the society. He has to listen to you. Listen, yes. Obey? Well, that's something altogether different. His hope for success was not high, but he decided to humor me, and together we descended to the old man's basement office. The meeting went well only in the sense of its outcome. The rest bordered on the disastrous. At one point, I actually feared Adolphus might bash von Hellrung's head in. I do not need any help. He will sabotage my system. The Monstrumarium is no place for children. He will get himself hurt. He will get me hurt. Von Hellrung was patient. Von Hellrung was gentle. Von Hellrung was kind. He smiled and nodded and expressed his utmost respect for and admiration of the curator's achievements, the finest collection of monstrumological relics in the world, and not merely that, but the creation of the most unique cataloging system in the Western Hemisphere. He intended to propose at the next Congress that a section of the Monstrumarium be named in his honor, the Adolphus Ainsworth Wing. The professor was not mollified. Stupid. Too wordy. It should be the Ainsworth Wing, or better, the Ainsworth Collection. Von Hellrung spread his hands apart as if to say, whatever you like. I do not like children, said the curator, scowling at me over his spectacles. And I especially do not like children who meddle in dark places. He pointed a crooked finger at von Hellrung. I don't know what it is about this boy. Every time I look up, there he stands at the side of another monstrumologist. What happened to Warthrop? He has been called away on urgent business. Or he's dead. Von Hellrung blinked rapidly several times, then said, Well, I am not sure. I don't think so. That's the most urgent business there is, when you think about it, Adolphus pronounced in my general direction. Death? Sometimes I will be sitting here, just sitting here working away, and I will think about it, and then I will jump up from my chair and think, Hurry, Adolphus! Hurry! Hurry! Do something! You should not worry yourself over such things, said von Hellrung. Did I say I was worried? Bah! I've been surrounded by death for 46 years, von Hellrung. It isn't the dead that worry me. Then, turning to me and glowering, he barked, What are you good at? I can organize your papers. Never. Maintain the files. Won't happen. Take down dictation. I have nothing to say. Sort the mail. Absolutely not. Well, I said wearily, I'm handy with a broom. Spring. Blooms break forth from the startled earth. The sky laughs. The trees, abashed, dress themselves in verdant green, and the heavens are lush with stars. Redeem the time, the stars sing down. Redeem the dream. And the boy waking in the land of broken rocks, the dry land wet with spring rain, waking in the place where two dreams cross. the dream where seeds grow into trees of gold, and the dream of the box that he cannot open. "I shouldn't tell you this," Lily said. "I really shouldn't tell you. I shall be the ship of 1,000 sails. Last night I heard them talking about you." "Go on, open it. He wanted you to see." "And Father did not say yes, but he did not say no." "I want to go, Father. I want to go." "I say no," she said. "I've kissed you now 3 times. And the stars sing down, "Redeem the time, redeem the dream," in the land of broken rocks where 2 dreams cross. And that's a horrid thought, kissing my own brother. "I don't want you to take me home. My place is with him." "Well, William, what do you think?" asked Mrs. Bates. "I think the doctor will be very displeased when he comes back. Dr. Worthrop, if he comes back, will not have a say in the matter. He has no legal claim to you. Dr. Worthrop, when he comes back, won't care about legal claims." "Humph," grunted Mr. Bates. "Cheeky." "I've no doubt of that, William, but he would acquiesce to your wishes, I think. What is your wish?" My prey was in sight. I had but to stretch forth my hand and seize it. The boy with the tall glass of milk in the kitchen that smelled like apples, and no darkness anywhere, no bodies in ash barrels, no blood caked on the soles of his shoes, no screaming of his name in the deadest hours of the night, no unwinding thing that compelled and repulsed, that whispered like the thunder, "I am." Just the laughing sky, and trees adorned in gold, and the abundance of stars that sing down, and the boy with his milk, and the smell of the earth, the undiminished whole of it, like apples. Chapter 15. What you see, my God sees. The curator of the Monstrumarium tapped my chest with the sneering head of his cane and said, "You are to touch nothing. Ask first. Always ask first." I followed him through the snarl of dimly lit passageways, crammed floor to ceiling with unopened, yet-to-be-catalogued crates, walls festooned with cobwebs and coated in 50 years' worth of grime, his cane going click, click, click on the dusty floor, the smell of preserving solution, the tartness of death upon the tongue, deep pools of shadow, feeble halos of yellow gaslight, and the awful loneliness of being just one small person in a vast space. "May not look at, but there's a place for everything, and everything is in its place. If a member should happen to ask you for help in finding something, do not help. Find me. I'm not hard to find. I'm usually at my desk. If I'm not at my desk, tell them to come back another time. Tell them Adolphus is not at his desk. That means he is somewhere in the Monstrumarium, has gone home for the day, or is dead." We paused by an unlabeled door, the Kodesh HaKodashim. He was absently shaking his keyring. It was my dream, down to the jangling of the keys. "No one is to go in here," he said. "Off limits." "I know that." "Don't talk back. Better, don't talk. I do not like chattering children." Or quiet children, I thought. "It's the nidus, isn't it?" Adolphus Ainsworth asked suddenly. "The urgent business? Ha! Worthrop's gone after the Magnificum. Well, well. Doesn't surprise me. Always the tilter at windmills. But what about you, Sancho Panza? Why didn't you go with him?" "He took another in my place." "Another what?" "Dr. von Hellrung's new pupil, Thomas Arkwright." "Arswipe?" "Arkwright," I shouted. Never met the man. His pupil, did you say? He must have introduced you to him. Why must he? Yesterday was the first time I'd seen the old fart in 6 months. He never comes down here. Anyway, what do I care about von Hellrung's pupil, or anybody else's for that matter? Here is the thing, Master Henry. You should never get friendly with a monstrumologist, and I can tell you why. Would you like to know why? I nodded. Yes, I would. Because they aren't around for very long. They die. Everyone dies, Professor Ainsworth. Not like monstrumologists, they don't. Now, look at me. I could have been one. Was asked more than once when I was younger to apprentice for one. Always said no, and I shall tell you why. Because they die. They die in droves. They die like turkeys on Thanksgiving Day. And their demise is not the usual untimely type. You know what I mean. A man falls off a boat and drowns, or a horse kicks him in the head. That's an accident. That's natural. Being torn limb from limb by something you went looking for, that's unnatural. That's monstrumological. In the monstrumarium, in the hall outside the locked room, jingling his keys. "'Tis a pity," Adolphus said pensively. "I didn't like Warthrop very much, but I could tolerate him. Not many men know what they're about. He did, and made no apologies for it. Most men have the face they show the world, and the other face, the face only God sees. Warthrop was Warthrop down to the marrow of his bones. What you see, my God sees, was his motto." He sighed and shook his withered pate. "'Tis a pity." "You shouldn't say that, Professor Ainsworth. We haven't heard from him yet, but that doesn't mean—" "He went hunting for the Magnificum, didn't he? And he's pulling a Warthrop, isn't he? Not the kind of man to limp home with his tail between his legs. Not the kind to give up, ever. No, not him. No, no, no. You won't be seeing your boss any more, boy." Standing outside the Holy of Holies, jingling his keys. I found von Hellrung in his offices on the 2nd floor. The head of the Monstrumologist Society was shuffling about in a pair of old slippers with a watering can, tending to his philodendrons on the dusty windowsill. "Ah, Master Henry, has Adolphus sacked you already?" "Dr. von Hellrung," I said, "did you ever bring Mr. Arkwright down to the monstrumarium?" "Did I ever—" "Bring Mr. Arkwright to the monstrumarium?" "I do not believe so. No, I did not." "Or send him there for anything?" He was shaking his head. "Why'd you ask, Will?" "Professor Ainsworth has never met him. He's never even heard of him." He set down the watering can, leaned against his desk, and folded his thick arms over his chest. He regarded me soberly, bristly white eyebrows furrowing. "I do not understand," he said. "The night he met the doctor, Mr. Arkwright said he knew we'd been to the monstrumarium because of the smell. The smell floats about you like a foul perfume, remember?" Von Hellrung nodded. "I do." "Dr. von Hellrung, how would Mr. Arkwright know that it smelled like anything if he's never been there?" My question hung in the air for a long time. A different kind of foul perfume. "You are accusing him of lying?" He was frowning. "I know he lied. I know he lied about applying to study under Dr. Warthrop, and now I know he lied about knowing we'd been to the monstrumarium." "But you had been to the monstrumarium." "That doesn't matter. What matters is he lied, Dr. von Hellrung." "You cannot say that with certainty, Will. Adolphus, may God bless him, is an old man, and his memory is not what it once was. And he often falls asleep at his desk. Thomas could have explored the monstrumarium at his leisure, and Professor Ainsworth would know nothing about it." He cupped my cheek with his hand. "This has been hard for you, I know. All you have in the world, all you understand, all upon which you thought you could rely, poof,
Gone in an instant. I know you are worried. I know you fear the worst. I know what terrors may fill the vacuum of silence. Something isn't right, I whispered. It's been almost 4 months. Yes, he nodded gravely. And you must prepare yourself for the worst, Will. Use these days to steel your nerves for that, not to torture yourself over Thomas Arkwright and these perceptions of perfidy. It is easy to see villains in every shadow, and very hard to assume the best of people, particularly in monstrumology, for our view of the world is skewed by virtue of the very thing we study. But hope is no less realistic than despair. It is still our choice whether to live in light or lie down in darkness. I nodded. His soothing words, however, brought no solace. I was deeply troubled. I suppose it is a measure of the depths of my disquiet that I confided my greatest fear to the last person I thought could keep any confidence quiet. It slipped out over a game of chess one afternoon in Washington Square Park. Chess was actually my idea. Perhaps if I practiced more, I reasoned, by the time the doctor returned, I might best him. And wouldn't that be something? Lily accepted my challenge. She was very competitive, having learned the game from her Uncle Abram. Lily's style of play was aggressive, impetuous, and intuitive, not so different from the girl herself. "You take so long," she complained as I agonized over my rook. He was trapped between her queen and a pawn. "Do you ever just do something? Just do it without thinking about it? Next to you, Prince Hamlet seems positively impulsive." "I'm thinking," I answered. "Oh, you think all the time, William James Henry. You think too much. Do you know what happens to someone who thinks too much?" "Do you?" "Ha ha, I suppose that was a joke. You shouldn't joke. People should know their limitations." I said goodbye to my rook and advanced my bishop to threaten her knight. She bopped my rook onto its side with her queen. "Check." I sighed. I felt her eyes on me as I studied the board. I willed myself not to look up. The breeze tickled the new leaves of the trees. The spring air was soft and smelled of her lavender soap. Her dress was yellow, and she wore a white hat with a yellow ribbon and a large yellow bow. Even with a new wardrobe and a fresh haircut, next to her I felt shabby. "Still no word from your doctor?" "I wish you wouldn't say it like that," I said without looking up. "He isn't my doctor." "Well, if he isn't yours, I'd like to know whose he is. And don't try to change the subject." "One of the benefits about thinking too much," I said, "is that you notice the little things other people miss. You say your doctor like that on purpose because you know it annoys me." "And why would I want to do that?" I heard a smile in her voice. "Because you enjoy annoying me? And before you ask why you enjoy annoying me, I suggest you ask yourself that question. I don't know why." "You're in a mood." "I don't like losing." "You were in a mood before we started playing." I moved my king out of danger. She barely glanced at the board before swooping in and capturing my last bishop. Inwardly, I groaned. It was only a matter of time now. "You can always concede," she suggested. "I shall fight on until the last drop of blood is spilt." "Oh, how so very un-Will Henry-like. You sounded very much like a doer just then. Like Leonidas at Thermopylae." My cheeks were warm. I should have known not to become too pleased with myself, though. "And all this while I thought of you as Penelope." "Penelope?" My cheeks grew hotter, albeit for an entirely different reason. "Pining away in your bridal chamber, waiting for Odysseus to return from the war." "Do you enjoy being mean, Lily, or is it something you can't help, like a nervous tic?" "You shouldn't talk to me that way, William," she said, laughing.
I'm to be your big sister soon. Not if the doctor has anything to say about it. I would think your doctor would be relieved. I was not around him much, but I got the feeling he didn't like you. She had gone too far, and knew it. That was cruel, she said. I'm sorry, Will. I don't know what comes over me sometimes. No, I said with a wave of my wounded hand. It's your move, Lily. She moved her knight, exposing her queen to my pawn. A pawn? I glanced up at her. Speckles of sunlight shimmered in her dark hair, a strand of which had come loose from her hat and fluttered, a fitful black streamer, in the soft springtime wind. Why do you think you haven't heard from him, Will? She asked. The quality of her voice had changed, was as soft as the wind now. I think something terrible has happened, I confessed. We stared into each other's eyes for a long moment, and then I was up from the bench and trotting across the park, and the world had gone watery gray, bleached of its springtime vibrancy. She caught up to me before I reached the exit at Fifth Avenue and pulled me round to face her. Then you must do something, she said angrily. Not think about how frightened you are or lonely you are or whatever it is you think you are. Do you really think something terrible has happened? Because if I thought something terrible had happened to someone I loved, I would not mope around thinking about it. I would be on the next boat to Europe. And if I had no money for a ticket, I would stow away. And if I couldn't stow away, I would swim there. I don't love him. I hate him. I hate Pellinor Warthrop more than I hate anything. More than I hate you. You don't know, Lily. You don't know what it's been like, living there in that house, and what happens in that house, and what happens because I live in that house. Like this? She gathered my left hand into hers. Yes, like that. And that isn't all, not everything. He beats you? What? No, he doesn't beat me. He doesn't see me. Days go by, weeks sometimes, and then I can't escape him. I can't get away. As if he's taken a rope and tied us together with it. And it's him and me and the rope, and there is no undoing it. That's the thing you don't understand, that your mother doesn't understand, that no one understands. He is thousands of miles away, maybe even dead. And it doesn't matter. He's right here. Right here. I slapped my open palm hard against my forehead. And there's no getting away. It's too tight. Too tight. My knees gave way. She threw her arms around me and held me up. She kept me from falling. Then don't try, Will, she whispered into my ear. Don't try to get away. You don't understand, Lily. No, she said. I don't. But I'm not the one who has to. Chapter 16. Be still and listen. I had discovered it during one of my recent forays into the formidable library of the Monstrumologist Society, a slim volume covered in a fine sheen of dust, some of its pages still uncut, its spine creaseless. Apparently no one had bothered to read it since its publication in 1871. What drew my eye to that little book, out of the 16,000 others surrounding it, I do not know. But I remember distinctly the small jolt of recognition when I opened to the title page and saw the author's name. It was like turning the corner in a crowded city and bumping into a long-lost friend you'd given up hope of ever seeing again. It was late in the day when I found it, no time to read it before the library closed, and there was a strict no-lending policy toward non-members. So I filched it, tucked it under the back of my coat, and walked out, right past Mr. Vestergaard, the head librarian, whom most monstrumologists called, behind his back, the Prince of Leaves. A rather weak bit of whimsy, I thought, but a monstrumologist's sense of humor, if he had one at all, tended toward the macabre. Efforts at anything lighter of heart invariably fell flat. Though the slim volume had been composed when Worthrop was only 18, a mere 5 years older than I when I discovered it, as part of his final examination before the admitting committee of the society, as a dissertation of sorts, the writing was remarkably sophisticated, if characteristically prolix. The title alone made my eyes glaze over. Of Uncertain Origin, the case for interdisciplinary openness and intellectual collectivism between all disciplines of the natural sciences, including studies in the field of aberrant biology, with extended notes upon the development of canonical principles from Descartes to the present day. But I read it, most of it anyway, because the subject matter wasn't the thing I was after. Reading his words was the nearest I could get to hearing his voice. The Worthropian diction was there, the authoritative tone, the rigorous, some might say ruthless, logic. Every line held echoes of the older Worthrop's voice, and reading them, sometimes aloud, late at night in my room, when the house was quiet and it was just Worthrop's words and me, opened a door for him to return and talk a little while. I caught myself murmuring after certain passages, "Really, sir?" and "Is that so, Dr. Worthrop?" as if we were back in the library at Harrington Lane, and he was boring me with some arcane text written 100 years ago by someone I'd never heard of, a form of mental cruelty that sometimes lasted for hours. The night of my near collapse in Washington Square Park, I picked up the book again, because I could not sleep, and I thought, with a little bit of spite, that the book would have definitely found a wider audience if it had been marketed to insomniacs. I opened it to a random page, and my eye fell upon this passage. A thing is either true, real, or it is not. There is no such thing as a half-truth in science. A scientific proposition is like a candle. The candle can be said to have two states, or modes, lit and unlit. That is, a candle is either one or the other. It cannot be both. It cannot be half-lit. If a thing is true, to put it colloquially, it is true through and through. If false, then false through and through. "Is that so, Dr. Worthrop?" I asked him. "What if the candle has a wick at both ends? One is lit, the other not. Could not one say in that hypothetical circumstance that the candle is indeed both lit and unlit, and your argument false through and through?" I chortled sleepily to myself.
"You cannot change the central element of an analogy to make it false, Will Henry."
His voice spoke into my ear.
"Is this why you're reading this old monograph of mine? To make yourself feel better at my expense? After all I've done for you."
"And to me, let's not forget that."
"How could I? I am constantly reminded of it."
"I'm doomed, like Mr. Kendall. Just doomed."
"What do you mean?"
"Even when you're gone, I can't get rid of you."
"I don't see how that is analogous to Mr. Kendall's fate."
"Once touched, infected. Just tell me, please, if you're dead. If you're dead, there is hope for me."
"I'm right here. How could I be dead? Really, Will Henry, was there some childhood accident of which I'm not aware? Did you fall down a flight of stairs, perhaps? Did your mother drop you as an infant, or suffer a fall while she carried you in her womb?"
"Why do you insult me all the time?" I asked him. "To make yourself feel better at my expense? After all I've done for you."
"What have you done for me?"
"Everything. I do everything for you. I wash and cook and launder and run errands and everything except wipe your arse." I laughed. My heart felt thrillingly light, no heavier than a grain of sand. "Arsewipe?"
"Will Henry, did I hear you call me a name?"
"I would never call you a name, to your face." I was remembering something Adolphus said. He mistook Arkwright for arsewipe.
"Ah, Arkwright. That's the perfect alternative to my candle analogy."
I don't understand.
If you will be still and listen, I will explain. Thomas Arkwright, ever call you a name? To your face. I was remembering something Adolphus said. He mistook Arkwright for arswipe. Ah, Arkwright. That's the perfect alternative to my candle analogy.
I don't understand.
If you will be still and listen, I will explain. Thomas Arkwright is the candle. He is either who he claims to be, or he is not. He cannot be both. Either von Hellrung is right, or you are. You cannot both be.
I know that, Dr. Warthrop.
Didn't I just now, no more than 30 seconds ago, ask you to be still and listen? Seriously, Will Henry, perhaps an accident in the stable, or milking the irascible family cow? Let us assume for a moment that von Hellrung is correct. Mr. Thomas Arkwright is who he claims to be, a brilliant young man with a passion for all things monstrumological, who happens to be enamored with a certain doctor of natural philosophy. So enamored, in fact, that he writes not once, not twice, not 3 times, but a total 13 times, begging for a position to study with this modern-day Prometheus, this colossus that bestrides the scientific landscape. What is required for this one proposition to be true? That you, the said Prometheus's arsewiper, were so neglectful of your ancillary duties as file clerk that you missed his application not once, not twice, not 3 times, but a total of 13 times. That, or you are simply a liar and destroyed them, lest you be replaced by a more convivial or efficient or passionate arsewiper. One who takes his arsewiping seriously, who considers a finely wiped arse a work of art. Now, you know, of course, that you are neither neglectful nor deceitful, and the candle, as it were, is as cold as a wedge. What does this mean? It means Arkwright is the liar, though his motives may be pure. In other words, he lies because he actually is enamored with our doctor. It does not mean he has insidious intentions. He is not Iago, but more like Puck. Are you following this so far, or would you like for me to speak more slowly and less polysyllabically?
I am, Dr. Warthrop. I'm following you, sir.
Excellent. Now, to the more recent and infinitely more troublesome development, the second candle, we shall call it. Mr. Arkwright, Adolphus, and the foul perfume of the monstrumarium. Let us assume, for the sake of our argument, that this second candle is lit. In other words, that you are correct and von Hellrung is wrong. Arkwright is indeed playing false. He has never stepped foot inside Professor Ainsworth's realm. He would no more recognize the foul perfume than a blind man would the color blue. On its surface, a rather innocuous slip, almost trivial. Who cares that he pretended to recognize a smell he could not possibly know? Another attempt to impress his idol with his powers of observation, as he tried to impress him earlier by his overabundance of applications. We may stop now, yes? Your troubled heart has been assuaged, so you may sleep, and I may go.
I'm not sleepy, I said. Don't go.
Very well, I will stay, for your heart should not be assuaged, Will Henry. Your unease is justified, though you cannot articulate why.
But why can't I, Dr. Warthrop? My eyes stung with tears of frustration. I know it's important, but I couldn't convince Dr. von Hellrung it was. I couldn't say why.
That's it precisely, Will Henry. You have been focusing on the wrong question. You've been asking, why is he lying, instead of, what does this lie mean? What does it mean, Will Henry?
It means... The truth was, I did not know what the lie meant. Oh, I hate myself. I'm so stupid.
Oh, stop it. Self-pity is like self-abuse. It may feel good in the moment, but the final result is a disgusting mess. I've given you one hint. Here's another. Mr. Arkwright is like the foolish man who built his house upon sand.
And the rains came and washed the foundation away. So his slip-up about the smell, that's the rain.
Oh, good God, no, Will Henry, not the rain. Why did you bring up the rain? I didn't even mention it. You are the rain, or would be if you used your head for something other than a hat stand.
I closed my eyes and plugged my ears to remove all distraction.
If I was the rain, what was Arkwright? The house? The foundation? Oh, why couldn't Warthrop just tell me and be done with it? Did he enjoy making me feel like a cretin? Most people do not like to think, Will Henry, he told me once. If they did, we would have fewer lawyers. He had just been given notice that he was being sued, a common occurrence and occupational hazard. Oh, Will Henry, what shall I do with you? You are like the ancient Egyptians, who believed the seat of thought lay in the heart. The foundation is not the object of your jealousy. Not Arkwright, I whispered into the dark, for the light had finally come on. The lie, his lie, is the foundation, isn't it? And the house is... Think. To think is to be human, the doctor always said, so be human and think. The house is the conclusion based on the lie. The nidus is the house. He couldn't have deduced you had the nidus, because his deduction began with a lie, that he knew we'd been to the Monstrumarium. He knew about the nidus before he walked through the door. I bolted upright and swung my legs over the side of the bed. I fumbled in the drawer of the bedside table for the box of matches. And there's only 2 ways he could have known. Dr. von Hellrung told him, which he said he did not, and we've no reason to assume he did. Or Jack Kearns told him. I lit the match and touched it to the candle wick. He's working with Kearns. Or someone else who knows what Kearns sent me, came Dr. Warthrop's voice again. Kearns could have told someone, but it is difficult to imagine who, and nearly impossible to understand why. I was on my feet, tugging on my trousers. Either way, he's false, but why? What is his game? I watched the flame sputter in the draft coming from the open window across the room. I could smell the river, and heard in the distance a tugboat's throaty call. The voice within had fallen silent. It was a trick. He tricked you, Dr. Warthrop. You. He needed to come with you to find Kearns, so he lowered your guard and puffed you up with flattery and made you think he was the perfect replacement. Yanking on my shirt, searching for my shoes. What had happened to my shoes? I have to tell Dr. von Hellrung, before it's too late. And the voice spoke up again and said, It is already too late. Chapter 17. Too late. I ran, barefooted, along Riverside Drive, south to 72nd Street, and then east to Broadway, running as if the devil himself were after me, along a narrow mountain pass and, on either side, the abyss. Das Ungeheuer, the tightly wound thing unwinding, and the unspooling refrain repeating until the words became a gibbering howl. It's already too late, 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 it's already too late. The granite pavement scraping and clawing the soles of my naked feet, the smeared blobs of street lamps in the early morning mist, and the hellish glow of the ash barrels where you can warm yourself over a dead man's bones, and the bloody footprints left behind. Now the park, and there the shadows between trees, and the wet rocks, and the sensuous whisper of leaf brushing leaf, and the silence in between. And then Broadway, the glittering blade thrust into the city's heart. Along its garish edges, shrieks of hysterical laughter from darkened doorways, and the smell of stale beer, tramps in doorways, whores hanging from second-story windows of bawdy houses, and the tinny music of the dance hall, the drunken cries of sailors, the white coats of the sanitation workers, the thing unwinding, pulling me as if by a silver cord, my blood the breadcrumbs marking the way back. But there is no going back now. It's already too late, 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 it's already too late. Crossing 51st Street, dodging the manure stacked in steaming piles, and the lights from the burlesque hall splashing on painted faces, and the blue coats of the roundsmen swinging their nightsticks, the darkened storefronts, the empty stalls of the fruit peddlers, running on a river of fire, breathing it in, granite striking bone, drawn by a silver cord, and the diminished stars singing down, in the granite defile, singing down, "Redeem the time, redeem the dream." Singing down, between the lightless divide, the vacuity on either side, careening onto 50th, where Broadway's garish light fades and the buildings are dark, and a dog furiously barks, maddened by the blood smell, bloody rock against bloody bone, and the snarling river of fire that I breathe, the river of fire on which I run, a fire fed by blood, river of fire, river of blood, and the unquiet voice, the silver chord, "It's already too late, it's 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 already too late," praying that we not be suffered to perish in the fire, praying that we are not divided like the man in the ash barrel, praying, "Merciful God, let my prayer come unto thee out of the fire, let my prayer come unto thee between the division, from the fire that bisects the abyss." Turning on 5th Avenue, 6 blocks, snap to. The sick wet slap of bloody feet on hard pavement, blood black in the yellow streetlights. "And do not suffer us to die unrelieved and divided. Do not consign us to the ash barrel, headwater of this fiery river upon which I run, where the melting muscles sizzle and the bones sing back to the stars singing down, and after this, our exile. And the river eddies at the foot of the brownstone, and I leap onto shore, and the house is ablaze with light, every window a glowing, featureless eye, banging on the door that opens at once, suddenly, like the yanking back of a curtain, and I am there. I fell into the vestibule like a landed trout, gasping for air, clutching my stomach, my bare, bloody toes curling on the wooden planks. Von Hellrung's kindly face swam into view. He pulled me to my feet and held me for a long time. Will, what are you doing here?" he murmured. "It's the doctor," I managed to get out after several attempts. Something is wrong." He would listen to me this time. I would make him listen. To my surprise, the old monstrumologist was nodding. And then I saw his wet cheeks, fresh tears welling in his blue eyes, his cottony white hair worried into tangled knots. "It's late. I was going to call in the morning, wait for the morning, but now God has brought you here. Yeah, it is His will, and His will be done." He stumbled away in a gait wobbly like a drunkard's, muttering to himself, Yeah, His will be done," leaving me to shiver in the vestibule, sweating, my lungs and feet on fire. A crumpled piece of paper fell from his hand. He did not stop to pick it up. I do not think he realized he dropped it. It was a Western Union telegram. I recognized the yellow paper. He had signed for it but an hour before, around the same time as my lesson with the monstrumologist 3 miles away on Riverside Drive. The cable read, "Confidential. Leaving Liverpool tomorrow. Arriving New York Thursday. Terrible news. Failure on all fronts. Warthrup is dead." It was signed Arkwright. Chapter 18. The Best of Us. Jacob Torrance downed his glass of whiskey, smoothed his neatly trimmed mustache, and then proceeded to drum his fingers aggressively on the arm of the wingback chair. His ruby-red signet ring, stamped with the motto of the society, Nil Timendum Est, sparked and spat back the light. His shoes shone as brilliantly as his ring, and besides the one in his trousers, there was not a crease anywhere on him. He looked like a man carved out of stone, a Greek statue wearing a perfectly tailored suit. He had the face of a statue, too, or rather the face of someone who might model for one. Jaw square, chin strong, nose straight, eyes large and soulful, if a little too close together, which gave him a perpetually angry look, as if at any moment he might rear back and bash you in the face. At 29, Jacob Torrance was 1 year shy of what monstrumologists called the magic 30, a reference to the average life expectancy of a scholar in the field of aberrant biology. The average life expectancy in the United States at the time was a little more than 42 years. Reaching the magic 30 meant you had beaten the odds. Usually your colleagues threw you a party. Magic 30s, as these bacchanals were called, could last for days and were said to rival the debaucheries of Caligula's court in ancient Rome. There was nothing a monstrumologist delighted in more than cheating death, unless it was discovering some creature that delighted in dealing it out. Worthrop's Magic 30 was celebrated before I came to live with him, but by all accounts it put all others before it to shame. In fact, for years afterward, many of his colleagues did not dare set foot inside the city limits of Boston for fear of being arrested. I had suggested Torrance to von Hellrung for his youth and physical prowess. He was somewhat of a legend in monstrumological circles, nicknamed John Henry Torrance by his fellow scientists, after the legendary nail-driving strongman. The doctor had told me a story about Torrance flattening a charging Clunus fetidus with a single blow, hitting it so hard in the snout that it dropped dead at his feet. I'd also suggested Torrance for the simple reason that he was one of the few monstrumologists that Worthrop liked, though the doctor did not approve of Torrance's hard drinking and irreformable philandering.
"It is a shame, Will Henry," he told me. "With great gifts there always seem to come great burdens. He would be the best of us, if he only could control his appetites."
Von Hellrung was nervously puffing on the expired stub of a Havana cigar. He looked haggard, eyes swollen from lack of sleep, chin stubbly with a 3-day-old growth that he rubbed incessantly with the palm of his pudgy hand. It had not been the best week of his long life, or my short one. "Would you like another whiskey, Jacob?" asked von Hellrung. "Do you think I should?" "Probably shouldn't." Torrance clipped off the ends of his words, bit them hard with his large teeth, as if words had a taste and he liked the way they tasted. He swirled the ice in his glass. "Ah, what the hell." Von Hellrung shuffled to the liquor cabinet. Among the decanters of sherry and brandy, bottles of wine and liqueurs, was a small blue bottle, the sleeping draught prescribed by Dr. Seward. He stared at it for a moment, brow furrowed, bushy white eyebrows nearly touching above his large nose, before he refilled Torrance's glass with whiskey and scuffled back. "Thanks." Back went the finely sculpted head. The large Adam's apple bobbed once, and the ice tinkled again in the empty glass. "That's enough," he said to no one in particular. He adjusted the signet ring on his finger and mused, "Maybe I shouldn't be sitting here when he comes in. Might make him suspicious." "He may not come," von Hellrung said. "He says nothing of coming, only that he arrives Thursday, today." He consulted his pocket watch, snapped it closed. In another minute he would check the time again. "Then we'll go to him," Torrance said. "I'm up for a hunt. What about you, Will?" "He'll come," I said. "He'll have to." Von Hellrung shook his head in consternation, a gesture Torrance and I had seen repeated since the evening had begun. "I do not like this. I have said it before, I say it again. I do not like any of this. It goes against everything I believe in, or have said I believed in, or believed I believed in. It is not the way a Christian gentleman behaves." "I'll take your word for it, Meister Abram," Torrance returned dryly. "Can't say I've met many of those, and those I have didn't act very Christ-like." He pulled out his Colt revolver, and von Hellrung cried, "What are you doing? Put that away!" "It's only Sylvia," said Torrance slowly, as if speaking to a half-wit. "All right, I'll put her away." "I never should have trusted him," moaned von Hellrung. "I am a fool, the very worst kind of fool, an old fool." "How were you a fool? He came with excellent references and letters of recommendation, and claimed to hail from one of the oldest families in Long Island. Why wouldn't you trust him?" Because I am a monstrumologist, von Hellrung replied, striking his breast. An old monstrumologist, and a monstrumologist does not get to be my age without a healthy dose of skepticism. The eyes and ears are not to be trusted. I've spent my career stripping off nature's masks. I should have seen through the ruse. But did I see it? No, it took a child to show the way. Don't take it so hard, Meister Abram. He fooled Warthrop too, and Warthrop's no fool. His fingers drummed on the chair arm the cadence of a galloping horse. At the mention of the doctor's name, von Hellrung collapsed into his chair with a loud cry. Pellinore, Pellinore, forgive me. Thy blood is on my hands. We don't know if he's dead, I spoke up. Arkwright could be lying about that too. There's only one reason he would say so, because it is so. You said it yourself, Dr. von Hellrung, I returned. Hope isn't any less reasonable than despair. I think he's alive. You hope that he is? Well, he could be alive, Torrance put in. So my money's with Will's. I hate to think of a world without Pellinore Warthrop. Be a hell of a lot less interesting place. He stood up, which seemed to take a very long time. He was well over 6 feet tall, and opened his powerful arms wide to stretch. Well, I'm going to find something to eat. I suppose you've sent Francois home for the evening? Yeah, on the rest. And then he added bitterly, We would not want any witnesses, would we? Speaking of that, I think I'll stay out of sight till you're ready for me. Wouldn't want the little rat to smell one. That's a shame, about Francois, I mean. That fellow's crepes are the finest I've ever tasted. Well, I'm sorry, von Hellrung said after Torrance had left. If I had only listened to you. He was interrupted by the bell. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath to steel his nerves. Our quarry arrives, he said. Now we screw our courage to the sticking place, Master Henry. How's my expression? I fear the fly will see me for the spider I am. He glanced at himself in the mirror by the front door, tugged at his vest, and ran both hands over his mop of white hair. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught me easing into the vestibule. What are you doing? He cried softly. No, go back to the parlor. He waved frantically toward the room. Lie upon the divan. You have collapsed in grief. You have lost your master, lost everything. Can you feign tears? Rub your eyes very hard, make them red. The bell rang a second time. I scampered back to the parlor, threw myself upon the divan, and practiced a keening wail, softly, but not soft enough for von Hellrung. Just before he flung open the door, he called out hoarsely, What is that? What is that? Soft tears, tears of lamentation. You sound like a hog in the slaughterhouse. And then, Thomas, thank God you have arrived safely. I was worried. Dr. von Hellrung, Meister Abram, that I've arrived at all is nothing short of a miracle. But you look terrible, exhausted. Here, I will take your bags. My staff has left for the evening, and we will retire to the parlor, where you may rest from your long and no doubt dangerous journey. They stepped into the room. Arkwright started when he saw me, and turned to his host. Not the boy, I beg you, sir. He was carrying a worn leather satchel. I recognized it at once, and a dagger pierced my heart. It was the doctor's field case, an heirloom from his father, who'd received it from his father. Warthrop would never have willingly parted with it. I would prefer that will remain, von Hellrung said stiffly, his jaw tightening. He looked as if he might haul back and cold-cock Arkwright. He was not an accomplished actor. And pray you will indulge me in this, Thomas. The boy has been through much at the side of our fallen friend. I thought he should hear first-hand of his fate. Arkwright nodded absently, fell into the chair vacated by Jacob Torrance, cradling the doctor's field case in his lap as a toddler clutches a favored toy, and promptly forgot my presence. His sole focus was von Hellrung, the mark of his confidence came. Von Hellrung took a fresh cigar from the humidor and clipped off the tip. He lit a match after rolling the cut end over his tongue. The flare chased all shadowy crevices from his face. For an instant, he looked 10 years younger. "So, begin at the beginning and tell me everything," he said, bluish smoke enveloping his head. "Warthrop is dead?" "That isn't the beginning," Arkwright objected. "It's the end, and a terrible one. After these months in his company, I am satisfied he was every bit the great man I thought he was before we met. 10 times greater. The loss to science, to me personally, and to you, of course, to all humanity. Incalculable, Dr. von Hellrung. A man like Pellinore Warthrop comes along very seldom, perhaps once in 100 years, and to lose him now, in the prime of life, at the height of his considerable powers, the mind can hardly grasp it." "Alas, dear Thomas," commiserated von Hellrung. "Such is the fate of many great men in life, but particularly in monstrumology. At least tell me that God granted him, like his prophet Moses, a glimpse of the promised land before his passing. Did he see, have you seen, the unseen? Did he, before he faced his end, face the faceless? Otherwise all has been for naught." Arkwright slowly shook his head. "He was taken up, von Hellrung, snatched from our camp in the dead of night as if the hand of God had reached down and grabbed him, and then—" He made a choking sound as if he were about to be sick. "And then the rain! The rain!" His body folded up in the chair, crushing the case against his stomach. I heard the faint, dull clank of the instruments within. "A rain of blood, a red rain of... His voice dropped to a mortified whisper. "Him." "What?" Von Hellrung seemed genuinely horrified. "Do you mean to say his body was torn asunder?" Arkwright opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. He nodded helplessly. Von Hellrung sighed loudly and looked over at me. "So Dr. Pellinore Warthrop makes 7, he said softly. "No, 8 now, for your news has torn this old man's heart asunder. He was like a son to me, Thomas. The one with whom I'd cheerfully trade places. Ach, terrible, terrible." He wiped his palm over his forehead, and no one spoke for a few minutes. Then von Hellrung looked at Arkwright, and his gaze was hard. "But you escaped. How is this so?" "The simplest answer, sir. I ran." "And you did not see it? The thing that took him?" "It was his turn to keep the watch," Arkwright answered, with a note of defensiveness. "I was sleeping. I woke to the snap and pop of the tent canvas, blown by a gale that came straight down from the very vault of heaven, strong enough to crack the center pole, and then I heard an unearthly roar, like the sound of thunder or the blasting of 1,000 pounds of TNT, followed by a screeching loud enough to split a man's head in half. I grabbed my rifle and crawled to the opening, and saw his legs fly straight up as he was yanked into the sky, and above, a shadow large enough to blot out the stars, as big as a house, and Warthrop ascending like one of the saved on Judgment Day. That is what I saw, Meister Abram, and I am satisfied to never see it again for as long as I live." "Satisfied?" von Hellrung asked, watching impassively the tears coursing down Arkwright's cheeks. "No, I suppose anyone would be satisfied, Thomas, though not the one who might have risked all to see the thing that devoured him." "It happened too fast, in the wink of an eye, Meister Abram, the wink of an eye, and a moment later he returned, raining all around me. I lifted my face to the sky and was soaked to the skin with him. With him. And you would judge me for it? You were not there. You were not the shore upon which the flotsam of a human being washed down." He slumped over again, rocking back and forth, clutching the doctor's case, caressing it.
"Forgive me, Thomas," von Hellrung said kindly. "I do not pass judgment on your actions. It is not to me you must answer in the final days. But you are here, and he is not. And so I am glad and aggrieved, relieved and burdened. As you are, I'm certain. Here, though, you haven't finished the tale, and I would hear all of it. How you tracked down Jack Kearns and found the home of the Nidus Maker and all of that. But first, a drink to steady your nerves, yeah? Will Henry, be a dear and fetch a drink for Mr. Arkwright. What would you have, Thomas?" "A bit of whiskey would be nice, if you have it, with some ice."
I went to the liquor cabinet while von Hellrung stationed himself directly in front of Arkwright, who raised the case with both hands, holding it toward von Hellrung like a high priest making an offering to his god. "I went back at first light and found this. I thought you might want it. It's all that's left of him."
"All?"
Arkwright swallowed hard and whispered, "The rest I was able to wash off in the tidewaters of the sea." His drink was ready. Von Hellrung took it from me and handed it to Arkwright, who emptied the glass in a single shuddering gulp.
"Ah. Would you like another?" von Hellrung asked.
"It does help somewhat."
"Then you shall have another. You deserve it, Thomas. You deserve all you can drink, to the last drop."
When Thomas Arkwright came to, an hour later, he was no longer in Abram von Hellrung's cozy parlor on Fifth Avenue. Where he found himself was neither cozy nor on Fifth Avenue. I wonder what he noticed first. Was it the strange smell of moist air mixed with chemicals and the subtle undertones of decay? Or was it how the world had gone gray? Gray walls, gray ceiling, gray floor, and was covered in the grimy residua of the smoke from oil lamps? Or did he notice the dust not yet captured by the walls, lazily floating in the tiny chamber's atmosphere? Perhaps. But I suspect he first noticed the ropes.
"Well, baby's up from his nap," murmured Jacob Torrance.
Arkwright jerked in the chair and, as he was bound tightly hand to foot to it, nearly toppled over. He squinted in the weak light of the single kerosene lamp on the table behind Torrance, who stood in front of him, a 6'6" hulking shadow, with face hidden and the voice of God's avenging angel come to bring justice to the wicked. And in me, the thing unwinding, a swift, fierce thrill when I saw the fear in Thomas Arkwright's eyes. "Who are you?" Arkwright asked in a remarkably steady voice. Sound can play tricks in the underground crypts of the Monstrumarium. It careens from the walls, skitters down the serpentine passageways, smacks back and forth, ceiling to floor, wall to wall, and back again. Did I hear the faintest trace of an accent far removed from the shores of Long Island?
"I'm the man who's going to kill you," Torrance answered evenly. "Unless Will would like the honor."
"Will!" He peered into the murk until his eyes fell upon me. I willed myself not to look away. "Where is von Hellrung?"
"I killed him," Torrance answered. "No, I didn't. Did I? What do you think?"
"Where am I? Why am I tied to this chair?" The drug still floated in his blood. He was fighting it, willing his tongue to mold the words.
"What, you don't recognize the smell? I thought you'd been here before. And you know why you're tied to that chair. So you're even now. 2 questions to which you don't know the answer, and 2 to which you do. You're only allowed 5, so I would suggest that you ask one from the first category."
"The last one I didn't know the answer to. What has happened? I really don't understand. Will, can you tell me what's happened?" You're asking him because you haven't liked my answers. That isn't my fault. Very well, then, I shall ask you. Why do you want to kill me? I didn't say I wanted to. I said I was going to. I'm not a monster, you know. I just study them. He shrugged out of his jacket, handed it to me. He pulled out his Colt revolver. This is my gun. I named it Sylvia. It's a long story. He flipped open the cylinder and held it a foot from Arkwright's aristocratic nose. She's empty, see? He dug into his vest pocket and removed a single bullet. A bullet, he said, holding it up. He slid it into a chamber and slapped the cylinder closed. Then, with no further preamble, he stepped forward and pressed the muzzle against Arkwright's finely formed forehead. Our captive did not flinch. His gray eyes looked unblinking into Torrance's face. Go on. Pull the trigger. You don't frighten me. I don't want to frighten you, Torrance replied. He dropped the gun onto the bound man's lap and said, I want to tell you a story. It's one of my favorite stories, written by a very good friend of mine, who happens to be the world's reigning hot dog eating champion. He ate 2.5 hot dogs, plus buns, in 60 seconds. It's hard to make a decent living eating hot dogs, so he turned to writing, which pays a little better but wins not half the glory of achieving 2.5 wieners in a minute, plus the buns. It's the buns that's impressive. The story's pretty famous. You've probably heard of it. Once upon a time, there was a very mean king. He had a beautiful daughter whom, despite the fact that he was very mean, he loved very much. Well, one day, this beautiful daughter of his disobeys him and falls in love with a fellow well below her station, a commoner, in other words. This made the mean king very, very angry, and that's a bad spot to be in if you're this princess's paramour. The king threw the poor sucker into the deepest, dankest, darkest dungeon, not too different from this place. He was just going to kill him. But the mean king was an old softy when it came to his daughter, who was just as heartbroken as Juliet over her lover's misfortune, that is, his being born out of the wrong womb. So, the mean king doesn't kill him, but boy, did he set him up good. He plops him down in this big closed-off arena, like a coliseum, the kind the Romans had, and in the arena are 2 identical doors. Behind one door is a very good-looking woman. Not a real looker like the princess, but several degrees from not bad. Behind the other is a ferocious man-eating tiger. The prisoner must choose one door, no coercion, entirely up to him. If he opens the door that hides the lady, he must marry her. The till death do us part kind of marrying, or the mean king will kill him. If he opens the door to the tiger, well, you can picture the outcome. Now, you might be thinking, well, I know which one I'd try for, but wait. Right as he's about to pick, he looks up and sees the princess. Ah, true love will triumph, good will overcome immoderate meanness. For she does indeed know what is behind each door, and lo, when he looks up at her, she flicks her finger to the right, meaning, pick the door on the right, trust me. Now, her lover may have been a commoner, and may not have had all the perks of a royal education, but he was no simpleton. He begins to think about it. He begins to wonder how his dear would feel if she had to watch her true love spend the rest of his life in the arms of another, albeit just a notch or 2 less beautiful, woman. Did that flick of the finger mean, therefore, dinner's served? Oh, but no, charity suffereth long and is kind, charity envieth not. Wish him to be torn limb from limb, and eaten before the king and the court and her? Impossible. So it must be the lady behind the right door. But wait, did I mention who the lady is? She is well known to the king's daughter, a woman she despises, loathes with all her being. So if it is her behind the right door, the princess will be forced to watch, for the rest of her life, this hateful creature have what she, the royal princess, cannot. And her poor lover knows this. Still, I cannot believe she could simply sit there and watch me be eaten, our poor lover thinks. So she points to the door that will slay her heart but save my life. He starts to turn the knob on the right-hand door. But wait, he thinks. What if she's worried that I don't trust her? That would mean she points out the tiger, thinking I'll choose the other door and thus live. I must choose the door on the left. So he steps to the door on the left, but just as he's about to open it, he thinks, but wait, I do trust her. Her heart couldn't bear the sight of my mangled corpse being dragged around the arena by a wild animal, entrails trailing in the sawdust, blood everywhere, a mess. The lady must be behind the right door, unless I shouldn't trust her. Love may suffer long, but a lifetime is an awfully long. The tiger is behind the right door. I should open the left. 2 doors. Behind one, the lady. Behind the other, the tiger. Which should he choose? Torrance fell silent. Arkwright, convinced by this point, perhaps, that he was in the presence of a lunatic, said nothing at first, and then, unable to bear the tension any longer, blurted out, "All right, which is it? Which door did he choose?" "I don't know. The bugger just leaves it there. He can knock off 2.5 hot dogs in a minute, but he can't finish a damn story. Anyway, it's the wrong question. The correct question is which will you choose? The lady or the tiger?" Torrance nodded to me. I stepped into the hall and returned with the rolling cart. Its wheels had not been oiled since its construction, most likely. They squeaked and squealed as I pushed it into the small chamber. Arkwright's eyes cut to the cart and the large jar sitting on top of it, and then cut away. His shoulders bunched and relaxed. His right leg jerked. "You know what this is?" Torrance said with a flick of his finger toward the thing suspended inside the amber-colored preserving solution. Arkwright did not answer. His face shone with sweat. A nerve beneath his right eye danced. "Now, where did I put my gloves?" Torrance wondered. "Oh, here they are on the table. You too, Will. Put 'em on." He picked up the scalpel from the cart and sliced through the wax ring around the lid. "Hold this a moment, please, Will," he said, handing me the scalpel. He unscrewed the lid. The sound was very loud in the closed space. "All right," Arkwright said loudly. "All right. This really is becoming tiresome. I demand to speak to Dr. von Hellrung immediately." Torrance set the lid aside and then reached inside to remove the nidus, grimacing a bit, not from fear, I think, but because his forearms were so large it was a tight fit. He carefully lowered the nest of woven human remains next to the jar, where it glistened wetly in the lamplight. "Spatula, Will," Torrance murmured. I handed him the flat-bladed tool, which he used to coax off a dime-size amount of the bonding material, the sticky sputum of Typhoeus magnificum. "What is it?" Arkwright shouted. "What are you doing over there?" "You know what I'm doing." "You do not realize it, sir, but you have made a grievous mistake. A grievous mistake." "Me? I've made a grievous mistake." Torrance held up the spatula. "Do you think that frightens me?" Arkwright laughed derisively. "You won't do it. You can't do it." "I can't do it?" Torrance seemed genuinely puzzled. "No, you can't, because I don't have to tell you anything. I won't tell you anything unless you release me. Ha! Now, which shall you choose? If you do this to me, you will never know." "Never know what? I don't recall asking you a damn thing." Arkwright tried to laugh. It came out as a strangled hiccup. His hands were locked around the rear legs of the chair, and they were shaking, and so the chair too was shaking. The very air around Thomas Arkwright shook. The dust particles vibrated in sympathy to his terror. Torrance continued. "The absorption rate varies depending on the location of the exposure. Exposure to the upper dermis, for example, results in a more prolonged development of symptoms than, say, exposure to the mouth, or eyes, nose, any body cavity, really. such as the ear canal or the anus. He was speaking in a very dry monotone, similar to the one I'd heard the doctor use, as if he were addressing some unseen classroom of students. "You're mad," Arkwright said, matter-of-factly. "No," Torrance replied. "I'm a monstrumologist. It's a subtle distinction." Then he continued with his presentation. "And the symptoms, well, I probably don't need to go into all that. If you're curious, I suppose Will here could describe them to you. What you may expect in the hours to come. He's seen it up close." I nodded. I felt lightheaded. Blood roared in my ears, and in my heart the tightly wound thing unwinding. "Will," Arkwright echoed. "Will, you can't do this. Don't let him do this, Will. Run and find von Hellrung. Quick, Will, go!" "I wouldn't appeal anything to Mr. Henry if I were you," said Torrance. "Truth is, all this was his idea." Arkwright stared at me, dumbfounded. I returned his stare frankly. I did not look away. "He's the one who figured you out for the stinking liar you are, so I wouldn't be barking orders at Mr. Will Henry. No, sir." He stepped toward the seated man, and that one step caused Arkwright to jerk violently. The feet of the chair complained against the concrete floor. The gun fell from his lap. "Dear God, I don't know what you want from me," he cried, his bravado beginning to break. "Hear that, Will?" inquired Torrance. "That sound like a Long Island accent to you? Doesn't to me. Sounds English, almost." "I am a British citizen, a servant to the Crown of Her Majesty Queen Victoria, and I will see you hang, sir." "I doubt that," Torrance returned easily. He stepped around the chair to stand directly behind Arkwright, moving with startling alacrity for a man his size. He didn't hesitate. He didn't wait for his prisoner to turn his head. He reached forward with his free hand and pinched shut Arkwright's nose. The reaction was immediate. Arkwright bucked and twisted, threw his body impotently against the ropes, whipped his head from side to side in a vain attempt to dislodge Torrance's vice-like grip. Out of the corner of his eye, before it was covered with the palm of his captor's large hand, he must have seen the gleaming spatula in Torrance's other hand. His lips were clamped tightly together, but he and Torrance knew it could be maintained for only so long. He could hold his breath until he passed out, but what would that accomplish? It would make Torrance's job easier, that's all. He had little choice. The lady or the tiger? It was a poor analogy. He opened his mouth and gasped, "My name is not Arkwright." With his nose clamped tight, he sounded like he had a bad head cold. "I don't care what your name is." "You will hang for this," he shouted. "You and von Hellrung and your little bastard assistant." "Will isn't my little bastard assistant. Will is Pellinor Warthrup's little bastard assistant." "Warthrup? Is that it? You want to know what happened to Warthrup? Warthrup is dead. He died on Masira, the bloody island of Masira, in the Arabian Sea, just like I told von Hellrung." Torrance looked across the room at me. I shook my head. "We don't believe you," he told Arkwright. "Will, lend me a hand here. He keeps jerking around like this, and I'm going to drop the spatula." I took the implement from him and watched Torrance wrap his huge forearm around Arkwright's neck. "You've done it now," Torrance whispered. "See, I might hesitate. I'm at the age where the idea of hanging actually gives me pause, but he's just a child, and children think they'll live forever. He's got a strong case. He thinks you may have killed Warthrup, you know, and I'm thinking he may be right." "I didn't kill him." "Well, he sure didn't die the way you described it. My money's on Kearns. Kearns killed him." "No one killed him. No one. I swear to you, no one." His eyes fell upon me. I was the one who held death itself, and therefore his life, in my hand. "He's alive," he gasped. "There, he's alive. Is that satisfactory to you?" First he's dead, now he's alive, Torrance said. Next you'll have him appearing in a traveling minstrel show. He released Arkwright and snapped his fingers at me. He wanted the poudre serre. Arkwright cried out, I'm telling you the truth! And I'll tell you what else. The bastard wouldn't be alive if it weren't for me. That's the ironic thing. Warthrop owes his life to me, and you're going to take mine for the debt. Owes you his life? Torrance echoed. Yes, his life. They wanted to kill him. Wanted to kill both of us, but I put a stop to it. I stopped them. Them? Said Torrance. No, please, I can't tell you that. They wanted to kill him. They'll kill me. They will hunt me down like a dog, and they... They? Listen to me! Arkwright screeched. His eyes were darting back and forth, to me, to Torrance, to me again, back to Torrance. To whom should he appeal? The child who had composed this play, or the actor who was performing it? If I tell you that, I'm a dead man. You're a dead man if you don't. The lady or the tiger? Perhaps the analogy was not so poor after all. I could contain myself no longer. Where is Dr. Warthrop? I blurted out. He told us, and the answer held no meaning for me. I had never heard of the place, but Torrance had. He stared at Arkwright for a long moment, and then burst into laughter. Well, all right then. I like it. It's crazy, but it also makes some sense. Inclines me towards some skeptical belief, Arkwright. Good! And now you know where he is, and you're letting me go, aren't you? But Torrance had not finished thinking it through. He had reached the crux of it, the two identical doors. They, you said, they wanted to kill him. There was Kearns and you and them. Or was it Kearns and you, and then them? I don't even know what you're saying. Oh, Christ, help me! His eyes rolled in my direction. Christ, help me, he whispered desperately. I thought I understood, and stepped in as Torrance's interpreter. How do you know John Kearns? I don't know John Kearns from Adam. Never met him, never saw him before, never heard of him before this bloody business began. And I wish I never had. Got it, Torrance shouted. It's Kearns, then them, and then you. Not you and Kearns, not you with Kearns. You're not with Kearns, and you're not with them. You're with... He stamped his foot. I was reminded of a rambunctious stallion eager to be free of his stall. Servant to the crown. Servant to the crown. I get it now. That's good. All was still then. Even the dust seemed to pause in its fitful ballet. There was Arkwright in his chair, and Torrance standing behind him, and me against the wall. And there was the lamplight, and the nidus, and the spatula, and glistening on the spatula, poudre serre, the rot of stars that made men rot, and inside each of us, das Ungeheuer, the thing unwinding that whispers, I am, with the force to break the world in half, the thing in you and the thing in me, the thing in Thomas and the thing in Jacob, and the two doors, two for each of us. Jacob chose his door first, reaching down and untying the ropes that bound the hands of Thomas, and Thomas in the chair shivered like a man who opens the front door of his warm house on a cold morning. Jacob chose his door and freed Thomas's hands. And after he had freed his hands, and Thomas knew the bracing wind on his face, the blast that meant he was free, that he'd endured, Jacob yanked back Thomas's head, and Thomas howled, and his hands came up, but it was too late because Jacob had opened the door. The door was flung wide, and into Thomas's mouth went the spatula, to the back of his throat, and Thomas gagged. Torrance stepped back as Arkwright went forward, fighting desperately to stand, but his legs were still bound to the chair, and he pitched forward onto the cold floor, and his screams were inhuman slaughterhouse screeches. He scuttled across the floor, the chair's back pushing his chest down and scraping back and forth as his legs jerked and pulled against the ropes, and then he stopped, his back arched, and he emptied his stomach. What came next could not have lasted more than a minute. "Will! Will!" Torrance shouted. A slap across my cheek, hard enough to rock me back on my heels. "Get out! Now!" I skittered around Arkwright's heaving form. Sobs and curses were trapped between the chamber walls, echoes smashing against answering echoes, pummeling me, the sound of the world breaking in half. The amber-colored liquid in the empty jar that sloshed when I bumped into the cart on the way out. Then, behind me, the soft tink of the spatula falling to the floor, and then the wobbly wheels complaining as Torrance shoved the cart toward me. The nidus was now in the hall, and right behind it was Torrance, who slammed shut the door and threw home the bolt. He hurled his huge fist against the locked door. He howled with unloosed rage. I do not think the man on the other side heard him. "Stupid, stupid, stupid!" Bang, bang, bang. "You stupid, stupid, stupid limey bastard!" Bang. I slid down the hallway of the passageway. I pressed my hands to my ears. It goes on forever, the unwinding thing. It has no beginning or end, no top or bottom. It is not contained by the universe. Before the universe was, it had been. And when the universe has burned itself to a handful of dust, it will still be there. The thing in me and the thing in you. Das Ungeheuer, the abyss. "This wasn't the plan! You weren't supposed to really do it!" I screamed at Torrance's back as he pounded on the locked door. "You were supposed to make him just think you were!" He whirled on me. I saw his eyes clearly in the lamplight dark, in the dim hall, whiteless. Oculus Dei, I thought. The eyes of God. "Shut up and listen," he roared. "Just shut your trap and listen to—" Now from the chamber, silence. And the man inside sees before him the two doors, his two doors. And the man asks himself, which will it be, the lady or the tiger? And he stretches out his hand. Jacob Torrance stiffened when the shot rang out. His gaze flew toward the low ceiling, and then he closed his eyes. "It's the lady, then," he murmured. Chapter 19. Little good can come of this. Abram von Hellrung crossed his arms behind his back and stared out the window to the street below. Beneath him the great city was coming to life. A large gray draft horse clopped along the granite avenue pulling a dray loaded with dry goods. A man on a bone-shaker bicycle whizzed along the sidewalk. Two pretty girls with red ribbons in their hair skipped arm in arm across the street, lifting their bare knees high, their high-pitched laughter like the little lame balloon man's whistle, far and wee. "Go, for they call you, shepherd, from the hill," he said quietly. "Come, shepherd, and again begins the quest." He turned from the window and said, "I was 10, and my father took my little sister and me from our little village of Leck to Stubenbach, where a band of gypsies had arrived with their traveling show. It was just the three of us. My mother refused to go and warned Papa he must watch us with an eagle eye, for the gypsies were widely believed to steal children. Devil-worshippers, she called them. But my Papa, though only a poor farmer, had the heart of an adventurer, and so we went. There were dancers and acrobats and fortune-tellers, and the food, mein Gott, you had never tasted such food. In the afternoon we were approached by two men, one very old and the other much younger, his son perhaps, who offered us a peek inside the tent for a small fee. "Why?" asked Papa. "What is in your tent?" And the older one answered, "Come and see." So Papa paid the fee, and I went inside. Not Papa or my sister. The younger gypsy said to him, "Do not take her, she should stay outside." And Papa wasn't going to leave her and risk her being stolen, or my mother's wrath for suffering her to be stolen. I went in alone. There was a large wooden crate. It reminded me very much of a coffin, and inside the crate was an abomination. It paralyzed me with dread, froze me to the spot. I wanted to look away, but I could not look away. "What is it?" I asked the old man. "It is a monster," he said. "Slain by my kinsmen in Egypt. It is called a griffin. This one is only a baby. They grow very large, large enough to blot out the sun. Is it not marvelous? It had the body of a lion, the head of an eagle, and a python for a tail. A fake, and not a very good fake. They had sutured the parts together with thick black twine, but I did not come to that conclusion until many years later. I was a child. I saw the beast with a child's eyes, eyes that could not look away. What sort of thing is this, and how could it be? How could such a thing exist? I remember feeling tightness in my chest, as if a great hand was squeezing the life from my heart. I would run. I would stay. I would turn aside. I would look closer. It held me, and in some strange way that I do not pretend to understand, I held it. I still hold it. And it still holds me. He turned back to the window. The sun broke over the buildings on the eastern side of the street, flooding the avenue with golden light. That day was the beginning. I was 15, and my first monster had the same name as me, Jacob Torrance said. He came home after a night with his mistress and a bottle of rot gut and started beating my mother with the business end of a joiner's mallet. So I picked up the closest thing at hand, just happened to be his Springfield musket, and blew a hole the size of a turnip through the back of his head. Been killing monsters ever since. Von Hellrung was frowning. Thomas Arkwright was no monster until you made him one. Thomas Arkwright was an agent for the British Intelligence Service. How do you know this? Did Arkwright tell you? No. You assume it. You guess at it. Besides Kearns, there are at least 2 sets of players at this poker table, Meister Abram. 3, counting us. There's the set Arkwright was afraid would kill him if he showed his hand, and the set that was going to hang us if we harmed one little hair on his thinning scalp. I don't know who that first set could be, but I'm betting the second is Her Majesty's government. Makes good sense to me. If I were Kearns and knew where the Magnificum roosted, I could demand a hefty asking price. A nidus would fetch a pretty penny, sure, but compare that to having the mama whose one drop of spit turns grown men's brains into jelly. He could expect a king's ransom, or a queen's. Why would the English send a spy to infiltrate our ranks if Kearns holds the key to the Magnificum? Asked von Hellrung. Getting to that, Arkwright obviously knew Warthrop had the nidus. Will figured that one out all by himself. And the only way he could have known that is from Kearns. Unless this first set of people, whoever they are, told him. Or another set we don't know about yet, but I don't think so. I think Kearns told him. Well, not Kearns personally. The British government, the blokes who sent him. And they sent him because they needed Warthrop for something. Needed him? For what? Von Hellrung appeared confused. Not sure, but I'm pretty sure that Jack Kearns had the nidus, and he didn't know where it came from. That's why they infiltrated our ranks. If you know where it comes from, you don't need an expert monster hunter. You just go straight to the monster. But if you don't know where it comes from, then you're up the proverbial beanstalk. So what does our boy Jack do if he has the golden egg but not the goose that laid it? He'll need a goose hunter, and not just any old goose hunter. This ain't no ordinary goose. It's the goose. The goose of all gooses. Geese. Not just any goose hunter, but the best goose hunter in the world, in the whole history of the world. You don't dare play it straight with him. You don't tell him why you want it hunted. He's got it in his goose hunting head somehow that morals apply to monstrumology. Von Hellring thought for a moment, and then snorted with disgust. "Und Arkwright is sent here to track Worthrop tracking the Magnificum? It is absurd, Torrance. Once Pellinor discovered the hiding place of the Magnificum, the British would have no reason to pay Kearns a penny." That's where I think the first set of players comes in. Kearns went to someone else, another government, maybe the French, no love lost there, and he's playing them off each other. How? I don't know. Maybe Worthrop does. That's the next step. And I say we don't waste time taking it. They'll be expecting Arkwright back soon, and Arkwright isn't coming back. Soon or any other time. "Because you killed him," I piped up. I was still furious at him. "You didn't have to do what you did." "Think so? And anyway, I killed him in only the loosest definition of the word." "Why did you kill him, Jacob?" Von Hellring asked quietly. "What did you fear?" Torrance said nothing at first. He played with his signet ring. Nil temendum est. "Well, he did threaten to have me hanged, but never mind that. It's like you stepping into that gypsy's tent, Meister Abram. Once we had him tied up, Elia iacta est, the die had been cast. Stick to Will's plan, and we get arrested, or worse, for kidnapping and torture of a British officer, and Worthrop rots where they've stuck him until he's older than you." "And what if they didn't stick him there?" I shouted at him. "What if Arkwright lied? You didn't have to kill him, and you shouldn't have killed him. Now we may never find the doctor." Torrance stared stone-faced at me for a long moment, and then shrugged. Shrugged. I hurled myself toward him. I was going to pummel him to death with my bare hands. I was going to choke the life out of him. Von Hellring saved his life. He grabbed my arm and yanked me back, pulled my head to his chest and stroked my hair. "So you are at peace with this self-destruction?" Von Hellring asked Torrance. "The one you conveniently staged?" Everybody should have a choice when it comes down to it. And yes, I think I'll sleep well tonight. "I envy you this once, Jacob, for I will not." I waited until Torrance had retired to the guest bedroom, to rest from the night's labor, before I approached Von Hellring with my request. I call it a request. It was more like a demand. "I'm coming with you," I told him. "It is too dangerous," he returned, not unkindly. "I won't be left behind again. If you try, I'll stow away on the boat, and if I can't stow away, I'll swim there. I am the one who found him out. I have earned the right." He placed a hand upon my shoulder. "I fear it is more burden than right, mein Freund Wilhenry." That afternoon I said goodbye to Adolphus Ainsworth, who was in a very foul mood, even for him. "I don't care what anyone says," he snarled at me, his false teeth snapping in fury. "Someone has been inside the locked room. I always hang my ring with the outside key on the inside, and this morning, how do you think I find it facing?" "Toward the outside?" "You took them." "No, Professor Ainsworth, I did not," I answered honestly. It had been Torrance who'd entered the locked room. "Well, what do I expect? You are a child, and children are natural-born liars. Some grow out of it, some don't. And what do you mean, you're leaving?" "I am sailing to England in the morning with Dr. Von Hellring." "Dr. Von Hellring? Why is Dr. Von Hellring going to England? And why are you going to England?" He was a very old man, but his intellect had not faded with his youth. It took only a moment for him to piece the puzzle together. "The Magnificum. You have found it." "No, but we found Dr. Worthrop." "You found Dr. Worthrop?" "Yes, Professor Ainsworth, we have found Dr. Worthrop." "He isn't dead?" I shook my head.
No.
Why are you smiling like that? He bared his dead son's teeth to mock my grin. Well, I will be sorry to miss the joyous reunion. His gain is my gain, I will say. Sir? I said his gain is my gain. He leaned across the desk to shout in my face. Don't you know I'm the one who's supposed to be deaf? Well, goodbye. Bent over some papers on his desk and shooed me toward the door with a wave of his gnarled hand. I paused in the doorway. It occurred to me that I might not see him again. I enjoyed working for you, Professor Ainsworth, I said. He did not look up from his work. Keep moving, William James Henry. Always keep moving, like the proverbial stone, or you'll end up an old mossback like Adolphus Ainsworth. I stared into the hall. He called me back. You are a slave, he said. But you must think you are, not to be asking for your pay. Here, he added gruffly, shoving 2 crumpled dollar bills across the desk. Professor Ainsworth, take it. Don't be a fool when it comes to money, Will Henry. Be a fool about everything else. Religion, politics, love, but never be a fool about money. That bit of wisdom is your bonus for your long minutes of heavy toil. Thank you, Professor Ainsworth. Shut up. Go. Wait, why the devil are you going again? To save the doctor. Save him from what? Whatever he needs saving from. I'm his apprentice. As I packed my things that evening, Lily approached me with her request. Oh, very well, I shall admit it. It wasn't a request. I'm going with you. I did not choose the answer Von Hellrung had given me. I was tired and anxious, my nerves were shot, and the last thing I wanted was a row. Your mother won't let you. Mother says she won't let you. The difference is that she isn't my mother. She's already been to Uncle, you know. I've never seen her so angry. I thought her head might burst, literally burst and roll off her shoulders. I'm very curious to see what happens. I don't think her head will burst. No, I meant with you. I've never known her not to get her way. She flopped onto the bed and watched me shove clothing into my little bag. Her frank stare unnerved me. It always did. How'd you find him? She asked. Another monstrumologist found him. How? I'm not sure. She laughed. Spring rain upon the dry earth. I don't know why you lie, William James Henry. You're very bad at it. The doctor says lying is the worst kind of buffoonery. Then you are the worst kind of buffoon. I laughed. It brought me up short. I could not remember the last time I had laughed. It felt good to laugh, and good to see her eyes and smell the jasmine in her hair. I had the impulse to kiss her. I'd never experienced that particular urge before, and the feeling was not unlike standing on the edge of an abyss of an entirely different sort. This was no knot in my chest unwinding. This was the air itself, the whole atmosphere, expanding at speeds unimaginable. I didn't know quite what to do about it all, except perhaps to kiss her. But actually kissing Lily Bates entailed, well, kissing her. Will you miss me? She asked. I will try. She found my answer to be extraordinarily witty. She rolled onto her back and howled with laughter. I blushed, not knowing whether to be flattered or offended. Oh, she cried, sitting up and digging into her purse. I nearly forgot. Here, I have something for you. It was her photograph. Her smile was slightly unnatural, I thought, though I liked her hair. It had been styled into corkscrew ringlets, which more than made up for the smile. Well, what do you think? It's for luck, and for when you get lonely. You've never told me,
but I think you're lonely a great deal of the time." I might have argued. Bickering was our normal mode of discourse. But I was leaving, and she had just given me her photograph, and a moment before I'd thought of kissing her. So I thanked her for the present, and went on with my packing. That is, rearranging what was already packed. Sometimes when Lily was around me, I felt like an actor who didn't know what to do with his hands. "Write me," she said. "What?" "A letter, a postcard, a telegram? Write to me while you're away." "All right," I said. "Liar." "I promise, Lily. I will write to you." "Write me a poem." "A poem?" "Well, it doesn't have to be a poem, I suppose." "That's good." "Why is that good? You don't want to write a poem?" She was pouting. "I've just never written one. The doctor has. The doctor was a poet before he became a monstrumologist. I bet you didn't know that." "I bet you didn't know I did know that. I've even read some of his poems." "Now you're the liar. The doctor said he burned them all." Being caught in a lie did not faze Lillian Bates. She simply moved on, remorseless. "Why did he do that?" "He said they weren't very good." "Oh, that's nonsense." She was laughing again. "If one burned every bad poem that's been written, the smoke would blot out the sun for a week." She watched as I tugged my hat from the top shelf of the closet. Watched as I turned it in my hands. Watched my face as I ran my finger over the stitching on the inside band. WJH. "What is it?" she asked. "It's my hat." "Well, I can see it's a hat. It looks too small for you." "No," I said. I stuffed the hat into my bag. It had been his first, no, his only gift to me. I was determined never to misplace it. "It fits," I said. I had the dream that night. My last night in New York, and the last night I would have it. The locked room. Adolphus fumbling with his keys. "The doctor said you'd want to see this." The box on the table and the lid that won't come off. "I can't open it." The box trembles. It mimics the beat of my heart. "What is in the box?" "Thick-headed boy, you know what it is. You've always known what's in the box. It isn't what's inside he wanted you to see. It's the box." I pick it up. The box trembles in my hand. It beats in time with my heart. I'd been wrong. It wasn't the doctor's. It belonged to me. I was not down for breakfast promptly at 6 the next morning. Mrs. Bates came up to check on me. I heard her hurrying up the stairs, and then the bedroom door burst open and she stood gasping in the doorway. I noticed she was holding an envelope. "William! Oh, thank God! I thought you'd left." "I wouldn't leave without saying goodbye, Mrs. Bates. That wouldn't be proper." She beamed. No, it most certainly would not. And here you are, and here is your bag with all your things, and I suppose you have not changed your mind?" I told her that I had not. An awkward silence came between us. "Well," I said finally, and cleared my throat. "I'd better go." "You must say goodbye to Mr. Bates," she instructed me, "and thank him for all he's done." "Yes, ma'am." "And forgive me, William, but really, you must think I've gone mad if you think you're leaving this house with your hair looking like that." She found the comb beside the wash basin and ran it through my hair several times. She did not seem pleased with the outcome. "Do you have a hat?" "Yes, ma'am."
I dug into my bag for the hat with my initials. I heard what sounded like the soft cry of a wounded animal and looked over at her. I threw my hair several times. She did not seem pleased with the outcome. "Do you have a hat?" "Yes, ma'am." I dug into my bag for the hat with my initials. I heard what sounded like the soft cry of a wounded animal and looked over at her. "William, I must apologize," she said. "I do not have a bon voyage present for you, but I will say in my defense, I had hardly any notice that you were leaving. It was literally sprung on me at the last moment." "You don't need to give me anything, Mrs. Bates." "It is customary, William." She sat on the bed. I remained standing beside my little bag, turning the hat in my hands. She was tapping the envelope upon her lap. "Unless you would consider this a gift," she said, nodding to the envelope. "What is it?" "It is a letter of acceptance to Exeter Academy, one of the most prestigious preparatory schools in the country, William. Mr. Bates is an alumnus. He arranged it for you." "Arranged what?" "Your acceptance for the fall term." I shook my head. I didn't understand. The hat turned. The envelope tapped. "Stay with us," she said. And then, as if she were correcting herself, "Stay with me. I know it may be too soon to call you son, but if you stay, I promise I will love you as my son. I will protect you. I will keep you safe. I will let no harm come to you." I sat beside her, my hat in my hands, the envelope in her lap, and the absent man between us. "My place is with the doctor." "Your place? William, your place is wherever the good Lord decides it is. Have you thought of that? In life, there are the silly gifts we give one another, and there are the real gifts, the gifts beyond all temporal value. It is no accident of circumstance that you've come to me. It is the will of God. I believe that. I believe that with all my heart." "If it's God's will," I said, "wouldn't He make sure I couldn't leave?" "You're forgetting His greatest gift, William. That gift does not imprison. It frees. I could refuse to let you go. I could hire a lawyer, report the matter to the police. I could truss you up like a turkey and lock you in this room, but I will not. I will not force you to stay. I am asking you to stay. If you like, William, I will fall on my knees and beg you." Mrs. Bates began to cry. She cried like she did everything else, with great dignity. There was a stateliness about her tears, a grandness that transcended the mundane. Operatic, I would call them, and I mean that in the best sense of the word. I looked down at the hat. A silly gift, she had called it. Perhaps it was silly compared to the ultimate gift. What gift would not be? And perhaps I was silly to feel any attachment to it, or to the man who had given it to me.
"Little good can come of this, Will Henry."
I looked at the spot where my finger should have been. That was nothing, the smallest of losses. In the warm kitchen, a woman bakes her little boy an apple pie. A man lies upon the floor, spreads his arms, and transforms himself into a ship of 1,000 sails. And in the arena are 2 identical doors. She reached out and laid her hand upon my cheek. She knew. She never doubted, in the spot where doubt matters, which door I would choose. Chapter 20. I choose to serve the light. Jacob Torrance filled the majority of his time during the 6-day crossing with 3 things: carousing, philandering, and poker, in that order. with the occasional argument with Dr. von Hellrung thrown in to break up the monotony. I suppose he slept a bit as well, but he did not share my stateroom. I bunked with the old Austrian Monstrumologist, who, I quickly discovered, shed most of his dignity when he put on his nightshirt. He was quite bandy-legged and a little pot-bellied, though that is true of almost everyone. I missed one or two of their opening skirmishes. Hardly had Lady Liberty slipped beneath the horizon than I came down with a horrible case of mal de mer, the bane of landlubbers, forcing me to become more intimately acquainted with the toilet than any person ought to be. Von Hellrung put me to bed, gave me some salt crackers, and suggested very seriously that the best cure for seasickness was dancing. "No, it's olives," countered Torrance. "Or ginger root. You should gnaw on a root, Mr. Henry." "On every voyage my wife would suffer the same as Will," von Hellring returned. "We would go dancing, and all would be fine." "So you would like to take Will dancing?" "Makes more sense for him to dance than to gnaw on a root." "Maybe he should do both, gnaw on a root while he danced." "I'd rather not dance or eat," I croaked. "Ever again." On the second day I was feeling a little better. Well enough to try out my sea legs, anyway, and left the stateroom to explore the liner. After an hour of wandering the labyrinthine corridors and miles of decks, I discovered von Hellrung and Torrance on the upper promenade, sitting in rocking chairs, the ever-present tumbler of scotch by Torrance's elbow. He had an annoying habit of smoothing his perfectly trimmed mustache after every sip. Not consistent at all, Jacob," von Hellrung was scolding his former student as I approached. So engrossed were they in the debate that my presence at first went unnoticed. "I'm not saying it is there, Meister Abram, merely that we should look into it." "And I ask again, why would Arkwright lie about all things except the most important thing?" "He wasn't lying about Warthrop," Torrance pointed out. "Well, not on the third go-round, anyway." Von Hellrung had received the news via telegram on the morning of our departure. His source had reported that the doctor was indeed where Arkwright had said he was, alive and well, or as well as might be expected, if you were Pellinor Warthrop and woke one day to find yourself in a decidedly un-Warthropian milieu. Von Hellrung had been beside himself with joy. He actually danced a little jig on the dock when he read the cable. Perhaps he thought it odd, my somewhat muted reaction, but I had never lost hope. Not really. You may call me a mystic or attribute my faith to the magical thinking of a child. Still, whatever one might say of mystics or faith or the thoughts of children, I believed if the doctor were really dead, I would know it. I would feel it. Though fear for his life had sent me running on a river of blood and fire to save him, when I'd read the words on von Hellrung's vestibule, "Warthrop is dead," I'd known them to be a lie. I'd known it in the way a child knows things only God himself could have told him. "But why there, of all places?" von Hellrung had wondered after his impromptu celebratory dance. "It's perfect," Torrance had exclaimed. "Can't think of a more perfect place, perfectly escape-proof and perfectly poetic. Kearns's idea, I'm sure. I will give the man his due. The dirty louse has panache." "No, it must have been part of the deceit. It is not Masira," von Hellrung was now insisting. "It could not be. Too far north and too close to the mainland. Oman is but 10 miles to the west." Torrance was not going to give up easily, though. It was difficult to tell with Jacob Torrance. I wondered if he really believed everything he said, or if he played devil's advocate just for the childish thrill of it. "But it could work, Meister Abram. Sparsely populated, surrounded by treacherous currents, a rough and rocky coastline, a rugged, inhospitable terrain. It could work." He jiggled the ice in his tumbler. "The general area is right. Maybe our quarry has expanded its territory or migrated northward. It has been nearly 40 years since the Lakshadweep discovery. Masira is how far from Agadi? 1,000 or so miles? That's an average migration rate of 25 miles per year. Very reasonable, particularly if the flying version of the Magnificum turns out to be the right one. "I am not saying it is false from a monstrumological standpoint, Torrance," von Hellrung snapped. "If you are correct, and the British government is involved, why would its agent reveal the one thing they would most want hidden, and hide all the rest? No. They choose Maceira for Pelennor to meet as Waterloo because it would seem a reasonable nesting ground to us, and it was far from the real one." The old man's face darkened, and he added, "Of course, the entire issue would be moot if you had kept your head in the monstrumarium." "I didn't ask Arkwright because I didn't need to, Meister Abram," returned Torrance. "I see. You are adept at mind-reading as well as torture." "You're just trying to get under my skin. That's all right. The reason I didn't ask Arkwright is Worthrop. I didn't need Arkwright to tell me something I can get straight from the horse's mouth." "And what convinces you that—" "Why put the hound back in its kennel unless you've bagged the fox? Worthrop had served his purpose. He'd found the home of the Magnificum. Now the really interesting question is—" His head came round. He must have seen me out of the corner of his eye. "And here he is," he said. "Like Lazarus, 3 days dead from the tomb. Only Lazarus had better coloring. Stand back there, Mr. Henry, and head for the railing if you're going to be sick again. I've just shined these shoes. Now, where is that steward? My glass is empty and my whistle's dry." He excused himself and strode off without the slightest sway in his step. The more he drank, it seemed, the sturdier he became. Von Hellrung patted the arm of the rocker Torrance had vacated, and I sat down. Why people would find it pleasant to sit in a rocking chair on a rolling deck of an ocean liner was perplexing, to say the least. "Dr. Torrance sounds like him sometimes," I said. "Worthrop?" "Kearns." Von Hellrung nodded. His expression was sad. "I am sorry to say I agree with you, mein Freund Will. When I was younger, I often wondered if monstrumology brought out the darkness in men's hearts, or if it attracted men with hearts of darkness. I think now it is not the nature of monstrumology, but the nature of men. The truth makes us uncomfortable, as truth often does. In every heart there lives a Jack Kearns." "What he is, that's what you are inside," I had told the Monstrumologist. On our final night at sea, unable to sleep and no longer able to endure the rumbling of my roommate's tummy, von Hellrung complained regularly of indigestion, I slipped out of the stateroom and headed for the foredeck. The North Atlantic was restless that night, driven by a sharp southwest wind. The waves smashed and ground angrily against the prow. The deck rose and fell, up toward the cloud-covered sky, then down toward the dark, cold water, as if our ship were balanced upon a fulcrum, teeter-tottering between heaven and hell. I spied 2 gulls flitting in and out of the running lights, but that was the only life, and only light, I saw. There was no horizon. The world was black from top to bottom. I had the vertiginous sense of being very small in an immense space, like a speck of dust floating in the proto-universe, before the sun was born, before the light pushed back the darkness. The world is large, dear Will, and we, no matter how much we would like to pretend otherwise, we are quite small. The next day my exile would end, but that was the only thing that would. If Torrance was right, and Worthrop knew where to find the Magnificum, our rescue was not the end. "I choose to serve the light," he once told me, "though that bondage often lies in darkness." Right now was the time of equilibrium between light and darkness, the time between before and after. I was leaving something behind. It had been within my grasp. I had only had to stretch forth my hand and seize it. Instead, I'd watched it burn in the fireplace of the bedroom on Riverside Drive, when the woman who had sung to comfort me in the lightless, unwinding place had tossed an envelope into the flames. I was approaching something. I thought I understood what it was. "My place is with the doctor," I had said. A statement of fact, and a promise, too. I thought I knew what to expect after the end of our exile, the doctor's and mine. I understood, or thought I understood, the cost of service to the Monstrumologist. I was reminded of it every time I washed my hands. That night on the foredeck, under the starless sky, in the space between before and after, I looked out and saw darkness. He would go into that darkness in service to the light, and where he went, I would follow. I thought I knew the cost of service to the one whose path lies in darkness. I did not. He thought he knew what he would find in that darkness. He did not. Its name is Typhoeus Magnificum, the Magnificent Father, the faceless one we cannot help but turn and face, the one of 1,000 faces that is there when we turn to look, and then looks back at us. It is the Magnificum. It lives in that space between spaces, in that spot 1/10,000th of an inch outside your range of vision. You cannot see it. It sees you. And when it sees you, it does not see you. It has no conception of you. There is Magnificum, and nothing else. You are the nest. You are the hatchling. You are the chrysalis. You are the progeny. You are the rot that falls from stars. You may not understand what I mean. You will. Chapter 21. A pleasure to meet you. A sallow-faced little man was waiting for us in the lobby of our hotel, the Great Western at Paddington Station, upon our arrival in London. He wore a top-coat of Harris tweed over a cashmere suit and sported the worst haircut I had ever seen. His hair looked as if someone had hacked at it with a dull knife. I would later learn that Dr. Hiram Walker had been a barber. Among other things, he'd once made a go of sheep farming, before entering the field of aberrant biology. He had bid adieu to all of his customers except one, himself. He smoked a pipe, walked with a cane, hummed nervously through his nose, and regarded the world through small, shifty eyes, like a cornered rat. Those eyes lighted for a moment upon the powerful physique of Jacob Torrance with undisguised distaste. Clearly, he was not pleased. "Torrance," he said in a nasally British accent, "I did not expect to see you." "Or you would have brought me a small token of your affection?" Walker whined through his Alforn nose. His gaze darted bird-quick to me. "And who is this?" "This is Will Henry, the son of Worthrop's former assistant, James," answered von Hellrung, laying a hand upon my shoulder. "I'm Dr. Worthrop's apprentice," I said. "Ah, yes, quite. I seem to remember seeing you about the last Congress. Come to fetch your master, have you?" He turned to von Hellrung without waiting for a reply. "The matter has proved more complicated than I first reported, Dr. von Hellrung. They are refusing to release him." A bushy white eyebrow rose slowly toward the old man's hairline. "What do you mean?" Walker's restless eyes roamed the crowded lobby. "Perhaps we should find a spot with a bit more privacy. Since receiving your telegram, I've had the unshakable impression that I am being followed." We went up to our rooms on the 3rd floor, overlooking Praed Street, where von Hellrung ordered a pot of tea. Torrance requested something stronger for himself, but his old teacher preferred that his former pupil keep his wits about him. "Whiskey is what keeps them," Torrance protested. He winked at Walker. The stable to the wild stallion, my erudition. Hiram Walker answered with a disdainful sniff. I am surprised every time I see you, Torrance. Really? And why is that, Sir Hiram? Because it is reasonable to assume you have been killed in a bar fight, and stop calling me that. He sipped his tea and said to von Hellrung, It is outside their protocol to release a patient to anyone outside the immediate family without an order from a magistrate or upon the recommendation of the attending physician. But surely you explained to them the circumstances of the case, asked von Hellrung. He is confined under false pretenses. Walker shook his head. I explained nothing. I made only the most general of inquiries, since I do not know the precise circumstances of the case. He was brought there, I was told, by his nephew, a Mr. Noah Boatman. Torrance guffawed. Noah Boatman. Boatman. Arkwright. Ingenious. May I continue? Thank you. A Mr. Noah Boatman, who claimed his uncle had suffered a complete mental collapse, brought about by the recent death of his wife, who was mauled to death by a tiger. By a what? Interrupted von Hellrung. A tiger, a Bengal tiger, while visiting her sister in India. He believed himself to be, according to the nephew, an American monster hunter by the name of Pellinor Warthrop. His real name was William James Henry, and— Please, Torrance, would you be quiet? Von Hellrung, perhaps we should order him up some whiskey. A gallon, so he can drink until he passes out. Now, what was I saying? You've told us enough, von Hellrung said with a heavy sigh. The rest is not difficult to guess. Mein Freund obliged the devious schemer by insisting he was an American monster hunter named Pellinor Warthrop. Thus, by telling the truth, he validates the lie. But there is more, Dr. von Hellrung, and here it gets rather, well, bizarre. Warthrop also claimed, according to my sources, that his nephew is a British double agent in the employ of the Russian secret police. That's it, cried Torrance, leaping from his chair. Walker flinched as if expecting a full frontal assault. A bit of tea sloshed from his cup. They'll hunt me down like a dog, he said. Torrance continued. It's the first set, von Hellrung. Who? Asked von Hellrung. Who is the first set? Ochrana. Oh, he's the devil, this John Kearns. Of course. I'm a fool for not seeing it. No wonder Arkwright was frightened to the point of soiling himself. That explains the fear, and the fact that he was a double agent explains the bravado. I'm guessing now that the Brits don't even know about the nidus. It's a Russian job, through and through. The nidus? Walker echoed, his small eyes widening by half. I spoke out of turn, said Torrance, with an abashed look toward von Hellrung, whose cheeks had gone ruddy. The Russians have recovered a nidus ex magnificum? Walker asked. We do not know, von Hellrung answered carefully. There are many unanswered questions. So it appears, Dr. von Hellrung, most of which belong to me. Who is this Boatman or Arkwright or whatever his name is? Why would he go to such outlandish lengths to falsely imprison Dr. Warthrop? Why was Warthrop in London in the first place? Who is Jack Kearns, and what does he have to do with the Russian secret police? Von Hellrung was giving Torrance a withering look. What? Demanded Torrance. You never said it was a secret. It was Pellinor's wish to pursue the matter— He searched for the word. Independently. Well, sure, returned Torrance. That's Warthrop wanting all the glory for himself. The glory for— Walker asked von Hellrung. Von Hellrung sighed. He gazed up at the ceiling and stroked beneath his chin. The Russians do not have the nidus, he said finally. We have the nidus. We have the nidus, the British have Warthrop, and the Russians have Jack Kearns. You're 2/3 right, von Hellrung, Torrance said. I don't know if the Russians have Kearns, but I'm willing to bet Sir Hiram a haircut that they have the Magnificum.
forgotten life remains a memory nil, but in its silence there's a lesson to learn. Even in neglect there's beauty to discern. They burn my lights up, times that you said the stairs need might leave. Let's stop it shining, they may back the weeks still climb the game.
There was nothing von Hellrung could do at that point but tell his English colleague everything, from the delivery of the Nidus on that freezing February morning and the horrific demise of its unwitting courier, to the disappearance of Warthrup and the fate of the traitor responsible for it. He emphasized, with an eyebrow cocked at Torrance, that all else was mere conjecture. We did not know, for example, if the Russians had found the home of the Typhoeus Magnificum. "Well, it's been what?" asked Torrance. "Over 4 months now? Plenty of time if Warthrup got it right, which he did." "And how do you know that, Jacob?" von Hellrung demanded. He was beginning to regret, I think, including Torrance in our rescue mission. Torrance shrugged. "He's Warthrup." "Let's pray he did," said Walker. "A living Magnificum would be the crowning achievement of our discipline." "I don't think the Tsar gives a tinker's damn about any crowns except his own," Torrance said, and laughed. "If the Russians have it, we won't be seeing it in the Monstrumarium any time soon." Von Hellrung was nodding. His expression was very grave. "I'm afraid Dr. Torrance is correct, at least in this particular aspect. If the Magnificum should fall into the wrong hands—" He shuddered. The thought was unbearable. Not so much to Torrance, though. He seemed intrigued by the possibilities. "It would change everything, gentlemen. It would shift the entire balance of power in Europe, maybe the world. Alexander conquered half of it. Think what he would have done with arrows dipped in monster snot." "Must you, Torrance?" whined Walker. "Why did you become a monstrumologist anyway?" "Well, I do like to kill things." "Enough!" cried von Hellrung. He slammed his pudgy hand upon the tabletop. "We are forgetting why we are here. We worry first about freeing Pellinor, then we worry about monster snot." He bore down on Walker. "We cannot go before a magistrate, and we will not convince his doctor. What does that leave us?" "As I've said, if it's determined he isn't a danger to himself or the public, he may be released to a family member." Torrance hummed. "Too bad his nephew's dead." "We must be careful not to arouse their suspicion, or we shall find ourselves in rooms adjoining Pellinor's," mused von Hellrung. "They are convinced of his condition, or they would have released him. A ruse might succeed, but there is no way for us to forewarn him. How can he play a part if he cannot read the script?" "He can't," Torrance said. "But he doesn't have to." He turned to Walker. "We'll need someone to vouch for us, someone the superintendent there knows and trusts, and who'd be willing to play a supporting role. Got anybody like that in mind?" Walker thought for a moment, sucking on the extinct tobacco in his bowl. Then he smiled around the tooth-dented stem, his rat eyes glinting wickedly. "By George, I believe I have." Walker's bit player was a compact, athletic-looking man in his early 30s, with very dark, short-cropped hair and even darker, deep-set eyes. We met up with him the next morning a few miles west of London, outside the gatehouse of the Hanwell Lunatic Asylum. After introducing von Hellrung and me, Torrance, at the urging of von Hellrung, had remained behind. I think Meister Abram was concerned his presence might turn a delicate situation into a dangerous one. Walker quickly reviewed our hastily drawn-up plan to win Worthrop's immediate release. His friend suggested a few tweaks in our script, but overall seemed pleased with the outline of our little scheme. "I met Worthrop once, you know," he told us. "Must have been 77 or 78, while I was studying at the university at Edinburgh. He'd come to consult with Dr. Bell on some matter or other. I don't know precisely. Bell was very mysterious about it. He cut a striking figure, I remember that. Very tall and lean, with the most piercing black eyes that seemed to slice right through you. He shook my hand and said, quite casually, as if he were remarking upon the weather, 'A pleasure to meet you. You have recently returned from London, I perceive.' I was astounded. How had he known that? Bell swore to me afterward he hadn't told him, and I must confess I never quite believed my old professor's denial. I have always meant to ask Worthrop how he knew." Von Hellrung cut off the loquacious Scotsman, saying, "And we are delighted to present you with the opportunity. I am sure Pellinor will remember the encounter. His memory is as prodigious as his powers of observation and deduction. It is a gross injustice that he is here. I assure you, sir, he is no more mad than you or me, and he will be forever in your debt for helping us effect his speedy release from his lonely sojourn behind these walls. Lead, sir, and we shall follow." And so he did, through the gatehouse, where the watchman directed us to check in at the clerk's office, located in the main building, a simple, if somewhat imposing, 3-story building at the far side of the spacious front grounds. As we walked along the gravel path toward it, my heart began to race as my eyes sought out the doctor. I was excited, apprehensive, and a little frightened. If our impetuous plan should fail, he might never walk out the gates of this place. I did not see the monstrumologist, but I saw other patients tending shrubbery with pruning shears and watering cans, some carrying loads of laundry and baskets of bread from the wash-house and bakery, and some in leisurely perambulation about the well-tended lawn, deep in earnest conversation or convulsed in carefree laughter, as if they were holiday campers out for a Sunday stroll in the park rather than patients in a lunatic asylum. I didn't know it then, but Hanwell was well ahead of its time in the treatment of the mentally ill. Plop a poor soul from an American asylum, Blackwell's Island, for example, into Hanwell, and he might have thought he had died and gone to heaven. I do not think Worthrop would have agreed with me, though. Our co-conspirators signed us in at the front office. Dr. Hiram Walker, Mr. Abraham Henry, and grandson, to see the superintendent, he informed the clerk. And please tell him, Dr. Conan Doyle is with them.